Revelation, League of Vampires Book 5, by Rye Brewer.
Chapter 1. Carrie. This could all be so much easier for you, Carissa. All you have to do is tell me what I need to know. Dietrich's voice was almost soothing, even though there was venom in it. I didn't know how many hours I had been here, strapped to a gurney at my wrists and ankles, covered in the sort of sticky sensor pads people wore in hospitals. They were all over my body, including my breasts and between my legs. I told you, I gasped as soon as I had enough breath to whisper, I don't know what you're talking about. A millisecond passed before excruciating pain tore through my body again. My every muscle seized up. Dietrich's hand rested on the controls for the sensors, and he didn't like my answers. Current flowed through them to whichever area he chose to hurt, not that it mattered which one, since the current flowed through my body either way and made my teeth grind together. After what felt like forever, the current stopped, and I flopped back down onto the hospital bed gurney. Though I tried to hold in the whimpers, I couldn't help it. This was hell. That had to be it. I had died, and I was in hell. Why had I gone to hell? I thought I was a good person. I had always tried to be. I was kind and thoughtful, and I never hurt anybody on purpose. Why was I being tortured then? What was the point of being good if it all ended in a stark, bright, cold room full of medical instruments and machines that made me wish I had never been born? This can all be over, he reminded me in a sing-song voice. I squeezed my eyes shut, but not before tears slid out and down my face. I don't know. Don't you think I would tell you if I knew what you were asking me? I opened my eyes and turned my head to look at him. My neck hurt from tensing up so many times every time he turned on the current. He almost appeared amused. What kind of sick monster was he? You're a spy, he sneered. I'm not. I gasped. Where had he gotten that idea? Nothing made sense. You have the wrong person. No. I have the right person. I saw you with him, remember? Who? You know who. That vampire. His face contorted like he'd smelled something terrible. What vampire? This doesn't make any sense. I sobbed. I don't know any vampires. I never have. Please believe me. He only laughed. That laugh was the scariest thing I had heard all night. It came right before another sharp jolt of current made me arch my back and scream in agony. He chose my breasts to focus the current on, and it burned my skin. I could have sworn I could hear it sizzle over my agonized shrieks and pleas for him to stop, just stop, make it stop. It did stop, but not for good. I wasn't stupid. I wept openly as he stepped away from the controls. He went outside and closed the door behind him. I could breathe for a second. Where am I? I barely remembered being in the car on the way to this place, the warehouse. That was it, or what it had looked like from the outside, big, boxy, broken windows near the top, no light visible from the outside. It sure didn't appear that way from the inside. I could have sworn I was in a hospital, or a lab of some type. Tiled walls and floors. There were 2 other beds in the room, but mine was the only one in use. Were the other ones ever used? I hoped not. I lifted my gaze to the ceiling. There was a skylight up there. It was closed, but I could see through it. The sky was still dark. It was still night or early morning. I couldn't have been here for too long, but it felt like days. When was dawn? When would it end? Would the sun rise before I was dead? My restraints were tight, made of a strong leather. I was still in my dress from the club. Why did I ever go? I should have known I wouldn't find Gage. Nobody knew where I was, and they never would. I would disappear without a trace. I was one of those girls. So, this was the sort of thing that happened to women when they up and disappeared. They ended up in a warehouse hospital or wherever I was, and were never seen again. The door opened, and my heart raced all over again. I couldn't seem to stop shaking, no matter how I tried. Dietrich seemed as cool and calm as ever. How could he torture me without batting an eye or breaking a sweat? He couldn't have a soul. So, are you willing to tell me the truth about your association with the vampires? Please, I whispered. I could barely form words anymore. Please what? He cooed as he walked over to me. Please stop hurting me. I don't know anything. Please. It's a mistake. I'll decide whether this is a mistake, he murmured with an almost loving smile as he rested his hand on my ankle. Keep reading for an excerpt from the next book in the League of Vampires series.
Chapter 2. Gage. What was Dietrich doing to her in there? I slammed my fists against the cage bars, hoping I could maybe do something. Anything. Crack them, break through them. But even though the warehouse looked run down and falling apart from the outside, that wasn't the case inside. They must have gutted and refurbed the entire place. The walls were almost soundproofed, and the cage they had locked me in was solid steel. I roared every time I heard her scream. What were they doing to her? I strained my ears against whatever they had set up to muffle the noise. Vampires had supernaturally good hearing, after all. They probably weren't used to having vampires as prisoners. Or they weren't used to prisoners who could scream the way Carrie was. No. I don't know anything. Please. I leaned my forehead against the bars and squeezed my eyes shut tight. I wanted to block it out, but I couldn't. I wanted to help her, but I couldn't. I'd never felt so useless in my life. Tell me about the vampires, he demanded. I snarled when I heard his voice. Dietrich. He was the one that locked me up in a cage in a small, closed-off little room that could have been a closet. He was slick and thought he was smarter than everybody around him. He was sure Carrie was a spy, and I was there to rescue her. Well, 1 out of 2 wasn't wrong. I don't know any. Why don't you understand? Another scream, the overhead fluorescent light flickered. He was electrocuting her. I kicked and punched the cage wall, screaming almost as loud as she did. Silence. Then tell me about Gage Burke. What about him? You know him then? You just said you don't know any vampires. More silence. Vampire? I barely know him. I only met him that night, in front of the club, and I never saw him again after that. I swear. She broke off into gut-wrenching sobs. I almost want to believe you, he murmured. I mean it. Please. I don't know him. Stop hurting me, please. Her voice was weak, like a wounded bird. The room went silent. Somehow, that was more ominous than the screaming. I looked up. The lights glowed steadily. No current. I could still hear her breathing, her hitching, gasping sobs for air. Then a tear. Clothing. Her dress. No. I screamed, pounding on the bars again. Don't you touch her. Don't you touch her, you bastard. I focused my hearing and heard him grunting rhythmically, heard the sound of her rasping breaths in time with his grunts. Her weak no reverberated in my mind. I fell back against the bars and held my head in my hands. This was all my fault. I should have gone to her when I had the chance and told her not to go into the club. I should have dragged her kicking and screaming from there if I had to. If any of the shifters had caught up to me, it would have been better than listening to what I'd heard tonight. The door opened. I jumped to my feet when I saw him standing there in the doorway. I made a move toward him, but he held up one hand. Any farther and she's dead this very minute, he said. I froze. Why are you doing this? I snarled, fangs bared. Put those things away, he sneered, looking me up and down. You're no match for me. I'm not afraid of your pointy teeth. Besides, it's not like you'll ever get out of that cage. And I know you've been trying. Why are you doing this? I repeated. Because we know she's a spy for your kind, getting information on our club and who we are. That's not true. She's been telling you the truth all this time. He shrugged. It doesn't matter. It's not like I haven't enjoyed getting to know her. The corners of his mouth curled up in a smile. Besides, she'll be dead soon. The words hit me like lead weights. I barely had time to react or even think by the time he stepped out into the hall and the door swung shut behind him.
Chapter 3. Carrie. I wasn't sure what was real and what was a dream anymore. I had to be hallucinating. Maybe somebody up there finally took pity on me and let me zone out during the worst of it. I opened my eyes and looked up at the ceiling. I felt sore. Bruised. I realized that part hadn't been a dream, the way he had climbed on my body, and I whimpered and shifted my weight back and forth on the table, wishing I could close my legs or cover myself up. He had torn my dress. I couldn't take much more. I knew that. I wished it would just end. I didn't want to live anymore if life was nothing but pain and humiliation and horror. I wished he would kill me. That was what he wanted to do, I could tell. He wanted me dead. I was a fly he could pull the wings off of. Something to watch squirm and suffer before drawing one last breath. I felt myself blacking out and welcomed it. I longed for the comfort of oblivion. It didn't hurt when I was unconscious. Visions of vampires kept flashing through my mind. Gage. A vampire. I woke up when the door opened, and the sight of not only Dietrich, but two others made me try to crawl farther up the gurney out of sheer instinct. The restraints on my ankles bit into my skin, but I still strained against them anyway. The expressions on their faces told me what they wanted. They were almost drooling, breathing heavy through their noses like animals. They smelled their prey. I choked out a sob and something like a plea for mercy. Mercy, please. Kill me already. Didn't I tell you she was tasty looking? Dietrich asked. I can see why they wanted her, one of the other two said. I struggled to keep my eyes open long enough to look at him. He was dressed identical to Dietrich, and I thought I remembered him from the club. The other one too. They danced with the girls. Please just end this. I whispered. I could barely lift my head from the bed. I could barely get a sound out of my scratched, bleeding throat. I could taste blood because I had screamed myself hoarse and then some. They smiled in unison. We will, Dietrich whispered. And that was when the real nightmare began. The three of them sort of melted. Their features changed. I have to be dreaming this. I'm unconscious. I'm not really here. I'm far away. Maybe I died. This can't be real. They're not changing. But they were. Dietrich went down on all fours and his clothes shredded to reveal thick black fur covering his body. His face elongated, his ears moved up to the top of his head, his teeth lengthened, and when he snapped his jaws he growled like a wolf. A wolf. He wasn't human, he was a wolf. And the others. One turned into a tiger. The other was a dog, no, a coyote. A wolf, a tiger, and a coyote, where three men had been standing moments before. Impossible. I had lost blood, I was unconscious, I was dead, I was anywhere but in this hospital or lab or whatever the hell it was. I wasn't in real life anymore. Things like this didn't happen in real life. People didn't turn into animals. They advanced on me and I screamed a long silent scream, it was all I could do. The wolf jumped up on the gurney. Oh no. I squirmed and thrashed until I tore at the muscles in both of my shoulders, but it didn't matter. I couldn't escape. He slashed at me with long sharp claws, dragging them across my stomach. Bright red blood bloomed on my white skin. The others ripped at my thighs, my arms, my chest. I screamed silently on and on, thrashing and rolling my head from side to side. Trying to fight them off, trying to end the pain. Soon I didn't have the strength anymore. Soon it didn't matter anymore. I closed my eyes as they growled and roared and sliced at me. I drifted in and out of consciousness, lost in a red-hot haze of agony. I heard Dietrich's voice. Bring in the vampire. Use the cage. Open the skylight. Everything went black.
Chapter 4. Gage. Two of Dietrich's thugs wheeled my cage to Carrie's room. Then they left. I didn't ask why. It seemed pretty obvious. They wanted me to watch her die. And she was dying. It was obvious. The cold, clinical white lights in the cold, clinical white room showed off her chalky, pale skin. Against that, her blood shone like rubies. The smell filled my nostrils, overcame my senses. It was everywhere. She had bled so much. They had torn her apart. She didn't have much longer. Moonlight flowed into the room from the open skylight, just over where the shifters left my cage. I was only a few feet from her. I looked up and realized I would be dead soon too. The sun would rise in a few hours and climb high into the sky, right over where I was standing. I couldn't escape it. No matter where I moved in the cage, moonlight touched my skin. I was completely exposed. I glanced at Carrie again. Her chest rose and fell slowly as she took shallow breaths. Her eyes were closed. There were burns all over her too. I couldn't imagine the pain she must have gone through when she screamed. She would be out of pain soon. I didn't know if I should be glad for her or rage and thrash against the cage bars to try get her out of here, to a hospital or someplace they could help her. Not like I could get out of this cage. Too solid. Vampires were strong, but we weren't omnipotent. She might already be too far gone. I clenched my teeth against the roar, threatening to escape. I wouldn't give that sadistic bastard and his friends the satisfaction of hearing me yell. Instead, I whispered, "Carrie? Can you hear me?" She didn't move. Her breathing didn't change. I gripped the metal bars tight enough to hurt. She was going to die, and I was going to have to watch, unable to help or even touch her. Think. The cage was on wheels. I threw myself against the bars and it moved, maybe an inch, but it did move. I threw myself against them again. And again. Until my arms cried for mercy, and my bones rattled every time I hit the cold steel. I didn't notice it at first because I couldn't keep my eyes off her, even as hot tears rolled down my cheeks. Tears. I was shedding tears for her. Me. A vampire. It was because I was unable to ignore the way her chest rose less and less, slower and slower, shallower every passing minute. She didn't have long. It's my fault. I grunted as I hit the bars. I should have stopped this. I hit the bars again. I killed her. Another hit, until I was next to the gurney she was strapped to. I could barely lift my arm to slide it through the bars, but I managed. I wanted to stroke her hair and wash the blood off her body. I wanted to cover her and give her a little dignity. I wanted to hold her and give her a little comfort as she died. Instead, I took her cold, limp hand in mine and wished I could rub warmth back into it. I would do anything to save her life. She deserved to live. "I'm so sorry," I groaned. "Carrie, please believe how sorry I am. I didn't know it would come to this. It's all my fault this happened, and my fault for underestimating them and only thinking about myself and hell. Please don't leave me. Please. Stay. Stay with me, Carrie." I squeezed her hand as tight as I dared, but she didn't flinch. She barely breathed. "Remember our walk? Remember the things we talked about? I'm sorry I wasn't honest with you." I watched her face as I spoke, looking for any hint of reaction. Maybe if I had been forthright, you wouldn't have gone back to that club. Why didn't I simply tell you? I guess I was sure you wouldn't believe me, and you probably wouldn't have, because it would have sounded crazy. Why would you have believed that? You didn't know me. I stroked her hand, then locked my fingers through hers the way I had that night. Maybe you did know me. Maybe you knew me right away. I felt like I knew you for sure. I wanted you too much. I was scared. I ran away, and I'll never ever forgive myself. Oh, please, Carrie, please. I closed my eyes and let my head fall forward. I couldn't let her go. I couldn't live in a world she wasn't in, even if we weren't together. Just knowing she was out there making things better by breathing the air would be enough. I could let her drink from me. The idea dawned on me slowly. It was dangerous, beyond dangerous. If I turned her, it was all over. One of the League's highest laws forbade us from turning humans into vampires without being sanctioned by the League itself. Of course, before the League, matters were different. But we still refrained from turning humans before they hit puberty. We weren't complete animals, nor were we without a modicum of ethics. The League wouldn't care I was watching an innocent die. That she had gone through so much unspeakable pain and humiliation, that she deserved to live. That I couldn't live without her. She would be on their most wanted list anyway, surely hunted. Certainly killed if they caught her. Would I only be prolonging the inevitable if I turned her? And what about me? I couldn't imagine the punishment they would hand down for turning her. I'd probably be killed too. Her breathing worsened. There was no way she could last much longer. I didn't have much time to make up my mind. If I could get her to drink my blood before she died, she would heal. I would save her. She wouldn't die. If she died after drinking, though, she would turn. I couldn't wait. She was getting closer to death with every labored breath. I hoped it wasn't already too late. I remembered my own turning. How my body had changed, how terrifying the whole thing was, even though my father guided me through it. Or tried to. A brand new vampire was almost uncontrollable. The strength that had coursed through me then was the scariest of all. I was powerful for the first time in my life, almost supernatural. She would be like that. If she turned. I bit into my wrist and broke the skin. Blood started to flow. I held my arm out through the bars over her mouth. Come on, I urged as the blood dripped onto her slightly parted lips. Drink, damn it. Drink. Drink before it's too late, Carrie. Please. Hear me. She didn't move. Her chest was barely moving. My eyes darted back and forth between her practically motionless chest and her mouth, where my blood flowed. Her lips didn't move. I couldn't tell if she was drinking or not. No, she couldn't be, or she would have started healing instantly. Carrie. I shouted. I had to wake her up. Carrie, please. Try. Drink. You have to drink. Tears were flowing down my cheeks again, tears of blood to match the blood flowing from me to her. I sobbed brokenly as I held my wrist over her mouth, pleading with her. I watched her chest, willing it to keep moving, keep rising and falling, keep her alive. Until it stopped. Until she died. No. I roared. I watched, hoping something would happen, some miracle. Nothing. She was gone. It was too late. I waited too damn long. She was dead because of me. I couldn't save her. I slammed my head against the bars, my entire being screaming and raging and weeping brokenly, as her lifeless body condemned me for being such a heartless coward. I sank to my knees out of exhaustion, holding my head in my hands. I never knew real pain until this moment. Not even when my siblings and I lost our parents. That was nothing compared to watching Carrie die. I wanted to die with her. She gasped. I looked up to find her eyes open wide, staring at the ceiling. Her blood-tinged eyes.
Chapter 5. Philippa. I was still reeling. My brother Jonah telling me that my ex-boyfriend Vance had killed his father. No, not Vance. Valerius, the original ancient vampire who'd possessed Vance's body in order to get revenge by murdering Lucien, Vance's father. And now Vance was under arrest and being held. I may have been reeling, but that didn't mean I was frozen with inaction. If there was one thing I was known for, at least one thing I was willing to admit I was known for, impulsiveness would have to be it. I had never been one to wait when taking actions was an option. All too often, I moved ahead without a plan in place and trusted things would work themselves out as I went along. I didn't think of it as a character flaw, though I knew my brothers did. Especially Jonah. So, I had no doubt when I pushed my way out of the vault, he'd either try to stop me or roll his eyes and chalk up my actions to just another example of impulse taking over for sense. But it wasn't pure impulse, not really.
He didn't know what it was like to sit for hours, staring at a dead but not dead body and think. So much thinking. Enough so I'd already gone down every possible road in my head, planning what I would do if this happened. If that happened. If he or she said or did this. If one of my family members was caught in the middle. If. You didn't plan for what you'd do if Valerius killed Lucian, the nagging voice of doubt reminded me as I coursed my way to League headquarters. I had traveled there more in the last months than I had in my whole life combined. When Vance and I were together, I had always badgered him to spend time in the city with me instead of out there, near his father's mansion. Even then, it was like I could tell something was wrong. I'd known Lucian my whole, long life, and I had felt there was something off with him no matter how many hoops he jumped through to prove it wasn't so. I wished I'd done a little more listening to my instincts back when it counted. Things could have been different, or so I told myself. Maybe it was easier to blame myself, to think there was something I would have been able to change, than to admit there were too many forces at work which were out of my control. What could I have changed? I had no way of knowing. Valerius was waiting in that underground tomb. I had no knowledge of his age-old grudge against Lucian. I didn't even know what Lucian did to my family until fairly recently. What were my instincts supposed to do? Still, I couldn't stomach the idea things were out of my hands and always had been. I wished I could stop thinking. I wished the trip to headquarters was shorter, so there wouldn't be enough time to blame myself. I wished I could figure out how to free Vance instead, since blaming myself for allowing such a terrible thing to happen wasn't going to do it. It was a relief when the spires of the old cathedral came into view, and I didn't slow down until I was almost on top of the place. Funny, but the energy wrapping itself around the building had changed. Or maybe it wasn't quite so funny. I had never known the League of Vampires without Lucian as its head, so I had never felt any other energy, or presence or whatever it was encasing the cathedral. I had never given any thought to its existence until it was gone. Because Lucian was gone. A world without Lucian in it. The idea seemed laughable. I craned my neck to stare up at the towering spires and the glowing vaulted windows. It all appeared the same, but it may as well have been on another planet. There was something off. It seemed the same, but it would never be the same again. And that was a good thing. It meant Lucian was no more, and that was the best thing I could imagine. Almost the best thing I could imagine. There was one much bigger thing. I only had to figure out how to manage it. With that in mind, I stepped in through the double doors. Immediately, 3 guards were on me. Do I look as though I'm here to hurt somebody? I glared at each of them in turn. I recognized them as Lucian's personal guards. They had to feel pretty low, knowing they had left him open to the attack. Even so, it didn't give them an excuse for jumping down my throat, as far as I was concerned. Looks can deceive, one of them snarled. I would allow that. Looks were deceiving. As far as they knew, Lucian had been murdered by his own son. I'll grant you, but I'm not here to do any harm. I want to see Vance. His name stuck in my throat. What would they think if they knew who they were really holding in one of the cells, deep underground? Why should we allow you to visit a prisoner? Because I'm asking you to. This is me asking. I stood with hands planted on my hips, and my blood pressure rose steadily the longer they tried to stall me. I can demand, if you would rather. Especially considering the fact my brother is interim leader in place of Lucian. A quick phone call is all it'll take. The 3 of them appeared confused. Torn between their long-standing loyalty to Lucian, and the loyalty they needed to show Jonah. There was no room in my heart for pity. Come on. I don't have all night. And I want to see him alone, I added at the last second. Why not keep pushing while they were teetering back and forth? Impossible. Are you sure? I slid my phone out of my pocket and held it up, finger poised over the screen. A quick phone call. Moments later, Two of them led me down the long winding stone staircase which led to the dungeons. A cathedral with dungeons. One of Lucian's additions after the League took over the property. The sort of touch only he would think to add. The air turned dank, filled with a scent I could only describe as wet. The smell of centuries of rainwater working its way through the stones which made up the underground levels. Mold too. Torches lined the wall at regular intervals. The skittering of tiny rodent feet was somehow louder than the beating of my heart, which was saying something considering the way it thumped like a bass drum with every step I took. This was definitely a different area than the one Anis's brother Alonic had been held in. Who would I find down there? What would he say? We reached the cells, which looked like something out of one of those medieval theme park restaurant places. Rusty iron bars, impossibly thick webs full of what I didn't even want to imagine, dark red stains on the walls inside the cells which I decided not to consider the origin of. There were so many cells too. How many did Lucian imprison down here? Then I wondered if he was even the one that had this area built. Did it predate his leadership? If so, how many did the leaders before him imprison? I waited in one of the empty ones, standing in the center with my arms wrapped around me to keep from accidentally touching anything. Just the thought made my skin crawl. And Vance was in a cell like this one, when he didn't deserve it. The thought almost made me choke on my tears. And there he was. Dirt streaked his face and clothes and caked under his nails. He hardly even looked like himself. I couldn't read his eyes. Who was he? I could barely breathe, waiting to find out. His face was a blank page. Until we were alone. Once the guards were gone, a slow, knowing smile spread across his face. My heart dropped. It's you, I whispered. Depends on who you mean by me. You know what I mean. Perhaps I do. He shrugged. Well? Don't I get a little appreciation for what I did? I shook my head. Nothing's that black and white. It seems that way from where I'm standing. He spread his hands as far apart as the shackles on his wrists would allow. He was nothing but a plague on your family. He specialized in making you miserable. I would appreciate a little gratitude, instead of the look on your face. Why would you kill him publicly like that? It's the one thing I don't understand. You know why it was so important for me to end his miserable existence, he growled. Yes, but why do it in front of everybody? You had to know it would end here, in the dungeon. Chained up. For somebody so ancient, you didn't put much thought into your methods. His features twisted into a sneer. Don't tell me how to conduct business, girl. I winced inside. Making him angry wouldn't help anything, especially since we had business to conduct. Well, you've done what you set out to do. I have to hand it to you. You know how to make a splash. Thank you. He tipped his head in acknowledgement. Now that you're finished and Lucian is dead, you can release Vance. One corner of his mouth curled up in a smile. I was waiting for that. I bristled but did my best to hide it. So, why are you still in his body? Because I'm nowhere near my actual body naturally. He tilted his head to one side. Do you think I can float around aimless, bodiless? I have to admit, I hadn't thought much about it at all, I snarled through gritted teeth. The body was still safe in the vault, which was a relief, but how was I supposed to get him back to it when he was imprisoned? Now that Lucian is no longer breathing, I have a new goal, recovering my own body and reuniting with my love. I fought to keep a grimace from my face. His love, Nivea. My mom. Both in the same body. But not the same person. The two of them were intertwined in my head. Mom's sweet loving smile. Nivea's cold, ruthless spirit. My stomach turned. Where is she? Do you know? He nodded. She's on the hunt for her body as well. While this body is adequate, he observed, looking down at himself, it's not the same as inhabiting my own. She feels the same way. The memory of those few short moments with Vance, when Valerius had let him come to the surface, flashed through my mind. If Vance was still in there, was my mother in her body as well? What would happen when Nivea found her original body and inhabited it again? Would I get my mother back? There's something else I need as well, he continued, and his voice deepened with anger. My bone dagger. Noted. I blinked. What bone dagger? The one I used to kill Lucian. All right. I'll make a note of that. You want your dagger back? Like that had anything to do with me. You'd better, because you're going to have to get it for me. Excuse me. And I would do that, why? He bared his teeth. How could he look so much like Vance and so little like him all at once? Because if I don't get it back, you won't get Vance back. It seems pretty simple to me. Of course. Just one more hurdle to overcome. What's so important about it? It's what I used to kill Lucian. I would think that alone would be reason enough. You want it as a souvenir? I asked, one eyebrow cocked. I want it because it's obviously a powerful weapon, he snapped, eyes blazing. How many times had I stared into those eyes when they gazed at me with something like love? It can do to any magical creature what it did to Lucian. All right. I get it. What do you want me to do about it, though? I wasn't even here when you used it. I have no idea what happened to it. I know exactly where it is, he snarled, and his lip curled up like he was talking about something truly disgusting. That white-haired fey bitch took it. Anissa. I should have known. One more obstacle, and she was the one who'd set it up for me. My brother Jonah wondered why I had a problem with her, case in point. She couldn't mind her own damn business. Sticking her nose in where it didn't belong, filching things she had no business touching. He smiled when he noted the recognition on my face. I could just imagine how disgusted I looked as I thought about her. I can see there's no love lost, he murmured. It's none of your business. My business is getting my dagger back. It's your business too, because you'll never see your precious Vance again if I don't. This is as close as you'll ever get. He spun slowly, smiling the whole time. Showing off. Enough, I snapped. How was I going to get through to Anissa? I wasn't even sure where she was. And Mom? What about her? Not to mention Valerius's body in the vault. I was in a web, much like the ones decorating the dungeon. The harder I struggled to get out of it, the tighter it held me. I left without another word, gesturing to the guards that I was finished. They could take him back to his cell, and leave him there to rot for all I cared at the moment. The snide evil monster. Taunting me like that. Using Vance against me. Philippa? Is that you out there? A female voice, almost shrieking, carried down the corridor. Please. Help me. You have to get me out of here. Genevieve. I almost wanted to double back and take a good long look at her for the sake of posterity. She had always been so poised, so untouchable. Perfect. She had fallen far. She'd be as dirty as Valerius. It must have been a special kind of torture for her. Please. Get me out of here. I had nothing to do with Lucian's murder. Please, please do something for me, she pleaded. Have a little dignity, I thought with a nasty smile. Genevieve may not have gotten Lucian killed, but she was hardly innocent. A nice long stay in a filthy dungeon was just what she deserved. There was no time to gloat over her misery. I needed to talk things out with someone. How was I supposed to manage everything that needed to be done to get Vance back? And even if I did, how would I get him out of prison? Gage. He would be the perfect sounding board. And it would have been nice if I'd known where he was too. But that was just as big a mystery as anything else. He was busy gallivanting around someplace.
Chapter 6. Carrie. The first thing I felt was burning. Like my body was on fire. All through me, invisible flames roared and burned, and I writhed in agony. My muscles cramped, and there was nothing I could do to make it stop. My heart raced out of control. I thought it would explode right out of my chest. My head was in a vice. I rolled it from side to side, grimacing, desperate for relief. What was happening to me? The last thing I remembered was blacking out. And then the burning agony of a million fiery swords stabbing me all over. I thought the pain was over when I blacked out. No. It was only beginning. Why wouldn't somebody just let me die already? Carrie. I looked to my right at the sound of my name. Gage. What was he doing there? And in a cage or something? When did you get here? Oh my God, what's happening to me? Am I dying? No, not anymore. Not anymore. What did that mean? I didn't get the chance to ask before I writhed as a fresh wave of fire washed over me and a tearing sound made me stare in surprise at my wrists. I'd broken the leather restraints. The same thing with my ankles. I was free. The first thing I did was pull what was left of my dress together in front. I faced him again. He didn't seem surprised. What's happening? I whispered before nausea attacked me and I bent over the table, spewing my guts up. It was red. Blood? I was throwing up blood. Tears rolled down my cheeks and I wiped them away with the backs of my hands, which came back bloody too. Oh my God! I shrieked as I jumped off the gurney with a shriek, backing away from the blood I had just hurled onto the floor. I stared at him, standing there in the cage. What am I supposed to do? I asked, shaking all over. The pain was still there, but the shock and confusion were worse. The first thing you have to do is free me, he said. How can I do that? You're in a cage. Where's the lock? Is there a key? My mind raced a million miles a minute, and I babbled on and on. Focus, he hissed. You can break me out. Here's the lock. You can break it. I can't do that. What, are you crazy? Carrie. Look at me. I did. He gripped the metal bars and stared into my eyes. Carrie, I didn't have a choice. You were dying. You were so close. I had to save you. I couldn't let you go. So I let you drink my blood. You let me what? No. It was unbelievable. I gave you my blood. And it turned you into what I am. Memories floated through my head. Vampires. Spying for vampires. No. It's not true, I said, shaking my head so hard it hurt. Yes. It's true. I'm so sorry I didn't tell you. I could have avoided all of this. But you're a vampire now. He didn't flinch. He didn't even look away. It seemed like he was telling me the truth. I don't understand, I whispered through more tears. Tears of blood. My God, I was crying blood. I know. I can tell you all about it, but you have to get me out of here. He peered up at the open skylight. I followed his gaze. It was open. I have to get out of the path of the sun, and so do you now. It'll kill us. We need to get out of here and back to someplace safe before the sun rises. I still don't know what you want me to do. I want you to break this lock, Carrie. You can do it. In these first minutes when you just changed, you have the strength. You can do this. Find something around here to hit it with. I promise it'll work if you try hard enough. It sounded so stupid. Me breaking a lock on a cage. That didn't stop me from searching for something to use. I picked up one of the poles used to hang bags of saline. What about this? It's worth a try. Come on. We have to hurry. He glanced up at the skylight. This is ridiculous. Still, I lifted the pole and realized it wasn't heavy. It hardly weighed a thing. I looked at him. He nodded. Hit it for all you're worth, he said, taking a step back to the opposite side of the cage. What did I have to lose? I swung the pole back, then brought it forward with all the strength I could call up. When the lock shattered into pieces and fell to the floor, I dropped the pole in surprise. He was right. He was right about everything. I had super strength. That had to mean he was right about me being a vampire, too.
Chapter 7. Gage. I did it. I turned her. There was no going back. The League might kill us both if they found out, but there was no choice. I could only hope she would forgive me one day for how I had just changed her life. I opened the door to the cage and pulled her into my arms. Her heart raced a mile a minute. She was so confused, terrified, unable to process what she had been through. I wished I could tell her it would all get easier right away, but that would be a lie. She had a lot to get through before life became anything near normal again. Even then, it would never resemble her past life. But that could wait until later. Like after we were out of here. What am I going to do? She wept against my shoulder. The first thing you're gonna do is get the hell out of here with me. I looked up at the open skylight again and judged the distance before tightening my grip around her slim body, crouching a little, and leaping from the floor straight up through the opening in the ceiling. She was still in my arms when we landed on the roof. How did you do that? She breathed, her eyes wide. I can tell you all about it when we're safe. I glanced around, trying to get a handle on where we were in relation to anything I was familiar with. I hadn't been paying much attention when I coursed after the car that took her to the warehouse. I only knew we were in an industrial area. I don't understand why this is happening. Why me? She was still in my arms. I was afraid to let go, afraid she might lose control and jump off the roof or worse. I couldn't afford to let her go off on her own. We'll talk about it later, I swear. I can't take the time right now, we're racing the sun here. We have to get inside before dawn. And those shifters will be coming for us any minute now. Shifters, she whispered. As though she almost didn't remember what happened before she died. It was hazy, a half-forgotten dream. That wouldn't be the case forever. I had to get her to a safe place before she remembered everything. I have a safe house not far from here. An apartment, actually. We need to hurry. Okay. She buried her face in my shirt, totally trusting me. I held her close for a minute, and couldn't escape the gratitude I felt that she was still alive. Hold on to me, I ordered. She nodded. I started to course, and noticed the horizon lightening as dawn approached. We had almost no time.
Chapter 8. Carrie. I told myself not to look. To keep my face pressed against him and not look around. I felt air rushing past me and knew we were moving fast. Very fast. Faster than people were supposed to be able to move on their own. Then again, hadn't I just broken a lock with a metal pole? And I didn't only break it. The damn thing had almost exploded. I couldn't help myself. I had to glance away from his shirt to see how fast we moved. Things melted past, buildings, cars, buses. A blur. Faster than anything I had ever known. Faster than the Harley I used to ride on the back of when I dated Derek, Mr. Motorcycle. And I had thought that was too fast back in the day. I trusted Gage, though I had no idea how we were doing what we were doing. Was it normal? Would I be able to do it? I leaned against his chest again. I still felt sick, and watching the world fly past wasn't helping. His heart raced against my ear. And I loved the sound more than I should have. It freaked me out, the way the rhythm called to me. It meant the blood was pounding in his veins. Rich hot blood. I peeked up at his neck. I could see his pulse racing against his skin in time with his heartbeat. There was blood in there, right there, so close. It hypnotized me. I couldn't take my eyes off it. All that blood. I reached up without thinking about it and traced that pulsing, throbbing vein with the tip of my finger. I didn't count on a sharp, dangerous claw forming at the end of my finger, longer and sharper than my nails had ever been. I bit back a gasp of surprise at the sight of the claw. It left a thin red line on his skin, and at the end of the line, a drop of blood formed. A single drop, but enough to catch my attention and make my own blood pound in my veins. I want it. I need it. I watched myself as though I was somewhere outside my body. Like I had no control over my finger as it caught the drop of blood on the tip. A single perfect, beautiful, rich drop of blood that set my nerves on fire and consumed my mind. My tongue yearned to taste it. I raised my finger to my lips and extended my tongue, ready to lick. I closed my eyes in anticipation. Gage grabbed my hand just before I could take what I needed.
Chapter 9. Gage. What are you doing? I held her wrist tight. It wasn't easy, keeping her from drinking my blood and coursing at the same time. Her eyes seemed to glow with lust. I only wanted to taste. She tried to yank her wrist free from my grip. I was barely able to hold on. She was so strong. You can't do that. Not yet. I rubbed her fingertip on my shirt and heard her disappointed whimper. Why not? She sounded like a little girl who'd been denied a toy. I was surprised she didn't pout. Just because. Because I said so for now. When we get someplace safe, we can talk about it. I turned my focus back to coursing without getting us killed. We had enough problems without running into the side of a building, because I wasn't watching where I was going. I don't understand. I know. You need to trust me. It's important you go through the entire change before you drink any blood. Just leave it at that. But why? She was driving me crazy. I forgot what it was like to deal with a brand new vampire. She looked like an adult, and in many ways was still the girl I first met on the street that night, in front of the club. But inside she wasn't much more than a child. A very strong, petulant child. And a child had a temper, and a child wanted what she wanted when she wanted it. And a child didn't understand why she had to wait and listen to somebody who knew better. And she didn't want to understand either. I only shook my head in answer to her question, and kept moving. There was no explaining to her how dangerous it would be if she drank before it was time. I kept an eye on the horizon, which grew lighter with every second, and put all my energy into getting us someplace safe, away from the sun, as fast as possible.
Chapter 10. Carry. I held the scraps of my dress together and watched as Gage put a code into a keypad next to a closed door. We were on the top floor of an apartment building. It was beautiful, all shiny wood and marble floors. This was where his safe house was. When I'd thought safe house, I thought some rundown abandoned place where people hid out. Not a ritzy apartment house, way nicer than the best I could have afforded. I wondered who lived there, and what I would find on the other side of the door. A shower, I hoped. And more blood. The urge made my stomach turn even as my mouth watered. Come on in. He opened the door and ushered me into a gorgeous place. I could almost forget my bloodlust when I looked around. The main room was wide open, with high ceilings and hardwood floors that shone like glass. Kitchen, dining room, living room, all open and spacious and beautiful. My pulse slowed a little. I felt more comfortable. He took my arm and led me to a big, overstuffed couch. Sit down. He sounded like a parent talking to a little kid. That was who I was to him. Not that it bothered me, I needed someone to take charge, to tell me what to do. It was comforting when I didn't know which end was up, and the need for blood overwhelmed me. It was just slightly stronger than the hatred and disgust I felt for myself. Who did he turn me into? I rested against the couch cushions and watched as Gage went to the kitchen and opened the tall, stainless steel refrigerator. Out came a clear plastic bag filled with a deep red liquid. I gasped as my mouth filled with saliva. It was blood. I leapt to my feet, reaching for it before I could stop myself. I'm so hungry, I whispered. He shook his head. You need to wait until your change is complete, like I said on the way here. It's not time yet. When will it be time? I'm not sure. It's different for everybody. You'll know when it's complete. But what am I changing into? I wailed. I wanted to tear the beautiful room apart, shred the cushions and gouge the wood, shatter the windows. I've seen so much tonight and I don't understand what's happening. I remember what happened before. I couldn't put it into words, but I was fairly sure I died. I thought I did. It felt like I did, but then I came back and there was the fire throughout my body, and I was alive again and wishing I wasn't, because the agony was unbearable. What do you remember? He asked. I saw men turning into animals. Oh my God. I forgot about holding my dress together and held my head in my hands. Nothing makes sense. It's impossible. This is all impossible, damn it. Moving as fast as we did and wanting to drink blood and all of it, nothing makes sense. And now I don't know what I am and it scares me so much. I drop my hands to my sides. You know who you are. I don't. You do. Stop lying to yourself. The longer you spend in denial, the worse it will be. He came to me taking slow measured steps. I shook my head. He nodded and kept walking, then past me. To the window. I could see him in the reflection as he stared out at the skyline. Then he changed. He opened his mouth and his canines elongated. His irises darkened pure black. His fingers became claws. I took a step back, shaking my head. No. No. I'm not that. I'm not like you. When he turned, he was normal again. The Gage I thought I knew. He nodded, then came to me with his arms out. I was too afraid to move away from him. I let him hold me, it felt good. You have to accept it. This is who you are now. No. I shook my head. Yes. This is really happening. Everything that happened to you before you turned really happened. It's all real. I shook my head again, closing my eyes. No. I wasn't raped. I didn't see men turn into animals. And I'm not a vampire. I sure as hell wasn't that. These things didn't happen in real life. It was all a dream or a hallucination. It wasn't real. How else could we have traveled the way we did? He asked in a soft whisper. How else can you explain the way you want blood? And I know you want it. You reached for it when I pulled it out. You tried to drink mine on the way here. It's all right. You can accept it. Once you do, it'll be easier to move on. I shook my head, but weaker than I did before, and I was just about to tell him how hard it all was to understand, when my entire body went stiff. My head rocked back on my shoulders and I started shaking uncontrollably. What's happening? I choked out before I started gagging. Oh no. Not again. I tried to hold it back while Gage picked me up and carried me to the bathroom. When I was there, positioned over the toilet, I opened my mouth and unleashed the contents of my stomach. Blood, Billa, and who knew what else.
Chapter 11. Anissa. Nothing like cooling my heels at the penthouse. Alone. There's been a security breach at one of our properties, Jonah explained when the message came through on his phone. I need to go over and see what's happening. Do you really? I'd asked. When he'd raised an eyebrow, I'd scrambled to explain myself. No, it's not that I don't care about what happens, but you already have so much on your plate. Isn't there anybody else who can look into this for you? You're telling me I need to learn to delegate, in other words. He'd grinned as he put his shoes on. He had just asked me to marry him. We had talked about spending a future together. And then, something got in the way. What a surprise. Yes. I am. Listen, if we're ever going to be happy long term. He'd held up a hand to stop me. I understand. I hear you. And when things calm down a little, and I have a minute to think, I'll put together a plan for delegating. All right? When things calm down, I'd repeated, rolling my eyes. Because we have such a strong history of calm, easy, peaceful lives. Point taken. He chuckled good-naturedly, before planting a sweet, lingering kiss on my forehead and hurrying out. I wasn't allowed to go with him, which only irked me. That and the way he kissed me on the forehead, as if I was a child. You're overreacting. Looking for a reason to be annoyed. Maybe, but who would have blamed me? Whenever we managed to get a minute to ourselves, something more pressing managed to come up. And I always faded into the background. He said he wanted to marry me, but he didn't understand how that made me feel. I couldn't hang around here anymore, especially since there was someone hanging around the background of my mind. I zipped up a sweatshirt and pulled the hood over my telltale hair before sneaking out of the penthouse. I hated feeling as though I had to sneak around. I coursed. The route to headquarters was almost as familiar to me as the back of my hand by now, only I wasn't going there to pay a visit to Lucien's remains. Instead, once I reached the wide, open clearing which surrounded the old cathedral, I veered off to the right, in the direction of the entrance to Avalane. I had to check on my brother, Alonic. The old, gnarled tree was my landmark, and I touched its weathered bark before taking a few cautious steps closer to what I knew was the portal. It almost shimmered, and I wondered if human eyes could see it as clearly as I could. Or even vampire eyes. Probably not, since if Lucian had ever noticed an entrance to the land my father ruled, there was no telling what he would have done. Good riddance. Stepping through was similar to walking from black and white into color, when the human world was already in full color. The trees were greener, and the air was fresher and seemed to sparkle like the portal did. I took a deep breath, as deep as my lungs would allow, filling myself up with the sweetness surrounding me. My phi half responded strongly to being there, where it belonged. Anissa. A semi-familiar voice, female, high-pitched. I tensed at the sound anyway, purely out of instinct, before turning in its direction. When I saw Marigold approaching from between two tall, thick trees, I relaxed and smiled. "What are you doing here?" she asked with a smile matching mine. She was so free and natural-looking in her long, flowing dress. The pale yellow color matched the flowers woven through her hair. "Your father will be so happy to see you." I held a finger to my lips. "Not yet. I want to see Felicity first. Can you tell me where she is?" Her smile faltered. Why would I want to visit Gregor's advisor? If that's who Felicity was, I wasn't quite clear on how deep their relationship ran before I visited him. I mentally crossed my fingers and hoped Marigold didn't ask questions. She didn't. Felicity is in Reflections. Oh. Okay. Like I knew what that was. Where's Reflections? Her giggle was almost musical. Reflections isn't a where. It's a what? Sure. I let out a half-hearted chuckle, like I was in on the joke. Okay. So what is Reflections? It's when one of us goes off to be alone, so we can reflect and meditate. We replenish our health and strength this way. Ah, I see. And are you completely alone when you do this? I was already on to Felicity's game, and I had to give her credit. Marigold nodded, and a few of the petals in her crown of flowers floated around her face. There is a place designated for this, separated into rooms where we can be alone as long as we need. Can you show me where it is? She hesitated for a split second before replying, I can show you, but we're not to disturb those in Reflections. I understand, I assured her, though I had every intention of doing just that. Not that I believed Felicity was actually meditating or whatever. She had Alonic and used this special, sacred tradition as an excuse to watch over him without being noticed. I followed Marigold through the trees, watching my step all the way. She walked without looking down, having traveled this way many times. On the other hand, I had to be careful of thick, snake-like roots sticking up from the ground and the moss-covered rocks which blended in with the thick carpet of emerald grass. I glanced up from time to time and saw the crisscrossing bridges spanning the spaces between the trees, heard the laughing voices of the Phi as they traveled them. Where was my father? I only hoped he didn't see me, that none of them saw me. I couldn't risk him finding out about my brother. Assuming he didn't already know. Did he? Would Felicity tell him? I doubted it, besides I'd know if he found out. He'd tell me so. In no uncertain terms. The trees thinned, and I realized we were leaving the heart of Abilene. How far is this place? I asked right before tripping over a concealed route and almost sprawling. There was a reason bridge travel was preferred, I guessed. At least a person could see what they were about to step on, even if it meant walking over a rope bridge hundreds of feet in the air. The Hermitage isn't much farther, she promised. The Hermitage. I had assumed she'd take me to a special tree or something. Nothing could have been further from the truth. I gasped when I first saw the way the warm amber light of sunset hit the marble walls of the Hermitage. In broad daylight they would have shone bright, brilliant white. Late in the day, however, the walls seemed to burn orange and gold and red. Pretty, isn't it? She asked, taking my hand when I stopped walking. I couldn't help it. Some things required a person to stop and stare. It was a huge temple, or what looked like one, set on a gently rolling hill. How had I never seen it before? Because it was too far outside the city of trees, where the Fae made their homes. I had never ventured outside here. The marble walls stretched hundreds of feet into the air. Almost miles it seemed, and they were just as wide as they were tall and dotted with small windows which I guessed were larger on closer inspection. At the top of each of the four corners was a half-dome covered in what appeared to be gold, and in the center was a giant dome spanning the roof, only this one was set with jewels in every color imaginable. I realized the design of the dome was meant to reflect the trees and flowers of Abilene. The leaves and grass truly were emeralds instead of just looking like them, and the flowers were ruby, diamond, and citrine, plus a half-dozen stones I had no name for. Sapphire sky, pearl clouds. I stared, unmoving. Yes. It is striking. Sometimes I sit by the hour watching the sun play off the marble and jewels, Marigold murmured. I wondered how she ever managed to get anything done. I would gladly spend the rest of my life sitting and watching, never taking my eyes from it. Where did all the jewels come from? I asked, awestruck. No one knows. There are legends, of course. A band of dishonest Fae stole them from pirates many thousands of years ago. They were mined from somewhere deep below the ground by trolls. Who knows? It's enough that we have the privilege of enjoying them. I wished I could adopt her carefree attitude. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, I whispered, wiping my eyes with my sleeves. I would love to show it to Jonah. You should see it at sunrise. It's indescribable. She let out a happy little sigh, and I made a mental note to do just that one day. When we grew closer, I noted a gently flowing river which ringed the Hermitage. Charming little footbridges crossed the water. We walked over one of them. I noted the fish swimming happily around, scales sparkling red and gold, and stopped at a gazebo hung thick with flowering vines. I guess this was another place designated for quiet reflection. And with the sound of the water behind and the sight of the magnificence in front of it, I could see why. We're not allowed to go in, right? I asked, eyeing up the pair of golden doors inlaid with pearls, flanked by towering marble columns. One of them was slightly ajar, which was a good thing. I couldn't imagine having to open them. They were 10 times my height. Right? Marigold shrugged. I'm sorry. No, that's all right. I'll wait here until Felicity comes out. She frowned. It could be a very long time. I can be patient when I have to. I grinned. And I could use the time to rest and relax a little. This is the first really peaceful place I've been to in, well, it feels like forever. She patted my arm. I understand. I'll leave you alone then. I was counting on it. She moved quickly, gracefully, crossing over the footbridge and walking down the grassy hill. I waited until she was nothing more than a dot against the mossy tree trunks, before turning my attention back to the Hermitage. My heart skipped a beat as I approached. The sheer gloriousness of the building inspired a feeling of reverence I wasn't used to. What would happen if somebody spotted me and knew I didn't belong here? No, I couldn't think about that. And I did belong here. I was part Phi, and my father was the ruler. If anybody belonged here, it was me. I stepped inside and instantly plunged into near darkness. The high-set windows only allowed but so much light, and beams of it streamed down until they met up in the center and illuminated a pair of tightly spiraled staircases which ran up from the marble floor to the ceiling, so high up I had to crane my neck and still couldn't make out the top. They reminded me of a double helix. The staircases led to many floors, stacked on top of each other, and on them walked a handful of white-haired Phi who traveled silently, hands either folded in front of them or behind them, none of them acknowledging each other. They were in their own worlds, I realized, deep in contemplation. That worked in my favor. I wouldn't stand out if nobody noticed me. The problem would be finding Felicity in all of this. Sure, she had made a good move by bringing Alonic to a place where nobody paid attention to anything past the tip of their nose, but I couldn't exactly stand in the center of one of the staircases and call her name. I jogged up to the first floor to start my search. A person could get lost in here, I quickly realized with dismay. The rooms were small, clustered together. I peered into one through a door, which someone had left open, to find piles of cushions and a single thick candle burning on a pillar. An elderly woman with a long white braid sat on a cushion, staring up at the flame. That room led straight back to another empty room, and then another beyond it. There were rooms on either side too, all connected. On and on. How many were there? I stepped aside to allow a pair of quiet young men pass, their eyes downcast. They turned a corner and disappeared into an alcove which, when I followed, I saw led to another, larger room with a trickling fountain in the center. I turned and looked toward the open center of the building, where the staircases twisted together, then up to the floors above me, and was struck by the sensation of standing in the center of a beehive. The bees went about their business, moving through the interconnected rooms, single-minded in their purpose. A shiver ran down my spine. I didn't know if I was inspired by what I saw, or a little unnerved. Felicity and Alonic. Find them. Right, this wasn't the time for introspection. I picked up the pace as I traveled the walkway, which ran in a square around the center of the first floor, then dashed up to the next floor to repeat my search. Some of the doors were closed, which only irritated me. Felicity would close the door, wouldn't she? How was I supposed to find her? As it turned out, she found me. "What are you doing here?" She met me on the stairs, surprise and concern and panic flashing across her normally serene face. I had to check on him, of course. I wouldn't leave him here and forget about him, I hissed. She glanced around, clutching my arm. "All right. Come with me. 3 floors up." We didn't run, instead taking on the slow, thoughtful pace of others going up and down the stairs. I sensed the tension in her, the way she wanted to run flat out, the strain of holding back. I knew the feeling. I wanted to run to him, too. She led me to a small room, walking through 4 unused rooms along the way. I saw more cushions, candles, a fountain in the corner of one of them. One room was full of flowers which looked suspiciously fresh, like they were growing there instead of merely decorating the place. When we came to the last room, I saw Alonic lying on a bier, and everything else fell away. Felicity closed the door behind us as I went to him, and dropped to my knees at his side. We were along one of the hermitage's outer walls, judging by the window which allowed in the sun's last waning rays. They fell across Alonic's immobile face. My heart sank. He was still unconscious.
Chapter 12. Gage. I held her hair and stroked her back as she threw up, trying to comfort her in any way I could. I remembered what it was like when Philippa turned. How miserable and terrified and sick we were. So sick. The seizures that ripped through us, the throwing up. The pain as every muscle in my body contracted at once. Wondering if I was dying, if it would ever end. Wishing I would die, if that was what was going to happen anyway. The gagging slowed, then stopped. Carrie sat back on her calves and took a deep, shuddery breath, before another seizure tore through her. Her eyes rolled back as she convulsed, and I tried to hold her as still as I could. I was afraid she would hit her head on the toilet or the floor if I let her go. "It'll be over soon," I promised, and wished I could go through it for her. But I couldn't protect her from everything. Her head lolled forward. She was unconscious. Probably better for her. I waited until it seemed like her body was through with the shaking and convulsing, then carried her back to the living room, placing her on the couch as gently as I could. She was a mess. I went back to the bathroom for washcloths and towels and did what I could to clean her up. The blood had dried on her skin, but a little persistence took care of it. Once she was clean, I raided the closets for a robe. She couldn't stay in that ruined dress. I was careful to lift her without waking her up, and tried to give her as much dignity as I could. It wasn't easy. They had left her in terrible shape. At least her wounds had healed. One of the perks of being a vampire. She was so beautiful. How could anybody hurt something so beautiful? So special. She might not have been pure in the traditional, old-fashioned sense, but there had been a purity about her just the same. No pretense, no affectations. She had been herself and nobody else, and she never would have changed for anyone. There was purity in that. And she had been good and honest and sweet, and that was all over too. I touched her face and remembered what it had been like to watch her die. I would have done anything for her. Anything to keep her from dying. I would have even turned her into something like me. I wrapped her up and left her on the couch. Then I picked up her dress and held it in my hands. The scents coming from it filled my nose. The blood. Sweat, not hers either. His. When he raped her. I smelled him all over the torn, ruined fabric. He did it because of me. They all did what they did because she knew me, and they assumed she knew me better than she did. It was all my fault, from beginning to end. And she would always be cursed because of me. The League would never accept her. They had to sanction the turning of humans in advance, which of course they hadn't. They wouldn't allow her to live. And I wouldn't want to live without her. I slid my arms under her sleep-heavy body, and lifted her, then sat with her on my lap, as the sun rose over the tops of the buildings and shone through the custom-treated windows. What was I going to do?
Chapter 13. Carrie. A beating sound woke me. Thump thump. Thump thump. Even like a drum. Steady. It reverberated under my ear. A heartbeat. My eyes fluttered open. Where was I? I froze. It seemed the best thing to do. My eyes darted back and forth. A living room. I felt as though I should recognize it. Faint memories pulled at the corner of my mind. "You're awake." I flinched and looked up. It was Gage. He was holding me. I had been asleep in his arms. That would explain all the weird images racing through my head. Oh geez. I laughed softly, shaking my head. It was all a dream. Okay. I'm sorry, but it wasn't. I was with you the whole time. It was all real. My heart sank. Oh. So, I guess I really am starving for blood. That's not just my imagination. I'll help you with that. He nudged me off his lap and went to the kitchen. I watched as he poured a goblet of blood. What? I was just kidding. No. You weren't. He was smiling as he returned to the couch. Why would I want blood? I gagged a little at the thought. Until he held the goblet up to my nose and I wanted it. I wanted it more than anything. My mouth watered until I practically drooled. Here. Drink it. You need it. I took the goblet from him and looked down into the deep red liquid. I shouldn't want it. Nothing about wanting it made sense. I hated myself for wanting it the way I did. Even so, I lifted it to my lips and took a tentative sip. Then another. And another. Until I was gulping it down. It was so good. It was sweeter than I'd expected, and I only wanted more with every swallow. I hated myself. I shouldn't want to drink it, but I did. I needed it. I would die without it. Tears streamed down my face as I drank. I stopped myself short of licking the inside of the goblet before handing it back. Gage watched me with a strange, knowing smile. I remember that feeling, he said with a nod. Like you'll die if you don't get more, but you can't believe you're doing it. Yes. I don't understand it. I hate myself for this, but I still want more. You know. Of course. It's okay. Don't blame yourself. I sighed. So everything was real then? I mean, I just drank blood. That actually happened. Everything else must have too. Yes. It happened. I know it's hard to believe. I flinched when the image of Dietrich flashed across my mind. He was on top of me, looking down. Snarling. Sweating and grunting. I want to kill him, I whispered. I know. Me too. I need to find him. No, you don't. What? You just said you wanted him dead. I do. But you can't go into the city anymore. Not what I expected. I waited to hear more, but he left it there like I was supposed to understand. Why not? It's not a simple explanation. And it'll sound outrageous. More outrageous than the fact I just drank blood? He paused for a second, then nodded. Yeah. Worse than that. Just tell me, please. He took a deep breath. We have a league. Our ruling body. And they have rules based on a treaty that was signed a long time ago. One of those rules was we can't change humans into vampires, and I didn't mean to, he added. I knew it might happen, but I was trying to heal you, not turn you into one of us. So I'm not allowed. By law. Right. So you know they will kill you. Kill me. I squeaked. Yes? He wasn't kidding. I jumped up. How would they know who I am? This is ridiculous. Relax. How can you tell me to relax? You just told me I'll be killed for stepping foot out the door, for Christ's sake. I'm sorry, but yes. You're a fledgling vampire and you have an aura around you. He rose and reached for me. I moved out of arm's length. He wasn't going to hug it out with me. Not at that moment, anyway. Let me get this straight. I can't leave this apartment. Right? Not ever. Right. That's ridiculous. I shrieked. I have a life. I have a job and a family and friends and a cat. My cat needs me. I wrapped my arms around myself when I couldn't stop shaking. I'm so sorry, he said with a frown. You're not the person you used to be. Your old life is gone now. No. No, I refuse to believe this. I couldn't even see straight. Blood rushed in my ears. My heart pounded. I raised my hands and saw that they had turned to claws. You did this to me. I lunged at him with those claws. I wanted him to feel as bad as I felt. His hands closed over my wrists and he held me off as I struggled to hurt him. I should have been able to do it easily. I had broken that lock, hadn't I? I should have been able to tear him apart. My strength must have worn off. Was that what he'd meant by finishing my change? I threw myself against him anyway, struggling to pull my wrists free, and thrashed back and forth. Stop. This is pointless. I don't want to hurt you. He pushed me in into the wall hard enough to make the plaster crumble around me. The shock of it took the fight out of me. I tried to catch my breath. His eyes flew open wide. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. He reached for me. I snarled and swiped at him with my claws out. He jumped back with a hiss, his teeth elongating. The door opened. We both turned to see who came in. I couldn't believe my eyes. He looked just like Gage. Tall, red-haired, handsome. I stared at him and wondered if seeing double was another side effect of the whole vampire thing. Gage froze. Jonah. The newcomer's jaw dropped. What the hell is going on here? He was staring at me, just like I was staring at him. Gage sputtered. The guy in the doorway pried his eyes away from me and stared at Gage. What have you done?
Chapter 14. Anissa. I turned to Felicity, and my face must have held all the questions in my head because she nodded slowly. I know. I had hoped he'd be awake by now, too. He's been out this entire time? I whispered, but I didn't need an answer. It was obvious. I was starting to wonder if he would ever wake up. Did he harm himself permanently? If he had, it would be all my fault. I had practically pushed him into trying to control 2 spirit walkers at once. I'd never forgive myself, and I'd never ever be able to face my mother again. You're still the only one who knows he's here? I asked. Just me and the ones who helped me bring him here. They'll stay quiet as a favor to me, she murmured. I noticed how she hung around by the door, like she wanted to give me space as I stroked the back of Alanik's hand. It would be too cruel if I lost him forever. We might not have had a typical brother-sister relationship, but it was the only one I had. Thank you for making this sacrifice, I whispered, glancing over my shoulder. I know it isn't easy for you. I haven't had to do much, she replied. I've tried to treat him as best I can. I don't mean that, though that matters very much too, I added hastily. I mean keeping him here, keeping him secret. I'm sure it's not easy for you, with my father and all. Oh, him. Well, I know how to handle him. She smiled softly. His bark is worse than his bite. Isn't that the human saying? It is. I nodded, and she was right. Though his bark was bad enough. I stood, brushed off the knees of my jeans. This place needed a good sweeping, but the fact it looked untidy only made me feel more confident about Alanik not being discovered. I should get going now, before I'm missed. I couldn't leave him here without at least letting you know I was thinking about him. And you. Thank you. She took my hands and squeezed. I'm the one who should be thanking you. I wanted to hug her, really, but didn't think the gesture would be appreciated. Instead, I slipped out with the intention of sneaking back to the penthouse. But I would be back, if only to feast my eyes again. The moon was high in the sky, and the walls of the hermitage gleamed like they were part of the moon too. My heart ached with the beauty of it. I wished I had more time to enjoy everything as I hurried across the footbridge, glancing down at the fish whose scales had taken on a silvery sheen in the moonlight. I was too busy admiring them to notice the body I slammed straight into. I rebounded off the man's chest and almost hit the ground. He caught me just before I did, and I stared into his eyes. His hard, angry eyes. Father, I gasped. Of all the people to run into. Literally. Daughter, he growled in reply, straightening me. I gulped. How are you? How am I? He asked, dumbfounded. If you cared how I am, you would have come to see me on your own. I wouldn't have needed to go looking for you, when I have so many other concerns to fix my attention on. I'm sorry. I smiled sheepishly. I was going to pay you a visit, really I was. But like you just said, you're so busy. What a pathetic excuse. I groaned inside. He flashed a disapproving frown. Right. What business do you have here? I wanted to visit Felicity. Marigold told me she was here. I thought I could wait her out, but I guess it'll make more sense for me to come back another time when she's not in Reflections. He pursed his lips, as though deciding whether I was telling the truth. I willed myself not to give myself away. How was it lying was so easy with anybody but him? I had relied on my poker face for so long, too. Something to do with him being my father, even if he hadn't raised me. Are you sure you didn't come to visit with the shade? He asked, raising an eyebrow. I just about died. What? You heard me, Anissa. You came to visit with the shade Felicity is hiding. His eyes probed. Tell me I'm wrong. I couldn't say a word. He left me speechless. Come with me, he said, sounding resigned. Let's take a walk. I hoped against hope he wanted to take me to the city of trees, but no such luck. We walked back across the footbridge, past the gazebo, through the pearl-inlaid doors. My mind spun out of control the entire way. What was he going to do? Who told him? One of the guys Felicity swore was trustworthy? What would he do to her? Or to Alanik? I hardly cared about myself. I was the one who'd gotten us all into this, and I deserved his wrath. But not them. What surprised me most wasn't that he knew Alanik was here, but that he knew exactly where to find him. He didn't even pause to take stock of where he was along the way, and it was all I could do to keep up with him. He didn't slow down to match the pace of the Phi who were there to meditate. He didn't have to. He was Gregor, my father and the leader of the Phi. Felicity sprang to her feet when we entered the room and stood in front of my brother. She had lit a few oil lamps since I left. They glowed around Alanik's makeshift bed and lit her fearful face. Gregor's face darkened with anger, but instead of raging as I expected, his shoulders fell. I'm disappointed in you, he murmured, turning to Felicity. It's not her fault, I started, but one cold glare from him shut me up. I'm disappointed in you too, he fired back. I don't want to hear your lies right now. You should have at least asked permission to do something like this, or ask my counsel. I might have come up with a better plan than this. How were you hoping to get him out of here once he wakes? I glanced at Felicity, who shrugged. I hadn't considered it yet. So far, he hasn't even fluttered his eyelids. Who told you? I cut in. I wanted to know who needed to die. Gregor sighed. As if I don't know everything that happens around here. No one needed to tell me. I sensed a change in the energy around the hermitage. I haven't felt shade energy in quite some time, but I remembered it clearly enough. And there was undoubtedly a shade in Avelaine. What I didn't know before running into you, daughter, was who sheltered the shade. When I saw you, and you said you were looking for Felicity. It hardly takes a genius. I winced. Of course. I gave it away. How was I supposed to know he was all-wise? Felicity hadn't moved from her spot in front of Alanik's body. Please step aside, Gregor commanded. She did as he'd asked without putting up a fight. She knew better. He moved closer, so did I, though I hung back a step or two. Something told me he wanted his space as he gazed over the length of my brother's sleeping form. Alanik's chest barely rose and fell. When was he going to wake up? What's wrong with him? Gregor asked. He was helping me with something, I said, giving a shrug to Felicity. Would he accept that? The knowing glance he threw over his shoulder told me he didn't. Helping you with what? It's a long story. I have no doubt, he grumbled. He faced Felicity next. Have you been treating him? She nodded eagerly. I've been reciting incantations in hopes of restoring his mana. I had no idea what that meant, and didn't think it was the right time to ask. In context, it probably had something to do with energy flow or that sort of thing. She continued, I've also been doing what I can to feed him milk, honey, and round cakes. He'll open his mouth a bit when I try to pour milk over his lips, but he seems to reject it out of hand. I'm sure it's only a reflex. I worry, though, how long he'll be able to live on no food or drink. I winced, rubbing my temples. What was I supposed to do next? How would she respond if she knew she was caring for a shade vampire hybrid? It was one thing for me to be half vampire. I was also half Phi, and Gregor's daughter on top of that, which sort of gave me a pass. Gregor leaned in, reaching for Alanik's still, smooth face. In the low light from the oil lamps, he seemed to glow a burnished bronze instead of the deep, rich color his skin normally was. Maybe that had something to do with his condition? I had no idea. There were too many questions. All of which were ripped from my mind when Gregor's fingertips grazed Alanik's temple. His eyes immediately flew open, glowing an angry amber, and his fangs descended as he hissed in surprise or pain or a combination of both. I had no idea. Gregor withdrew his hand and fell back a step, frowning. He turned to me, then to Alanik. Then back to me. We need to talk.
Chapter 15. Alanik. There was nothing in any world I'd ever visited that matched the disorientation of waking up in this room. For the briefest of moments, it brought back a memory from childhood. Being small and unwilling to go to bed when my mother told me to. What was it about children that they so often refused to go to sleep when told to? Were they afraid of missing out on what they perceived would be much more interesting, some secret thing adults did? At these times, when fatigue would settle over me, in spite of my most ardent attempts to keep it at bay, I would wake up to find myself in bed. It was a disconcerting experience, to be sure, the inability to recall how I'd come to be where I was. One moment I'd be awake playing, and the next I'd be under the blankets with my head on the pillow, fresh out of a dream. This was the same feeling when I awoke in the presence of the white-haired man who stood above me, with an expression of surprise on his weathered face. This was not the face of my mother, not the loving countenance of one who sometimes happened to be there when I opened my eyes as a child. And this was not my room. I bared my fangs before I knew what was happening, frightened and confused and still slightly foggy. Where was I? What happened? We need to talk. The white-haired man had a deep booming voice. A voice which commanded respect, or at least the ears of anyone nearby. I knew he couldn't be talking to me, mostly because his face was turned away. Toward Anissa. She was here. I could breathe more easily. My fangs retracted, I had no use for them here. If she was with me, and she didn't appear as though she felt threatened, there was no one for me to attack. I wasn't sure I'd know how to use my natural weapons in an attack, at any rate. I'd never done it before. I used shade skills. And the man was Phi. How would my skills fare in battle against a Phi? The man with the white hair and commanding voice led Anissa from the room. She glanced back at me just once, a sort of wide-eyed expression which told me she wasn't sure what was about to happen. That made two of us. This left me alone. No, not alone. There was one more person in this small, cramped little space. I looked at the oil lamps burning around me and wondered who'd lit them. Her. Once my eyes adjusted, what they registered across the room was enough to take my breath away. Had I been confused before about how I'd wound up on this little makeshift bed with its thick, soft blankets and deep cushions? Had I been concerned with anything other than the vision of pure loveliness staring at me with large, clear, caring eyes? She, like the man who'd led my sister away, had white hair. Like Anissa's too. Except her hair flowed to her waist, woven into an intricate braid which glowed even in the near darkness. Her skin reminded me of cream, and was so pure and perfect I was certain, for a moment, I was imagining things. Or dreaming. Perhaps I had a fever, and she was nothing more than a hallucination. What? I cleared my throat, my voice raspy and weak. What happened to me? She frowned, an expression which did nothing to lessen her beauty. You don't remember. I thought back, but thinking made my head throb. There was no specific location to the pain, nothing to give the impression I'd suffered a head injury, but the pain was there nonetheless. Even so, I tried. I was in a meeting. I asked, glancing at her. You were at a meeting of the League of Vampires, she confirmed. And with that, it all came back in a rush. Yes. The meeting, the Spirit Walkers. I'd felt my strength, my very consciousness draining away as I controlled two of them at once. I'd never attempted anything of the sort before, and for good reason. What happened to me was hardly a surprise. Nonetheless, I'd done everything within my power to help my sister. My tongue darted over my parched lips. And who are you? I had to know. There were so many other questions, many other concerns. How would I get home? Was I strong enough to get there? I didn't know if opening a portal to Shade's realm was possible from Avalain, which was where I assumed we were at the moment. With my consciousness somewhat more intact, I pieced together that the white-haired man was Anissa's father, and we really were in the Phi Kingdom. When would I get the chance to feed again? Her smile was radiant. It nearly lit up the room. My name is Felicity. Naturally. A name befitting someone as lovely as she. This was entirely new to me, feeling so taken in by a woman so immediately on meeting her. Feeling taken in at all. Romance had never been something to cross my mind, or even baser notions such as lust. My life had been one of near solitude, almost monastic in its stringency. I'd never so much as entertained the idea of being with a woman. What woman would want me? A hybrid, a nobody. Always on the outside. Felicity, I repeated. Funny how she lit up parts of my brain which hadn't been used for as long as I could recall. The weight of her gaze on me, with its care and its warmth, caused me to question everything I'd ever assumed about myself and my relationship with the rest of the world, or worlds as it were. And I'm in Avalane, correct? Her eyes flew open wide. How did you know? I deduced it. What stuns me is the fact I was permitted to breach the barrier. I thought only the Phi were permitted through the entrance. Anissa has her ways, as do I, she added with a slight self-deprecating shrug. I glanced around again. The room was plainly decorated, in spite of the comfort in which I rested, and the window cut into what appeared to be marble, which composed the outer wall, and allowed me to see out over green, lush fields and a veritable forest of tall, thick trees in the distance. Where are we exactly? What is this building called? The Hermitage, she replied. It's the most private place I could think of. You thought well, I offered. I would say anything if it meant seeing the look of pleasure settle over her face at the assurance she'd done a good job. And your name? She asked, seemingly out of nowhere. It seemed strange my sister hadn't shared my name when she arranged for my care, but it could have been a conscious choice. Something intended to keep my presence a secret. Alonic. Alonic, she repeated, and she made it sound like music. Almost an enchantment. I felt myself sinking into her, deeper and deeper. What was she doing to me? Was this a result of what had happened back at League headquarters? Or perhaps the after-effects of whatever treatment Felicity had used to treat me? I would have sworn I was under the influence of something. You're a shade, she nearly whispered, like she was afraid to make such a bold statement though it was clearly true. Her cheeks colored slightly pink as though she were shy. It only made her all the more charming to me. I am, I confirmed with a slow smile. You're the first shade I've ever seen. And she was the first woman I'd ever seen and experienced such deep stirrings toward, so I assumed we were even on some level. I resisted the impulse to ask her what she thought of me. Since when did impulses ever surface in me? Is there anything I can get for you? She asked, and I noticed the way she clasped her hands. Tight, almost urgent. She wanted to be a help, was anxious to be one. That touched me too. Deeply. I was thirsty, and could have used a little assistance in strengthening myself. No, thank you. It wasn't as though I could stay for very long, no matter how much I wanted to. And I did. Very much. I sat up, taking my time, gauging my abilities. I felt worn out, like a rag which had been wrung dry, but I could sit up without my head spinning. That was a step. I watched with deep curiosity as Felicity moved about the room, stacking small bowls and pitchers. She needed something to do, and I needed an excuse to observe her. She moved with grace I would have sworn was practiced if she'd possessed so much as a scrap of affectation. Everything about her was natural, as graceful as a swan taking flight or a babbling brook flowing over stones the water had worn smooth over time. I imagined her on my arm. On the one hand, the vision was a beautiful one which I wouldn't want to leave unless I had to, and would revisit repeatedly, due to the warmth it spread through my body. Even the tips of my toes tingled. Felicity with me. On the other hand, I was well aware of there being no chance of such a dream coming true. Not if I intended to rule Shade's realm, as was my denied birthright. The only goal I had ever nursed, one which I'd held close to my heart throughout my years of living just at the edges of the rest of my kind. I would never be permitted to bring her to Shade's realm with me. It was one thing for my mother to be there, My father had hidden her well in a tower that stretched high into the clouds, and be that as it may, it had been a matter of life or death for her. Who with a shred of decency would have turned her away? And he was respected, which I was not. Felicity passed in front of the window, and a beam of moonlight seemed to shine directly on her hair, or her hair had generated the beam and shot it out the window. I wasn't sure which. Her braid went silvery white, and I was nearly consumed by the impulse to reach out and touch it, as though I wanted to be sure it was real. A cool breeze blew in and stirred the fine, loose hairs around her temples, and I caught a passing whiff of some scent that was uniquely her. I could easily lose myself in her. I could find another dream to live for if it meant living with her. No, I couldn't let my thoughts stray in that direction. I turned my face away from her. I couldn't think straight when she fell under my gaze. If I wasn't careful, she'd make me give up everything I'd ever held dear. Nonetheless, I knew the memory of her hair and those wide, frank, warm silver eyes would haunt me for the rest of my days. "I'm glad you're feeling better," she murmured. "I was worried about you being unconscious as long as you were." How long was I out? More than a day. I had missed an entire day, even more. What a disconcerting notion. Life had gone on without me. "Can I ask you something?" I took a chance and turned toward her. I was risking quite a lot by doing it, since there was no thinking clearly when the sight of her intoxicated me the way it did. Her cheeks were pink again, signaling she was about to ask something she felt shy for voicing. I wanted to make it easier on her. "Of course. Anything you want." "Are you really part vampire?" I almost asked what gave her that idea, then remembered the embarrassing slip I'd made on waking. My fangs. Had they frightened her? She didn't look frightened of me. "I am." I hoped it made little difference, then wondered why I cared so much whether or not it did. She was no good for me. There could never be a future between us. Yet I couldn't help but wonder. If the truth of my lineage disturbed her, she gave no indication. "And what happened to make you lose consciousness?" "I examined you as much as I dared," she breathed, looking away as the color in her cheeks deepened, "but I found no wound. Nothing to indicate what had happened to bring you to that state." I couldn't tell her that. There was no way to explain it that wouldn't implicate all of us and reveal much more than I could comfortably share. On top of that was the way her question brought back the circumstances surrounding my incident and the fact I had no idea how things had turned out. Instead of being honest, which I wanted to share everything with her. I replied, "I should go. There's much unfinished business for me to take care of back in the human world."
Chapter 16. Felicity. I wished I knew what to make of him. I wished he didn't turn me into a flustered, clumsy fool. Clumsy in my actions, clumsy in my words. Asking clumsy questions. He was right not to answer when I asked how he'd come to fall unconscious. It was no business of mine. But ever since I had him alone, when they had delivered him to the little room and left me there to tend to him, he'd enraptured me. Even though he'd been unconscious, even though there was no chance of conversation or the slightest semblance of our getting to know each other, I'd felt a connection that was deep. Immediate. Unwavering. That was before he'd opened his remarkable eyes. I'd examined every inch of his face, tracing with gentle fingertips the curves and planes so different from those of my kind. I had never seen anyone like him, with his dark, soft skin, his strong features. The smooth-shaved head so perfect and unblemished. His deep voice, murmuring words I couldn't understand as he traveled through unconsciousness, words in a language foreign to my ears. I didn't need to understand. It was as though I'd been deaf my entire life and had suddenly heard my first sound. Everything opened up to me in those hours, an entire side of life which I'd been unaware I was even missing out on. A beauty I had never known existed until he appeared. A beauty which scared me, left me shaking and awed before it. I'd never felt this way before and wondered if others managed to survive it.
If so, I had no idea how they managed because I was sure he would crush me under the weight of his perfection. That was before I saw his eyes. Once they were open, golden and blazing and completely unlike mine or anybody else's, I was lost for good. Under his spell. And he was leaving. I must have pushed too hard. I wanted to grab him, hold him, cling to his dark cloak and beg him not to leave me. He couldn't show me everything I'd missed for so long and then leave me like it meant nothing. I had so many questions, so many unspoken thoughts and feelings I'd never shared with anyone but felt an all-consuming desire to share with him. "Are you sure you wouldn't rather wait for Anissa?" I asked when he stood, brushing his hands over his cloak as if to straighten himself out before going. "She'll be concerned if she comes back and finds you gone." His chuckle was deep, a rumble in his chest. "I think she'll be all right. We'll run into one another again. She has a tendency to come and go, seemingly with no game plan. Likely because she never has one." I couldn't help but notice the affection in his voice. Who were they to each other? She obviously cared for him, or else she wouldn't have begged me to take him under my protection. But why? What was their relationship? I wished I'd had the chance to ask, though it wasn't my normal style of interacting with others. I didn't ask questions about things that were none of my business. It seemed as though Alonic had changed me without so much as lifting a finger. "Besides," Alonic added, going to the door, "I'm in a bit of a hurry. I can't wait for Anissa to return." "I understand, but please, don't think you can merely walk out of here and find your way back so easily. I'll go with you. There's a route back to the entrance which takes you through a densely populated region, and one which skirts that area. You'll be safer if we take that route. Lead the way." He smiled. I wished I didn't have to. I was leading him away from me. But allowing him to be discovered would be far worse. When we were outside, he took several deep breaths. "The air is so much sweeter here than in the human world. Or the realm which I call home. It's all the plant life," I explained, gesturing around us. Every surface that could be covered in either moss, grass or vines was. Along with that were the flowers, the trees and shrubs. It was easy to overlook the beauty all around me, when I'd seen it every day for decades. Seeing it through Alanic's eyes was a gift. The scent of our night-blooming jasmine was stronger, sweeter. "This is magnificent," he marveled, glancing over his shoulder every now and then to take in the sight of the hermitage. I couldn't take that for granted. It was dazzling and would be for as long as it stood. "It is. We're fortunate to live in such a beautiful place," I agreed. "You've lived here all your life?" "All of my life," I repeated. And there was little chance of ever leaving. I'd never considered it before this very moment, and if I had before now, the thought surely wouldn't have filled me with disappointment, as it did when I led Alonic through the overgrown field with its tall wild shrubbery which sat far outside the thickest of the clusters of trees. I heard voices floating on the evening air, happy ones. The doors and windows carved into the far-off trunks gave off a glow, indicating cooking fires and lit torches. Lanterns hung here and there along the bridges to light the way for those who traveled over them. Looking at all of it through fresh eyes, the mystical beauty took my breath away. "It's a wonder any of you get anything done with all of this around you," Alonic murmured as he trailed behind me. His footfalls were heavy and uncertain through the knee-high grass. I had to remind myself to take my time for his sake. I would lose myself in it every day, no matter how I tried. It would grow commonplace before long, I reminded him. And some of us have quite a lot of work to do. "I didn't mean to imply you had nothing better to do than to admire the trees," he said, with what sounded like a chuckle. "I'm sure you didn't." I wondered if he would ask what I did with my time. I felt the question hanging between us, and asked myself what my response would be if he did. What would he think if he knew I was trained by a mage? It was only that concern which kept me from asking what he did in his world. Who was he? How did he spend his days? What did he think about and dream of? It all seemed so silly. He was obviously a serious man. I doubted he took much time to dream. You see, I've spent my life living in a cave for the most part. A series of caves and tunnels, he admitted. It's how all shades live. You never get to see the sun? I asked, peering over my shoulder in surprise. I couldn't imagine such a thing. We needed the sun like we needed water and air. Oh, certainly, that is, when I travel to the mouth of the cave and look out over the woods which surround the mountain. You know how dangerous the sun's rays can be for one with vampire blood, he explained. Our sun doesn't have that effect, I said, eager. It doesn't? No. It's unique to our land. Indeed. His voice went soft with wonder. How it must feel, the sun's rays hitting one's skin. Warming it. It must be wonderful. And I wanted him to feel that. I wanted to promise he'd experience it if he'd only come back. He had to come back. The entrance was drawing closer with every step. I could feel its energy, and the presence of it sunk my heart like a boulder was chained to it. He'd be gone soon, out of my life. How could someone whose existence had been unknown to me fewer than 2 days earlier matter so much? I suppose this is it, I said when we reached the entrance, smack dab in the middle of everything. The energy inside it swirled and shimmered, though I could make out the trees on the other side. Like looking through a smudged piece of glass. Otherwise, there was nothing special about it to denote its presence. Fascinating, he murmured as he examined the entrance to the human world. Everything was a learning experience for him. I told myself he thought of me the same way. Something new, something interesting. Something to be mildly curious about and file away with other dusty information. He'd lived in a cave after all. He was only taking in all the new things around him, including me. What he didn't do was step through. Is everything all right? I dared ask. It's very easy crossing over. There's nothing fearsome about leaving our land. Just in case you were wondering. He offered a faint smile, as though he didn't want to hurt my feelings. I wasn't concerned. I can throw portals of my own. Oh. I looked down at the ground, suddenly embarrassed. Would I ever learn when to stay silent? A question Gregor had asked me at least 3 times a day for as long as I'd acted as his mage fae. I was merely asking myself a question, Alonic continued as he stroked his chin, gazing into the swirling energy vortex which led to the human world. What is it? If you don't mind, I added hastily. I wondered if you would come through with me. For only a short while, he explained when my eyes went wide. I don't know. I glanced over my shoulder. Nothing had changed back there. Everyone enjoyed the lovely night they were having. A few of the lights had gone out over the course of our walk, the lanterns extinguished in favor of a good night's sleep. They wouldn't know I was missing. They didn't even know I was out of the hermitage yet. I promise you can come right back. What was he getting at? Did he have something to show me? Or was he that reluctant to end our time together? I hardly dared hope it was the latter. All right, I decided. It wasn't as though I'd never gone through, though I hadn't exactly made a habit of it in the past. The human world was so much less than ours. It was the only way I could describe it. But he wanted me to go, so I would go. I would have followed him anywhere at that moment. The air changed the moment I stepped through. That was the first thing I noticed. The next was the lack of vibrancy in the color around us. The distant trees were colorful, I supposed, as far as color could go in the human world. But it was nothing compared to what we'd just left. The sky was inky black, dotted with distant stars, and the air was cooler than it had been in Avalain. I rubbed my arms, looking around, wondering what he wanted to show me. The cathedral. I'd seen it. Have you ever coursed? He asked, sounding more like a shy schoolboy than anything else. It touched me deeply and I had to smile. I've heard of coursing. It's something vampires are able to do, right? He nodded. Anissa is the first vampire I've ever known. And you're the first shade. My real-life experience is pretty shabby, isn't it? He shook his head. I wouldn't say that. Limited perhaps, but that's not your fault or mine, he added with a rueful smile. At any rate, I wondered if I could course with you. Just back and forth, just for a minute. You've shown me so much that's new. I'll never forget it. I wanted to give you something in return. A warm, delighted tingle started in my toes and moved up through my legs and onward until it reached the top of my head. I couldn't tell him he'd already given me so much that I'd remember, even when I'd want to forget it for the sake of my wounded heart. There was no way he'd understand. It would only make the last of our time together uncomfortable. Didn't you have work to get to? Weren't you in a hurry? He'd certainly seemed like he was when he'd nearly ran from the hermitage. It can wait for a short while. As simple as that. All right, I breathed in one burst of air, taking the hand he offered me. It was warm, smooth, strong. The sort of hand that would protect, never hurt, no matter how much stronger it was than mine. Could he feel how nervous he made me? Are you ready? His eyes glowed a warm, brilliant amber as he smiled. I think so. This is entirely new. I'm not sure what to expect. I wouldn't do anything I felt would cause you harm. Just hold on. Don't let go. I only had time to nod before we were off. Suddenly the world was rushing past, though it felt as if we were standing still. Or at least I was. I didn't have to move my feet. It was almost as if they floated inches off the ground. We existed in a bubble, it seemed. Trees and fences and roads rushed past at breakneck speed. I looked around in awe of it all, my heart about ready to burst from sheer joy and exhilaration. It was like flying, or as close as I could imagine it. And all the while, Alonic clasped my hand as though his life depended on it. Not mine. I shuddered to think of what would happen to me if we broke that connection, imagining my body hurtling into a tree trunk or the side of a building far off in the distance. When we stopped, it was with disappointment on my part. I wanted to laugh at myself for feeling disappointed, but I was too busy feeling awed at how far we'd gone. When I looked behind us, I could barely see the cathedral which served as headquarters for the vampire clans. It was a pinpoint on the horizon. Shall we go back? He asked with a grin. I felt him taking me in, gauging how I felt. I offered a brilliant smile in response. Yes. I want to do that again. I squeezed his hand to show I meant it, and we were on our way in the blink of an eye, the world zipping by us again. I had never known such excitement, such a rush of pure energy. I wanted to hold on to the moment, live as deep in it as I could, and remember every last sensation. I wanted to take it with me when he was gone. He stopped at roughly the same place we'd started, and I realized I was laughing when he did. What's so funny? He asked. Nothing. Everything. I don't know. Haven't you ever felt something so strongly there was nothing to do but laugh just to let it out? He shook his head, a little confused. I can't say I felt many things that strongly until now. Until now. What did he mean? I didn't dare hope, no matter how much of me wanted to. I wanted to so very badly. I glanced down and noted how neither of us had let go of the other's hand. Our fingers were still clasped as tight as ever. He looked down too, but made no sign of letting go. Something was happening, something that had never happened to me before. My heart hammered wildly, and I had to remind myself to breathe. Thank you for that, I whispered. Thank you. I don't think I've ever enjoyed doing that more than I just did. I take it that's a compliment. I giggled softly. It was supposed to be. I'm extremely unpracticed at complimenting women. Or anyone. You're doing well enough. Am I? I haven't run screaming, have I? I could literally leave the world right now if wanted to. Fair enough. He gazed off into the distance, then back at me. Our hands parted. I couldn't explain the sense of loss. I'd never see him again. Can I see you again? My breath caught, and for one brief moment I was sure my heart stopped beating. I must have imagined it. There was no chance of him saying such a thing. Yet the hopeful expression on his face as he waited for a reply told me otherwise. There was only one answer. Yes. Of course. As soon as possible. I had to bite my tongue to keep from babbling on and making myself sound foolish. Though he didn't seem to mind. It was the most natural thing imaginable, the way he leaned down to brush his lips against mine in the sweetest kiss.
Chapter 17. Anissa. I never saw Gregor look the way he did as he led me out of the hermitage and through the cool night air. The moon had risen until it was almost directly overhead, and it bathed everything around us in a mystical, silvery light. Stars dotted the sky. I wondered vaguely if there were constellations in Avalain. Gregor's face was a mask of confusion, anger, and curiosity, and they fought against each other until his features twisted into something unrecognizable. What was he going through? Why did Alanik disturb him so deeply? I know. I should have warned you he was also a vampire, I said, hoping to get through to him. If he would just talk to me instead of walking in silence with his hands deep in his robes. I had no idea what was going through his head or what it meant for me, only that he was a mess inside. Yes. You should have, he replied, and I was relieved to hear his voice even if frustration made it deeper than ever. I'm sorry. Really, I am. I didn't know what else to do. He needed help, and we were near the portal. Enough. He stopped so abruptly, I almost crashed into him for the second time in less than an hour. I'm not concerned with any of that, well, I am, but not so concerned as I am with other things. I gulped. What other things? Other things such as the fact he reminds me strongly of someone I used to know. He whirled on me. How is that possible? I blinked, suddenly very cold inside. I had no idea, I managed to croak, though my mouth had gone bone dry. You're sure about that, daughter? You're positive? I had a choice to make. Should I even bother lying? He probably already knew what he needed to know. Alanik favored his father, who I had never met, but there were bits of mom in his face too. The shape of his eyes, the curve of his jaw. His fangs. Gregor went on. How could the shade vampire hybrid remind me so much of a vampire who couldn't possibly have given birth to him? One who is dead. There was a weight crushing my chest. He knew. I hadn't thought of this, any of it. Then again, I didn't know he would ever find out about Alanik's presence. Cold sweat dampened the back of my neck. His shoulders fell along with his face. He abruptly looked very tired, but there was a spark of hope in his eyes. Regret too over so much lost time. Where is Tabitha? And how long have you known she's alive? My knees were so weak all of a sudden. I sat on the trunk of a fallen tree. Its bark was damp and cold, and the moisture soaked through my jeans, but I barely felt it. I didn't know until I met Alanik. That's the truth. Did you know who his mother was the last time we saw each other? I tried to think back. It was all such a mixed-up mess in my head since so much had happened all at once. I did, I said slowly, piecing it together. I knew I had a half-brother. I believe I knew she was alive. But I hadn't seen her yet. That was a mistake, putting it like that. His eyes flew open the way Alanik's had when he'd first awakened. And now? He sputtered. You've seen her? I nodded. How was she? Was she well? He sat beside me, almost on top of me, breathless and eager. I couldn't help but pity him, especially since he wouldn't like what I had to say. How could I put it so it would be easier for him to take? She's well, I replied, slow and thoughtful. It was like trying to navigate a minefield. But different than she used to be. She lives in seclusion. His eyes darkened. Different? How? Seclusion? Why? Time to be extra careful. First, you have to know this. The story about her being burned in the Great Fire is true. She was burned horribly, but it wasn't the fire that nearly killed her. It was the sun. She was near death when she was found. Found by whom? I took a deep breath. By Ilanik's father. He nursed her back to health, gave her his blood in order to heal her. It took a long time, and a lot of feeding after being burned so severely. He took this in, and I held my breath as I watched. He had to imagine her growing close to somebody else, letting the shade heal her in such an intimate way. A shade who eventually became Ilanik's father. It couldn't have been easy. I resisted the urge to reach out and pat his hand. He pulled himself together and asked, "Why is she in seclusion then? I assume she's healed by now?" I guess it's the only place she felt she could stay, in Shade's realm where Ilanik lives with the rest of them. She's safest there in her mind, but she has to stay away from the Shades. They don't love vampires, as I guess you know. And yet they accept a hybrid, he murmured, cocking an eyebrow. There are ways of accepting someone, without really accepting them. I couldn't help but remember my history, and how I lived inside the Carver mansion, but never felt like I was one of them. He nodded, then stood. I want to see her. I wondered if I looked the way he did when I felt especially determined to do something. Shoulders back, head high, a defiant glint in my eye. I could only sigh. Yeah, that makes two of us. But it's not that easy. Why not? You know where she is, right? For one thing, even if she were in Shade's realm right now, it wouldn't be as easy as walking up to the tower and knocking on the door. But as it is, she's somewhere else. Where? I shifted uncomfortably on the log. The cold wetness was starting to seep into my consciousness, and I didn't enjoy it, but I needed the rest after coursing earlier. She's with Sarah. My sister. There was an emergency. Is she in trouble? He sounded like he cared, and I wondered why. For my sake? For my mother's? I won't bother trying to sugarcoat it. Yes. There's trouble. She went with Sarah to get things straightened out. I can't go where they are, neither of us can, I added when he opened his mouth as though he wanted to argue that he could. Why not? He asked instead. Because they're in Hallowthorn Landing. Are you familiar with it? He nodded. We would need a witch portal to get there. I'm many things, but I'm not a witch. He chuckled. You need a witch. I can get you a witch. It was my turn to chuckle. Oh? You have one up those sleeves of yours. Can I borrow her? No, he laughed, but I have the next best thing. A mage fi. And that's like a witch? I asked, surprised. Every fi kingdom has a mage fi, he explained as he helped me to my feet. Unlike witches whose power comes through the bloodline, a mage fi is fi born and mage trained. They serve and advise the king. They even harangue the king in some cases. His face twisted up in a sour expression. Harangue the king. That could only mean one person. Is it Felicity? I asked, almost laughing. He grimaced. Indeed. How do you think she would have dared bring another species to Avalane otherwise? She knew she could work her way around me, and possibly bully me into submission. I swear tenacity must be trained into them too. Unless it's merely her personality that makes her so impossible. But there was respect in his voice too, as well as irritation. Could Felicity create a witch portal then? With my approval. My heartbeat picked up. Would you grant your approval? Of course I will. I would be able to see my mother again. We had so little time together. It was like getting a glimpse of something really incredible, amazing, beautiful, and having it taken away. Life might have been easier if that thing had never been seen. I missed her more than I ever had, knowing she was alive. Gregor held up a forefinger. And I will escort you to Hallowthorn Landing, he added. I'll finally get to see Tabitha again.
Chapter 18. Jonah. If you hadn't spooked Carrie, she wouldn't have run. Gage's face was a mask of rage. So was mine, I guessed, based on how I felt as we rode up to the penthouse in the elevator. It made sense. We were twins after all. If I hadn't spooked her, I couldn't help but laugh, though it turned into a snarl at the end. If you hadn't created her, none of this would be a problem. It was the same argument we'd been having for hours. Changing our location to the penthouse did nothing to cool either of us down. You left the damn door wide open, he growled, still stuck in his train of thought. You had to go and rush us that way, and you left the door open for her to run. You didn't stop to think. Do you ever stop to think? The two of us marched off the elevator on our floor, and not a moment too soon. I was about to say things that were for our ears only. I couldn't run the risk of somebody in the clan overhearing and knowing the stupid, vile, repugnant, illegal thing my brother had done. With that in mind, I slammed the door hard enough that a cracking noise resounded through the penthouse before I charged him, the way he said I did back at the other apartment where I'd found the two of them. Him and that thing he'd created. He was too quick for me to catch him by surprise, and the two of us tussled for a moment before he threw me off. I landed on the sofa but bounced to my feet. Don't you see what really matters here? I shouted. You broke the law. You turned a human into one of us. What's wrong with you? What could you possibly have been thinking, Gage? I panted, breathless by then, and disappointment tinged the rage that had boiled in me ever since I opened the door on the pair of them. He would die for what he had done. Couldn't he see it? He couldn't. It was obvious. I knew the stubborn expression on his face well enough. The look he got when he was determined he was in the right. Nobody could sway him when he got like this. All the trouble that stubborn streak of his had gotten us into. I'm sorry if I couldn't let the girl die the way she was about to. There didn't seem to be any choice at the moment. Oh please, I spat. You had a choice, a very obvious one. To allow her to die. We're not responsible for what happens to humans, Gage. That's none of our business. She was the way she was because of me, he said, running his hands through his hair until it stood up in messy tufts. He looked like a wreck. It was obvious he had been through a lot. She would never have mixed with those Euro trash shifters if it hadn't been for me. I mean, she would have met them at the club without me, but they were using her to get to me. They hurt her, assaulted her, butchered her, because they thought she was more deeply involved with me than she actually was. He let out an animal cry of pure despair, and the sound almost brought me over to his side. Almost. But do you see what this means for you? You have a brand new vampire out there, Gage. You know how strong the bloodlust is at this stage. And you made this happen. What'll you do when somebody finds out who created her? There's nothing to be done. They'll kill you for this. The gravity of my words and the truth behind them settled between us, wiping out all sound but that of our breathing. What happened to the door? Philippa walked in, eyeing what I had just done. What are you doing here? I didn't feel like dealing with both of them at once. She tilted her head to the side and frowned. Last I checked, I live here. I thought you'd be downstairs, I replied, raising an eyebrow. Meaning the vault. She blushed until her cheeks were roughly the same shade as her hair, but didn't back down. Where's Anissa? She asked instead of pursuing the topic at hand. That was new. I couldn't have predicted she'd ask something like that. As if they were friends now. Why do you want to know? Is she in your room? She was on her way across the living room and down the hall before I could answer. I rushed after her. Probably. Why is it so important for you to talk to her? I raised my voice in hopes Anissa would hear. There was no telling what she was doing that she might not feel like having Philippa walk in on. It just is, Jonah. She flung the door open on an empty bedroom. Even I was surprised as we walked in. She turned to me with an inquisitive expression. I looked away from her, the way she stared at me like she was offering a challenge. Why didn't I know where Anissa was? I happened to cast my gaze toward the bed and spied the note propped up against my pillow. I tore it open. What's it say? Philippa asked. As if it's any of your business, she went to visit her father. I didn't need an explanation why. Alanic was there in Avalane. While Philippa knew him, I didn't think she needed to know about his situation. Knowing my sister, she'd barge her way into Avalane to find him. Why would she do that? Why is this a concern of yours? I don't have time for this right now, Philippa. Once again, she didn't answer my question. She did, however, follow me to where Gage waited for us in the living room, pacing back and forth in front of the doors to the balcony with his hands clasped behind his neck. What's the matter? She asked Gage, going to him. You look terrible. Thank you, he grumbled, then turned to me. I have to find Carrie. Being here is a waste of time. Who's Carrie? Philippa asked, glancing at the two of us. Gage's pet, I snarled. I couldn't help it. He made me that furious, and even worse, I felt helpless. I couldn't do anything for him this time. There was no rescue, no last-minute reprieve. Watch your mouth, he growled before lunging at me. Philippa threw herself in front of him, making him pull up short. His fangs descended, glinting dangerously. I'm one of the only friends you've got right now, brother, I reminded him. Are you sure you want to attack me? I'll admit I misspoke. She's not just your pet. She's your death sentence. Philippa spun toward me. Wait. What? Tell her, I said, nodding to her. Tell Philippa what you did. The light left Gage's eyes. She was always his favorite, his closest sibling. He knew how it would break her heart. So I did it for him. Carrie is the human our brother turned into a vampire. Her eyes opened almost comically wide as her skin went as white as a sheet of paper. She turned slowly like the news weighed her down. Tell me this isn't true, she whispered as her entire body began to tremble. Instead of offering an apology, as I would have imagined, he snarled, "Oh, and you're so perfect." Both of our jaws dropped. She gasped in surprise. What? She sputtered. You heard me. If you're so perfect, if you've never done something that went against the rules, how do you explain the ancient's body in our vault? This is out of line, I warned, as I kept one eye on Philippa. She swayed a little, as though she might faint. It was against Gage's nature to lash out at her this way, and she didn't know how to process it in tandem with news of what he'd done. He acted like I hadn't spoken. Oh, and let's not forget about your murderous boyfriend. He killed his father, didn't he? I'm pretty sure that's the story I heard. That would do it. She would lose all strength and collapse on the spot, I was sure. So sure, I was ready to catch her when she fell. Except she didn't. Instead she roared, "You shut your mouth. You have no idea what you're talking about." And neither do you, he roared in return, towering over her. But she wouldn't back down. That's enough from you, I warned, standing behind her to push him away. He wouldn't budge. Keep your hands off me, he growled, glaring. His eyes were full of hate. How had it gotten this far? What was going to happen to us? I don't need you to stick up for me right now, Philippa informed me, glancing over her shoulder. Excuse me, madam. I thought I was helping you. You're no help to me right now. It's bad enough the two of you are at each other's throats. I don't have it in me for you to yank me into your arguments. She tossed her long hair over both shoulders with an air of superiority. Oh, get off your high horse, I snarled. He's right. You're in pretty deep, too. Not as deep as him, she argued, pointing to Gage. How could you do something like that? Gage, there's nothing we can do for you. Jonah's right. It's the worst decision you could have made. There's no defending it, I added, my eyes boring holes into him. He wouldn't back down. That's something I'll have to deal with, isn't it? I didn't ask for either of you to defend me. I'll take care of this. How? By killing the newly created. Because that's our only option if you want to stay alive, Philippa announced in her typical no-nonsense manner. As enraged as I was, I flinched at her bluntness. He exploded. No. How can you say that? I can't kill her. Then we'll do it, she replied, forging ahead in spite of his reaction. It's the only way. She doesn't matter. You do. That's all there is to it. You made a mistake, and we'll clean it up if we have to. His chest heaved in and out as he breathed, like a bull ready to charge. How dare you? How dare she? I asked. How dare you, more like? He looked at me, then at her. If any of you touch her, you'll pay. With that, he stormed out before I could stop him. My heart sank. Suddenly, I didn't feel like fighting anymore. It was as though someone had removed the stopper, and all the anger drained out. I reminded myself that while I was furious with him for breaking the most sacred of our laws, at the heart of my fury was a simple fact: he was my brother. If I didn't care for him, it wouldn't have mattered so much. It wasn't easy to maintain my anger when I considered that. Philippa sank into a chair, her head in her hands. I don't believe this. How could he? I feel sick. Just breathe, I murmured, only half paying attention. My thoughts were still with Gage and the beautiful, terrified, dangerously strong vampire he had created. He was right about one thing. He needed to find her before she wreaked irreparable havoc. In the face of that, my sister's nausea didn't make much of a dent in my list of concerns. What are we supposed to do about this? She whispered. I have no idea at the moment, I confessed. Do you believe his threat? Do you? I asked, staring pointedly at her. She averted her eyes. Yes, I believe him. You've seen what he's capable of when he gets an idea in his head. It was bad enough when he took that little group of his and thought he could unseat me. He did enough damage then, and that had nothing to do with love. She winced. You think he's in love? It's the only excuse I can come up with that even remotely explains why he'd do something this ludicrous. I was in love too, and I recognized the symptoms. I wouldn't dare add that out loud, not in front of Philippa. My thoughts turned to Anissa. I couldn't help it. Knowing her, she would have left not long after I did. The girl was physically incapable of sitting still. What had she found with Alanik? I hated to think of her sticking around to help him without telling me of her plans, another of her lesser qualities. Not that I needed her to check in at all times. We didn't live ordinary lives was all, and anything could happen. I think I need to find out what's going on with Anissa. I might be able to hang around the entrance to Avalane, or something. I don't know. I was thinking out loud, more for my benefit than anything else. There were so many places she could have traveled to, I didn't know where to start. I certainly didn't expect Philippa to latch onto my mumblings. Do you need any help? I can look around elsewhere if you'd like. I glanced over my shoulder, already halfway to the door. What? Who are you? She blinked. What's that mean? It means, I have to wonder why you suddenly care so much about her. She gulped. If you don't want my help, you only have to say so. I wouldn't go that far. The last thing I needed was to alienate yet another one of my siblings. Instead, I replied, no, stay here. I need you to keep an eye on the clan while I'm gone, after all. Not to mention the body in the vault.
Chapter 19. Sarah. Close your eyes. I knew better than to waste time. My eyes slid shut. Over our endless training sessions, there was one thing I had learned about Stark that I knew was true, without question. He hated when I wasted time. And he considered the slightest hesitation on my part as an attempt at doing precisely that. Everything else I thought I knew was muddled, full of questions and contradictions. Why was he so kind and almost warm sometimes, but cold and aloof at the drop of a hat? How could he go from looking at me with something I imagined to be kindness, interest, even respect, to sneering at me like I was a bug begging to be squashed. He ran hot and cold. Nothing in between. At least he took our work seriously, which I guessed was the most important thing. I needed his help, desperately. He knew it. That might have been part of the reason why he thought he could get away with talking to me like he'd talk to a diseased rodent. Are you concentrating? I bit back an exasperated sigh. Of course. Because it doesn't seem as though you are. You read minds now? Is this one of your talents? I opened my eyes ever so slightly. Close them. I sighed this time but did as I was told. He continued, I can feel your energy. It diffuses, becomes muddled. When you're concentrating, it's concentrated? I asked in a sweet voice. He only grumbled in reply. I did what I was told, concentrating my energy the way he had so painstakingly taught me during our time together. I had completely lost track by now, the way a person could lose track of everything happening around them when they chose to focus on one very specific aspect of their life. Days passed in a blur. Sometimes, I had no idea whether it was morning or night. We often did our work in a windowless cell or dungeon, somewhere the electricity wouldn't hurt anybody else and could merely be absorbed by the walls. I couldn't remember the last time I saw my mother. I had been so happy to be with her after thinking she was gone for good, and the thought of her still made me happy, except it sat a little further back in my mind than I ever would have guessed it would. Rebuilding our relationship, soaking up every last second I could have with her. I wanted to. I did. But I also wanted to avoid killing everybody around me with electric bolts whenever I got even the slightest bit excited. You're losing focus again, Stark muttered, and he wasn't happy. The location of his voice kept changing. He was circling me slowly, like a shark, waiting for me to show weakness before he pounced. I didn't bother to reply, since it would only lead us to another argument. Instead, I focused harder than ever, just to show him I could. Which was probably his plan all along. He must have been pleased because he continued. Now, I want you to think about something that upsets you. Something you hate. Something unfair. Something frustrating. How about you? I thought, suddenly bitter. He ticked all those boxes. I did hate him sometimes when he pushed too hard too fast. When there wasn't a trace of sympathy or understanding in his endlessly deep dark eyes. When his handsome face wore a scowl pointed at me. When he reminded me I was a vampire, as though I needed the reminder. As though there was anything I could do about it. Like being a vampire was the worst sin a person could commit. He was so cruel. The power built in my core, just as he knew it would. I knew it too. And I still had the vague memory of how that power used to terrify me. I'd feel the build-up, like a generator running deep inside me, running hot and hard, on the verge of blowing up. I'd feel it, and it would only serve to make me panic, which would make the energy built up worse than ever. The whole process would feed on itself until I lost control. I was in control now. The hours of intense training had earned me that much. Visualize, he commanded. You're holding the energy together, in a ball. It's tight, bright, right in the center of your body. I saw it. It was there. Inside me. Now transform it. That wasn't such a simple matter. I could harness the energy at least, which was a tremendous improvement over the days of letting it ruin me. Transforming it into power, strength, that was something else. I imagined the light glowing away, the ball of energy expanding until it filled my entire body with greater strength than I had ever felt. Then it faded. It was still there, but the light was gone. The raging, dangerous aspect had dissipated until it was nothing. I opened my eyes. Well done. It would have been much nicer and a lot more believable if he'd looked sincere, instead of begrudging. Thank you. Can you still feel it in there? He surprised me by stepping closer, placing his hands on my shoulders. We were rarely this close, like I was something he couldn't allow himself to touch. I can, I breathed, wishing he didn't make my heart jump the way he did. When was the last time I thought about Scott? And why did Scott come to mind when it was Stark who was touching me, staring into my eyes? It's part of you. Your power. I winced and shook my head. But I don't want it. And suddenly, the brief moment of closeness was over. His hands dropped to his sides. That's not my problem, is it? I thought you were going to help me. I watched with a sinking heart as he walked away, leaning against the far wall with his arms crossed. He stood between two lit torches, and their light sent shadows dancing across his face along with the warm glow from the flames. I couldn't read him. What would you call what we've been doing here? He asked after a long stony silence. You came to me a girl who couldn't control even the slightest impulse. You would stand there with your hands under your armpits, just in case the electricity escaped and hurt someone. Right? He mimicked my pose with a knowing sneer. I felt roughly 2 inches tall. There was a time when I would have crumbled. I would have buckled under the weight of his glare. Not this time. I threw my head back. I didn't mean that, and you know it. I'm not here to learn to embrace this new side of myself or adapt to whatever I am now. I don't want any of it. This isn't what I need most. His eyes narrowed as he looked me up and down. What you need most is a spanking. Shut up. I refuse to let you speak to me like I'm a child. He nodded slowly. And this is what your power is doing to you. Don't you feel it? What? This new strength. You're still the same brat you were before, always letting your impulses guide your actions. A little mouthy, while I'm being honest. Oh, and I wouldn't want you to be anything but honest, I muttered. But you're standing up to me, and when you do, it's not with a burst of emotion or tears or any of that. You're standing straight and tall. This is new, and it's encouraging. He was so rarely complimentary, I hardly knew what to think. And then, he ruined it. You're less and less like a vampire every day. Why? Why do you do it? I shouted. The soft dirt walls absorbed my voice the way they'd absorbed my electricity, back when I couldn't control it. Do what? You know what, so don't act like you have no idea what I mean. You go from being nice to being hateful like that. I snapped my fingers. I never know where I stand with you. Why do you hate me so much? I've never done anything to make you hate me like you do. He opened his mouth as though he was about to answer, then his jaws snapped shut so hard I heard it. His eyes blazed like the torches on the walls. He was fighting with himself. But what was the fight? I wished I knew. If I did, I would be much closer to understanding him than I was, and I wanted to understand him. I had never wanted anything as much, not even my mother or my sister or my freedom. Not even Scott. Scott was like a childhood memory, like something I used to think was important back when I was too young to know any better. He was sweet and wonderful, and had always been there when I needed him, especially when I was at my most vulnerable when I first left Marcus's dungeon. But his face wasn't clear in my memory anymore. When I thought of him, it was as a friend. When I thought of Stark, every dark emotion I'd ever harbored came bubbling to the surface with an intensity that took my breath away. I longed for him and wished he was dead, sometimes both at once. Instead of answering my question, he chose to address my prior statements. Listen. I can't remove your powers. Sorry, that's not what I'm here for. But there might be a way. Really? Hope sparked in my chest, dangerously close to becoming a blaze. I was afraid to hope. I couldn't help but hope. He held up his hands, palms out. Relax. I said there might be. Not that there definitely is. There might be someone, or perhaps more than one someone, who knows how to cast a spell to remove your powers. It would take a lot of power and a lot of knowledge, but stranger things have happened. Right? Yes. Such as my sudden ability to shoot lightning bolts from my fingers. I had long since stopped believing in limits. There weren't any. The most unreal, unbelievable things were possible. Correct. Do you know who this might be? Any ideas? Another internal fight. He turned his face away from me, looking at his shoes instead. I don't know. And I didn't know if I believed him, but I was too afraid of his reaction to press the subject. He would blow up, and might decide not to tell me anything, even if he did know. Or he'd turn to ice, and still decide not to tell me a single thing. He was that driven to make me miserable, to leave me as I was. Being a vampire was so unacceptable, he'd rather force me to exist as a loathed hybrid, someone who'd never have a place anywhere. Why do you hate me? I asked again, trembling this time. Not that any excuse he gave would be enough, but I thought I deserved to know.
Chapter 20. Stark. Why did she do it to me? Why did she make it so impossible to think like myself when I was around her? Why did she ask questions I couldn't hope to answer? It was as though she saw something in me I had never revealed to anyone else, and certainly had no intention of ever revealing to her. A weakness I'd struggled to conceal for so long, a part of my history I'd never wanted anything more than to bury forever. To remember only brought pain. What had I ever done to deserve the torture she inflicted upon me just by existing? I don't hate you. It was all I trusted myself to say. She tilted her head to the side. How many times had I seen her do that? I knew a question was coming. What is it then? Is my being a vampire such a crime you'd rather I be a hybrid for the rest of my life? I've never known anybody like you, which is saying something, by the way, because I've known some fairly hateful creatures. Vampires and Fae don't mix. Vampires and shades don't mix. On and on. I can understand it to a point, and chalk it up to ignorance. But you take it to the next level, a level one didn't know existed. Your hate is that deep. You're right, I snapped, relishing the sight when her eyes went wide with shock. She hadn't expected that. It would have been easier for her if I'd defended myself, sworn I didn't literally hate vampires. I wasn't there to make things easy. I do hate vampires, and my hate is that deep. It's run that deep for longer than you've existed. But I don't understand. How can you hate me based on something that happened before I existed? I just told you, I don't hate you personally. I hate vampires. Why can't you see it's the same thing? It wasn't the same thing. Not at all. It was only because I liked her as much as I did that there was any conflict in me at all. It was there, and it was all-consuming. Every minute I spent with her was a fight between the nausea her very existence inspired and the urge to take her in my arms. It was like a joke on me, some universal force setting up the pieces of my life while laughing at the pain I'd be caused. There was no other explanation. I hate vampires on principle. As a rule. Not you. Just who I am, she finished with a snarl. Why? What could possibly have happened that could color your opinion for all this time? Have you ever heard my name? She frowned. What? Why are you changing the subject? I'm not. And I take it you haven't. No. I'd never heard of you until I arrived here. I nodded, then sat on an ancient barrel which stood against the wall. It was dusty and dirty and covered in webs. Even so, I needed to sit when I told my story. I didn't trust my body to work along with me when the memories flowed thick and vivid. I hadn't told anyone in so long. Much too long. I needed her to know, just the same. When she did, she might understand better why it was impossible for me to see her as anything but a vampire. 400 years ago. It started 400 years ago. I stared at the wall across from me, already lost. I remembered those days so clearly, as though I was still there. Part of me was, I supposed, back there with her. My sister was a clever witch with endless potential. Seren. Sarah whispered. No. Emily was my full sister, my only full sister. And my dearest friend. When I picture her in my mind. Was she very lovely? The loveliest thing. Everybody thought so. Not only physically, but inside too. She had a gentle soul, an inquisitive mind, a joyful spirit, and an adventurous one. She received word she'd been accepted as a companion to a much more powerful witch. In return for her companionship and assistance, she would be trained by this witch. It was a wonderful opportunity, and she was supremely honored and thrilled to accept. So, when she found out she'd have to travel to a new, nearly uncharted country, she didn't balk at the thought. As I said, she had a sense of adventure. An unparalleled one. Where did she go? The New World, of course. In the human world. Her eyes were round with surprise. She'd taken a seat on the floor, legs folded beneath her. I had a captive audience. Indeed. At the time, we lived in Romania, or what's now referred to as such. I ran my family's business interests there. We were quite wealthy, owning wide swaths of land both there and elsewhere across Europe. Our father was a bit of what would later be referred to as a robber baron. He took and took. There was no end to his appetite for money, any more than there was for his appetite for power. I suppose his abilities were an aid to his success, I added with a rueful smile. He magicked his way into it, she murmured. I suppose so. Because of that, we didn't have much of a relationship. He cared little for me or my sister, and was satisfied to let us take care of ourselves. I shrugged. At any rate, I maintained our business interests while he traveled and bought more and more of what he wanted. I hated the idea of Emily leaving, going so far away with nobody to protect her. But I had business to wrap up, and couldn't simply leave. I looked at the floor, the shame and guilt still crushing me just as much as all those years earlier. It was a pain I had yet to learn to live with. One would think that after so long, I'd be able to forget or at least allow the pain to lessen somewhat. It wasn't possible. I promised I'd meet up with her as soon as I could. It felt like ages, but I managed to get things under control within 3 months. By then, I hadn't heard anything from Emily after she'd set sail from somewhere along the coast of Spain, and I was beginning to worry. Then again, keep in mind communication wasn't anything like it is now. By the time a letter was received, weeks and weeks would have passed. Especially when the letter made its way from present-day Massachusetts. When I looked at Sarah again, a sort of understanding began to dawn on her face. She was following the story out to its logical conclusion. I continued on, before she had the chance to interject. By the time I arrived, it was already over. The witch Emily had traveled with was already dead. She'd been drained of blood. Oh no! I ignored her. And Emily. I closed my eyes, but I could still see her beautiful face. The clear laughing eyes, the hair black as jet. Her smile. I had to get it out before it choked me. She was accused of witchcraft and burned at the stake. I took a few deep breaths to steady myself before continuing. I couldn't help but imagine her burning. Her hair catching fire, her skin blistering and blackening as she screamed. The local magistrate was kind enough to allow me to take her things. She didn't have much: clothing, books, a handful of letters from me. And her journal. I learned the whole horrible truth when I read her journal. The crushing pain was almost too much. I could almost see her beautiful script, so carefully placed on the page, describing the excitement with which she'd made the journey, and her hopes for training. She'd had so much potential. She could have been one of the most powerful witches in the world. What did it say? Sarah asked in a solemn whisper. At first things were well. The trip was long but fairly uneventful. Until she met a nightwalker. Nightwalker? Vampire, I spat. A vampire. They met up on the ship. She'd sensed what he was immediately as he'd sensed her. She was willing to live and let live. You see, vampires and witches tried to avoid stepping on each other's toes, you might say, though there was no love lost between our kinds. Emily wanted a new life in the new world, and was willing to let it pass. He wasn't. I shook my head, trying to clear the images her words brought to mind. Suffice it to say, just before the journey's end, he did his best to seduce her. She wasn't interested. He vowed revenge, the bastard. He told her she would regret turning him down. I turned to Sarah, whose eyes by this time shone with unshed tears. Your tears won't help Emily, I said, shaking my head. She's been gone all these centuries, after dying one of the most painful deaths I can imagine. I've had to live all this time with the knowledge that if I hadn't been so damned busy with what I thought was important, money, I could have prevented this from happening to her. All the while, the bastard who set her up to die, the Nightwalker, who accused her of witchery and provided or manufactured enough evidence for it, has walked free. I don't know if he's still alive, but I know he had a longer life than he deserved. I leaned in, closer to her. Now, ask me again why I hate vampires the way I do.
Chapter 21. Sarah. I didn't know what to say. What could I say in the face of a story like that? The pain was so evident in his voice, so clear and vivid I could almost touch it. A living thing. So much hatred for such a good reason. At least, what appeared on the surface to be a good reason. Not all vampires were like the one who'd killed his sister and the other witch. I certainly wasn't. Neither was my mother, nor Anissa, nor Scott and his family. My words would have fallen on deaf ears if I'd tried to explain. Instead, once enough time had passed I felt comfortable speaking again. I asked, "Why would I know your name though?" "You asked if I did, and that question seemed to lead to your story." He heaved a sigh, his eyes clearing after being nearly clouded over by pain. "Do you trust me?" It seemed to come out of nowhere. "What? Do you?" "Yes." I didn't have to think about it. I trusted him implicitly, whether or not he hated vampires. If he'd wanted to hurt me, he'd already had plenty of opportunities to do so. He hadn't. He'd never done anything but push me closer to harnessing my powers. "Then come with me." He stood, brushing off the seat of his robes, then held out a hand to help me up. I took it without thinking, pleased at the chance to make contact with him even if it was fleeting. "Where are we going?" Always with the questions, he sighed, leading me out of the training room, I'd come to think of it as such, and down the familiar tunnel which led to the old stone staircase. It wound up all the way to the first floor of the fortress. Where I'd first entered, when everything had seemed so new. The fear I'd felt back then was a distant memory. When he strode purposefully toward the heavy front door, I pulled up short. "We're leaving." "Would you stop asking questions already? It's the one thing about you I simply can't abide by." "Besides my vampirism," I reminded him sourly. "Besides that." We stepped out into the damp chill, the sort of air that settled into the bones. I pulled up the hood of my dark robes, and wrapped my arms around myself to contain as much of my body heat as possible. "Don't worry. We're not going far." That was a relief, at any rate. I cast my eyes toward the wooden plank walkway at the water's edge, and wondered if Fane had been back since we met there. I hadn't seen him, though I'd hardly been looking. I'd forgotten almost everything in the face of my training. And Stark. We walked over the stone pathway between our fortress, funny how I'd come to think of it as ours, and the one farthest from the water, carved out of the center of the mountain. It appeared much the same as the one I'd been calling home, and I wondered what could be so special about it that we had to go there. I knew better than to ask. Stark led me inside, and I was instantly glad of the chance to feel warm again, as warm as one could feel in a fortress carved from rock with little charm or comfort. It was almost an exact replica of the one we'd just left, right down to the tapestries on the walls. Only these told a different story, though they were so faded I couldn't quite make out what the story was. I didn't have time to examine them either, since Stark didn't slow down. I followed him across the stone floor in the corridor with almost no light from the sparsely torch-lined walls. There simply weren't enough of them to light such a cavernous space. He charged forward as though he could see in the dark, leading me down another staircase, through another tunnel. All that, to be led to another tunnel. I wondered silently why all the tunnels under all the fortresses couldn't be connected. It would make traveling between them much easier in bad weather. We didn't stop walking for what seemed like forever. On and on through what seemed like miles of carved stone. Maybe not miles, though it felt that way. I was starting to tire out. It had been a long day of training, and I could have used a rest. Again, I knew pointing this out would be a waste of time. There was, however, one question which I felt deserved an answer. Where are we, Stark? Where does it look like? It's very charming when you answer a question with a question, I muttered. It looks like we're in the fortress still. Nothing's changed. That's where you're wrong. We're not even in Hallowthorn Landing anymore. I reached out for him, taking him by the shoulder and using all the power I could muster to stop him where he was. Wait a minute. We're not. How can that be? I turned him around, or he turned around, I wasn't sure. Either way, he faced me. I had the pleasure of seeing his face crinkle into a smile. You know, vampires are such base, simple creatures. Shut up, I warned. I'm tired of you treating me this way. I don't deserve it. Besides, I'm not even a full vampire anymore. I'm more than that now. One eyebrow went up. Oh. How is that? Because you can control your electric displays? That makes you something more than who you are. I scowled. There were limits to a person's patience, and though I felt sorry for his painful history, I might hold a grudge for as long as he had. If something like what he'd been through had happened to me, I wasn't about to let him get away with treating me how he did. Fine then. If I'm not good enough the way I am, if I don't pass muster as a witch, I want you to teach me more. I had never seen him so surprised. It was something new, seeing him react that way. You're serious? Very, I said with a firm nod. Something about his story had helped me make up my mind. I didn't want to straddle the fence any longer, not sure if I was a vampire or a witch. It was time to make a decision. I want to know everything there is for me to know. I want you to teach me spells, help me develop my abilities. I want to know all the skills I have access to. Really? Really, I repeated, willing him to believe me. If I'm going to be a witch, I might as well be the best witch I can be. One corner of his mouth quirked up in what looked like a reluctant smile. Even so, he held up a finger. I will. So long as you feel the same, once you know everything there is to know.
Chapter 22. Gage. I had to find Carrie. Nothing mattered more than finding her before anything terrible happened. Too much time had already passed. Most of the day. It was night again, and I was on my way to the apartment where Jonah had found us. It was as good a place to start as any. Besides, immersing myself in the odor of the blood she'd had all over her clothes would be a good tool in tracking her. As a human, I could have tracked her natural essence. The scent which had first drawn me to her. I still remembered it, the way she'd called to me, the way I hadn't been able to leave her alone that first night. That night had changed everything. And it was my fault for not being smarter. She had no aroma now, as a vampire. I could only hope I could track her from the blood on her clothing. The apartment was dark, empty, though I guess I had expected it to be. Nothing about the situation we were in had been easy, so why would it be easy to find her? I cursed myself as I crouched by the sofa, breathing deep. She had lain there while the sickness passed through her. I filled my nostrils with the scent of blood and vomit, not very pleasant, until I was sure there was enough for me to track her by. I only hoped I wasn't too late to prevent the inevitable. I tracked it to the stairs. She had taken them all the way down to the ground, and the scent still carried through all the way to the alley behind the high rise. It was dirty back there, full of weeds and broken glass. How could something that looked so beautiful and luxurious to passers-by be so dangerous and unsightly on the other side? The scent was strong out here. I smelled blood, plenty of it, even more clearly than I had in the stairwell, more than in the apartment. I hoped the reason why wasn't too terrible, as sick certainty flooded my body. It wasn't one of her victims, as I'd feared, but it was just as bad. She'd discarded the clothes she'd been wearing in the apartment after, I assumed, stealing some from one of the stores in the building's lobby. I recognized the tags lying on the ground where she'd left them. Like a clue for me. A harbinger of bad news. The new clothing meant I had no way to track her now. Damn it. I snarled, curling one of my hands into a fist and punching the wall in frustration. I wouldn't be able to track her anymore. What was I supposed to do? The city was too large, too full of people, her potential victims. It would be like finding a needle in a haystack. I didn't know where to start. My breath came in hard, quick gasps. I would hyperventilate before I'd find a way to stop Carrie from wreaking havoc. Havoc I had caused. Her apartment. Of course. She needed somewhere to go, somewhere she could feel safe again. She'd go home. I took off at a run, not caring anymore if I attracted attention, pushing my way through crowds of people enjoying a night out on the town. They had no idea what went on under their very noses. None of them ever did. I knew the way by heart, even though I hadn't been there in weeks, the night I'd waited outside like a stalker, watching to see which window she appeared in. She was at the top, in the front apartment. I could still imagine her there, talking on the phone, framed by flowered curtains and plants which hung from the ceiling, lined the windowsill. She had looked happy. Alive. Human. I was such a fool for dragging her into my world. I should have known it would end like this. What happened to me didn't matter. I didn't care if the League wanted me dead for what I'd done. My life meant nothing compared to hers. But what had I done by turning her before she died? I'd sentenced her to living hell. She would never be able to rest, since they would never stop hunting her. They'd never allow her to live. The brownstone was as dark as the apartment had been, but I went up nonetheless. If she was hiding, she might not have bothered to turn on the lights. The door was locked, not that it mattered. I hardly thought she would raise a fuss over my breaking the lock. The apartment was empty and appeared untouched. The only presence was that of a cat who hissed and fled when I flung the door open. I remembered the cat sitting in the window, too. It probably missed her. I would if I was in its shoes. "Here, kitty," I muttered, pouring food into its bowl and refilling its water. It was the least I could do. I had taken its mother away. The apartment was sweet. Charming. Exactly the sort of place I would have imagined her living. Full of books and photos, plants and flowers. Knickknacks, mementos. The scent of vanilla hung in the air, and I realized it was from a series of candles along the mantel. She enjoyed coziness. She had enjoyed it. I had to stop thinking about her in present tense. I knew as well as anyone what it was like to make the change, how there was a distinct before and after to life. A new vampire retained some of what had made them who they were, but other things had to change. It was natural. She might not have the same tastes anymore. She might not enjoy reading. She might become the sort of vampire who cared for nothing but the hunt, at the sacrifice of everything else that used to make her the girl I'd fallen in love with. "Carrie, Carrie," I whispered, leaning against the front door as I took one more look around. I couldn't afford to waste time here, no matter how much I wished to cling to what was left of the beautiful girl who once lived here. She would still live here, might be asleep in the bed with its patchwork quilt if it weren't for me. No. That wasn't quite true. A bright hot fire of rage flamed up in my head and quickly consumed my thoughts. It wasn't entirely my fault Carrie was a vampire. It was their fault too. The Europeans. The shifters. They'd done it to her. I hadn't forced them to torture her and brutalize her fragile, beautiful body. That was all their evil doing. I couldn't let them get away with it. No matter what, someone would pay this night. Chapter 23. Gage. It took less than no time to get to the warehouse. I'd given up on the whole running thing and gone straight to coursing when it became clear there wasn't a moment to lose. Going in alone might be foolish, but it would hardly be the first foolish decision I'd made in the last 2 days. Besides, this time I wasn't going in to save anybody. They wouldn't trap me the way they had before. Nothing could match me when my fury was heightened. I had to make them pay, and pay dearly. They would know how she'd suffered before I was through with them. I slipped into the building through the same door I'd used before, fangs at the ready. The lights were on, blazing bright, just as they had been. What disgusting experiments were they conducting this time? Whose life were they destroying for the sake of their sick pleasure? The silence nearly deafened me. There wasn't so much as the sound of breathing when I held my breath. Were they waiting for me? No, they couldn't be. Even I knew how insane it was for me to be here, to return to the scene of where I'd escaped with Carissa. They wouldn't expect me to come within 5 miles of the place. So where were they? I found out soon enough. The door to the room Carrie had been held in and almost died in was open. No, not open. Broken. It hung from one of its hinges. A feeling of dread filled me, but my feet wouldn't stop moving. They carried me down the hall, step by step. The thick, coppery smell of blood was overwhelming. In any other circumstance, it would have piqued my appetite. But I knew whose blood I was smelling, and there was no chance of my feeding from them. Besides, it was too late for anything like that. For the love of, I whispered when I stepped into what I could only think of as the torture room. I hadn't called upon the name of God since I was human, back when I believed in such a presence. I shook my head in disbelief as I took in the scene. Bodies. Everywhere. Draped over the table, over the cage which still sat beneath the skylight. Stacked inside the cage. Sprawled out grotesquely, their eyes wide and unseeing. Gaping wounds in their heads, their throats, the blood having spattered every surface imaginable before puddling on the floor. I recognized the leader, who had the position of honor on the table. He was on his back, mouth open in a silent scream of unspeakable horror. I couldn't have explained if I'd tried how I knew she'd saved him for last. It may have been the care she'd taken with him. The way she hadn't torn out his throat carelessly, viciously, the way she'd done with the others. No, she'd sucked him dry. 2 holes punctured his throat. She must have torn off his genitals before she bled him. I turned away from the sight. No wonder he looked so horrified. My stomach turned at that and the thought she'd fed off him. It was no less than they deserved, though the idea of feeding off monsters like them repulsed me. But it was better than feeding on animals, or worse, innocent people. I couldn't leave the place as it was. There was too much evidence of her having been there, bloody fingerprints littered the room. A plan formed in my frantic mind, and I hurried, running from room to room, turning on all the oxygen lines, picking up a book of matches from one of the tables. They had certainly set the place up with every conceivable necessity, though I couldn't imagine why they'd needed to give their subjects oxygen. I didn't have it in me to wonder. I waited until I was outside before I dropped a lit book of matches in the weeds beside the warehouse, and when the explosion tore through the night, I was already miles away, coursing again. It was more important than ever that I find her. I just had no idea where to go. Chapter 24. Gage. There was only one place that made any sense. Searching for her was a waste of energy. There were endless possibilities, weren't there? Parks, clubs, alley after alley. It made my head spin. I went back to her apartment, then in the hopes she'd come back. What if she did? I asked myself this question as I climbed the stairs, suddenly exhausted. Exhaustion wasn't something that often overcame a vampire, unless they hadn't fed in too long or coursed too far. That wasn't my problem. My problem was the heaviness of my guilt. There was an animal out there that looked suspiciously like Carissa, an animal of my making. And it might as well have been rabid, for all the sense it would be exhibiting. Even if she survived the first brutal, insane days, what then? She would have no one to show her the ropes, to explain the best way to live if she intended to stay alive. I shuddered to think of her out there, on her own. Terrified. Unable to contain the bloodlust. Not knowing when or if it would ever settle and allow her to think clearly again. My poor sweet Carrie. I had brought her nothing but pain. My dark thoughts disappeared the moment I stepped over the threshold into the little walk-up, as someone, or something, took me by the throat and slammed me into the wall hard enough to knock the air from my lungs. I struggled to pry the supernaturally strong fingers from just below my jaw, and knew all too well who was strangling me. Carrie. She could kill me, easily, and there would be nothing I could do to stop her. She was 10 times stronger than me, maybe more. Her newly turned strength hadn't faded yet. And she probably hated me. When she realized it was me she was strangling, her fingers loosened enough for me to draw breath. I took advantage of the opportunity to pry her loose, then wrapped my arms around her and pinned hers to her sides. Relax, relax. I'm not the enemy here. I only want to help you, Carrie. Please. Relax so we can talk. I would never hurt you. What a lie. A filthy, stinking lie. I had already done far more damage than anyone should ever get away with. For a brief, bitter moment, I almost wished she would kill me. The only thing forcing me to preserve myself was the thought of her being alone in the world. She stopped fighting but still breathed in big gasping sobs which soon turned into mewling cries. Tears poured down her face, and her body shook with the force of the agony she suffered. I turned her to me, wrapped my arms around her in a hug this time. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It was all I could whisper, again and again, rocking her back and forth as we slid to the floor. Her tears soaked through my shirt and kept flowing until she went nearly limp. And still, I whispered. I don't know what to do, she gasped. I know. I don't either. But we can try. I can't control it. I know. I know. That's why I wanted to find you. I stroked her hair, smoothing it back from her forehead, before taking her face in my hands and tilting it upward so I could see her. She looked distraught, to say the least. And hungry. I could see it in her eyes, and I understood it. Nothing would satisfy her hunger in this stage. Not even all the blood she'd feasted on back at the warehouse. I went there to the warehouse, I murmured. Pain touched her eyes. You don't have to explain, I continued, shaking my head. I went there to do the same thing you did. I couldn't help it. I know. I wouldn't have been able to, either. And don't worry, I destroyed the place for you. There's no trace of you now. She closed her eyes, almost wincing. I didn't think about that. Thank you. That's why you need me. And why I don't want to let you go. You're not thinking clearly right now, don't you see? You'll get yourself in trouble. I couldn't say killed, but we both knew that was what I meant. I have to show you something. She crawled across the floor and opened a door which sat beside the fireplace. A body tumbled out. Damn. She sat with her back to the wall, her head in her hands. I couldn't help it. I was hungry again. I couldn't think of anything but blood. I tried to keep from staring at the young man who, until less than an hour ago, had been alive and probably on his way to or from a night on the town. He was dressed well, a decent-looking kid, except for the jagged tear in his throat, of course. He glared at me with his dead eyes, blaming me for his demise. Just one more death for me to carry on my conscience. I did this to you, I whispered, my gaze going from his face to hers. She was as deeply tortured as anyone I'd ever seen, torn between her baser instincts and the little bit of humanity left in her. This is all my fault. You didn't do anything but try to save me, she whispered pitifully. If I had stayed away from you in the first place, though. If I hadn't let him see us together. He wouldn't have thought you were mine. But you didn't know, she replied, finally looking at me again as she rested her head against the wall. You couldn't have known. She glanced across the room, and I followed her gaze until I noted the tip of a tail swishing back and forth beneath the sofa. Even the cat hates me now. Doesn't know who I am. Used to jump on me the second I came through the door and wouldn't leave me alone. Because you're not quite who you used to be. I'm sorry for that too. All of it, Carrie. I'll never stop being sorry. I went to her then, helped her to her feet. She still shook like a leaf, but she was much calmer than she'd been when I first got here. I took her face in my hands and forced myself to gaze into her confused eyes. No matter what happens in all of this, I need you to know something. It'll sound trite, hollow, especially in the face of everything that happened as a result. What is it? I did what I did because I love you. I've loved you since that first night. I couldn't bear the thought of you dying in that damned warehouse. I didn't want to live in a world without you. Probably the most selfish thing I could have done, and I know it now, but at the time. She touched my lips with the tips of her fingers. You know why this isn't entirely your fault. And not because of what those bastards did to me, either. What are you talking about? She took a deep breath, and some of the confusion drained from her eyes. She appeared more like herself than she had since I turned her. I went to the club to look for you. I wanted to see you again. I had no idea how we'd run into each other after that first night. I was so angry with myself for not getting your number. I thought you might go back there. I did, to look for you in case you did. I was watching. Oh, Gage. Tears filled her eyes again. I would have done anything to be with you again. My feelings for you were that deep. Past tense. Were. And now? I asked, knowing it wasn't strictly important, but unable to hold back. Now. She glanced away. Now, I don't know anything. Nothing's clear anymore. All I can think about is blood. It's like that single thought is drowning out everything else in my head. I understand. The lust is still strong because you're still so new. But it won't always be like this. I promise. Really. It went away for me. It goes away for all of us. Your strength will wane and you'll normalize. When all goes away, things become normal again. As normal as they can, of course. You'll be able to think clearly, the way you used to, and the hunger won't be more than anything you've experienced after skipping a meal. Honestly. I can hardly wait for that to happen, she admitted. I don't know how much more of this I can take. I know the feeling. I closed my eyes when she rested the side of her face against my chest. She was with me, and she was thinking more clearly, and I could make sure no other innocent bystanders died in the near future. I hoped. I glanced out the window to find the sky lightening. It would be dawn soon. We'll have to get some rest for the time being. I'm sure you need it right now. She looked out the window and flinched. Dawn? Soon enough. I held her at arm's length. It was time for a little tough truth. We have to leave. You know that, right? What? She glanced around, eyes wide and fearful. I know, the thought of leaving everything familiar is too much to consider right now, but it's the only way. The League will find you otherwise. They have their ways, believe me. They'll find you, and they'll likely kill you. I'm sorry. They'll kill me for breaking our laws too. There's no life for us here. We have to get as far away as we can. Where? I don't know yet, I had to admit. But there must be a way. We'll find it together. I squeezed her arms. Do you believe me? I do, she replied with a resolute nod. Good. The only problem was, I needed to believe myself. There had to be a way. I needed a little time to think, and the fact we couldn't go out in sunlight provided the opportunity. I felt reasonably certain we had at least another day to spare before word possibly got out. I'd have to trust my siblings to keep news of Carrie to themselves. I believed they would. Come on. You can't sleep now, I guess you know that, but you can rest. And you'll need it. Just close your eyes and let your body relax. It'll refresh you. I led her to the bedroom, making sure to pull the curtains tightly closed as she crawled into bed. Will you stay here with me? She ran her hand over the other half of the bed. Of course. First, I bundled the corpse back into the closet before the cat got to it, telling myself I'd have to come up with a way to get rid of that too. Once I was certain we were safe for the time being, I slid between the covers and took her in my arms. Only I wouldn't be resting. I'd be coming up with the closest thing to a plan I could devise. We'll leave at sunset, I whispered as her eyes slid shut.
Chapter 25. Anissa. He was a fast walker, my father. He did everything quickly, the way a man who had a lot to do tended to. He was always busy, there was always somebody who wanted a piece of his time. Or a group of somebodies. He had to rush to get from one thing to the next. I wondered about that sort of life, as I did my best to keep up with him on our way to his chambers. I was just shy of running full out. It wasn't only his normal habit of moving fast that carried us on wings either, and I knew it. He was going to see my mother. No ifs, ands, or buts. He handled their reunion with all the same blunt, no-nonsense attitude with which he handled everything else. He'd get us to Hallowthorne Landing, and he'd see his long-lost love again, because that was how it was going to be. If I'd raised any objections, he wouldn't have listened anyway. Not that I didn't want to see her as much as he did. I had a stake in whether or not we reached her. But I had to wonder if we weren't about to barge in where we weren't welcome, and definitely not invited. There was no telling how Mom would react when she saw him again. She had loved him, I had no doubt, but she had loved others since him. Sarah's father, Alanik's father. Life had taken them in different directions. Decades had passed between my birth and the moment when Gregor ordered Felicity fetched from the hermitage and brought before him to create the portal. That was a lot of water under the bridge. But for him, it was obvious from the way his eyes lit up, this was something he'd dreamed of ever since they'd parted ways. In his heart, no time had passed at all. He felt just as he had before. What would happen if all that hope was for nothing? I didn't have the heart to ask him. He was so happy, and working so hard to make it seem as though he had himself under control. He wrung his hands as he walked back and forth in front of the window, which looked out over the bridges connecting the trees, watching for Felicity. I thought of the way Mom had changed. How would he react to that? Would it crush him? Was he in love with a woman who didn't exist anymore? I opened my mouth to try to warn him, to smooth things over before we left, but it was too late. The door opened, and in stepped Felicity. Immediately, I sensed a change in her. The lit torches which lined the walls of Gregor's chambers illuminated her face, but the way her eyes glowed was something totally her own. She was radiant, full of optimism, even a little breathless. What could have changed so quickly? I had just seen her at the hermitage, and she didn't look like this. Gregor cut off any questions I wanted to ask. I need a portal. Immediately. The fact she didn't bat an eye told me how normal it was for him to throw random demands her way. Where do you need to go? You know there are only a select number of locations I'm able to create a portal for. She sounded as calm and serene as ever, like she had shaken off whatever excitement she'd just been through. I made a mental note to ask her more about it if we got a second alone together. Hallowthorne Landing, Gregor announced. Ah. I trained there for a time. Remember? I can take you there. Right, yes, of course. He was far too absorbed in memories of my mother to worry about what he did and didn't remember. Felicity seemed to accept this. She also seemed much better than I ever was at not asking questions. If somebody had come to me with a request or demand like that, I would have wanted to know why. Then again, they had worked together for a long time. She had probably learned to pick her battles. She looked at me. You're going to? Have you ever been there before? I took a breath to respond. She didn't wait for my answer. It's a very special place, she said, then added, and very different. How's it different? We don't have time for this, my overexcited father announced. Clearly, he was not used to waiting when he wanted something done. We want to go there, immediately. Felicity evidently knew better than to take her time when he ordered her that way, so she pushed her sleeves up to her elbows and held her hands out before closing her eyes. A swirling vortex formed in the center of the room, and I marveled at the power she had. What would it be like, having that sort of power? Once the vortex had stretched until it was roughly 8 feet tall, Felicity lowered her hands with a satisfied smile. I don't get to do that very often. It's quite a treat, like flexing a muscle I haven't used in a while. The blue light coming from the vortex reflected off Gregor's face as he approached it. Are you ready? I only had one fleeting thought of Jonah. He wouldn't know where I was, and I had already been away for longer than I'd expected, before remembering Mom and Sarah and how much I missed them. I would never be able to travel to Hallowthorne Landing on my own, so I couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. I followed him through the portal. The first thing I noticed was the change in the air. The smell of salt hit my nose the second I stepped through onto a walkway made of wooden planks. Salt and water and fish. We were standing on the banks of a huge body of water, like an ocean in its size. It went on as far as the eye could see, and the waves which broke on its surface sparkled in the sunlight. Sunlight. For a second I panicked. Until I looked at my hands warmed by the sun's rays but not burned. What a wonderful feeling. I closed my eyes and tilted my head back, letting the warmth touch my face. I could have stood like this all day. Water lapped at the fishing boat's dock not far from where we stood, a rhythmic, pleasant sound which reminded me of a heartbeat. On top of it was the calling of large white birds which flew in circles over the water and occasionally dove for a catch. It's beautiful, I breathed, glad Sarah was in such a place. Not all of it is, Felicity murmured. I hadn't realized she'd come through with us. She was pointing to my right, and I turned to see a craggy mountain, tall and imposing and a little scary, with jagged peaks which looked like they could pierce the clouds. There was a series of castles or fortresses lining the mountain. I realized, after taking a second to really study them, that they had been carved out of the mountain's face. How long must that have taken? It's impressive, I replied. And it's still beautiful, in its own way. You ought to see it when there's a storm. She grinned and shivered for effect. There was a lightness to her I had never seen before. Almost a playfulness. Again, I wondered what happened to her. She's here, Gregor said, pulling me out of my thoughts. I had almost forgotten about him, while I took in our surroundings. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring out over the wide expanse of sparkling water. She's here somewhere, and I have no idea how to go about finding her. I'm sure there's got to be someone who can tell us, I said, taking his arm. He was so tightly wound. The only choices I saw on looking around were either the town behind us or one of the stone fortresses along the mountain. If I had to make a bet, I'd go with the fortresses. I could just make out a line of robed figures walking in a straight line along the base of one of the massive stone structures. Who were they? The sound of a bird cawing in celebration after catching a fat, flopping fish in its long beak got my attention. I could see the bird's teeth even from a distance, and remembered how Felicity had said this place was different. Yes, it was. The birds had teeth for one. Come on, I said, turning away from the disturbing bird and its poor fish lunch. Let's see if we can find out where she is. I don't think she'd let Sarah get too far away from her, so that could help if needed. There had to be word of an elemental witch roaming around. If we found her, we might find Mom. The two of us walked together toward the mountain, with Felicity behind us. It was a long walk, longer than it seemed from where we'd started off. I wondered what else wasn't the way it seemed. Then I saw her. When Gregor felt my hand close over his wrist, he stopped. We both watched as my mother seemed to float over the endless stone stairs which led from the fortresses, robes billowing behind her in the sea breeze. I heard my father's breath catch in his throat and could understand why. She was so beautiful. But what was she thinking? She had to see him with me. She wasn't hiding from us. In fact, she moved quickly enough I had the feeling she was happy. And not just because I was there. Tabitha. The word came out sounding like a sigh, like a prayer, like a spell. Like everything he had waited for over so many years, finally coming true. Tabitha. When she reached us, Mom's smile was warmer than the sun overhead. Gregor? Oh, Gregor. I'm so happy Anissa has brought you to see me. I wondered when we would see one another again. I glanced at him from the corner of my eye, sizing up his reaction. It was obvious he was surprised by the difference in her, although I had warned him about the shade blood. But nothing could mask the love that was still there. So much love. What was even better was the love written on Mom's face. Chapter 26. Anissa. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt so much relief. My muscles actually loosened. I hadn't even known they were tight with tension until now. The hard part was over. They were together again, and they were both happy. I cleared my throat and they looked my way. I'm here too, in case anybody forgot. Mom laughed as she reached for me, and I closed my eyes as she wrapped me up in a tight hug. I've missed you, she murmured in my ear as she stroked my hair. It was the most natural thing in the world, but it would never get old. I peeked over her shoulder to see Gregor staring at the two of us, with the funniest expression on his face. Like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Mom noticed where my attention had gone, and looked at him too. I'm not a ghost, Gregor. I didn't think you were. Though you might as well be, since you've been little more than a ghost to me for all these years. The sadness in his voice was evident. As was the sadness on Mom's face as she reached for his hands. Enough to break my heart. I suddenly felt like I shouldn't be here. It was intrusive. I took a step back, closer to where Felicity waited at a respectful distance. Embarrassed to be around your parents right now? Mom asked with a knowing smile. Just hearing her referring to herself and Gregor as my parents was a gift. I felt warm inside. It wouldn't have surprised me if I'd started glowing. No. I laughed. Not at all. I thought you might want some time alone. Forgive me for wanting to be discreet. They laughed with me. Seeing them together with their hands clasped in friendship, maybe something more, stirred an idea. Would I ever get a better chance? For once, I wanted to have a sliver of what other people enjoyed. A special moment with my mother and father, announcing something that had been on my mind ever since Jonah asked. I'm getting married. Okay, maybe I hadn't meant to blurt it out like that. Mom gasped. Gregor's eyes flew open wide. He found his voice before she did. The vampire? The Burke? I nodded. Jonah Burke. When? Mom's smile was radiant. We're not sure yet. Life is a little complicated at the moment, I understated. I'm so happy for you. She let go of my father's hands and pulled me into another hug. Gregor cleared his throat gruffly. If this is what you want, Anissa, I'm very happy for you. From him, that was as enthusiastic a response as I could ever hope to get, and I knew it. Thank you. It was a relief, getting that off my chest. Happy I had their blessing. With that out of the way, and knowing how glad they were to be together, I asked Mom, do you think I could see Sarah? I've been dying to. I don't know what her training schedule is, Mom admitted. I haven't seen much of her. I expect she's been too busy. I'd like to see her anyway. She told me where to find Sarah's room, in the fortress at the far end of the mountain, overlooking the water. To my surprise, Felicity fell into step beside me. I thought I'd go with you, take a look around, she said. I knew why she was really doing it. She wanted to give my parents some time alone, the same as I did. We took the winding, almost endless stairs which led to the fortress, so much taller and even more imposing than it had been from the ground. The inside was just as impressive as the outer facade, maybe more so. I wondered at the tapestries lining the walls, what stories did they tell and from how long ago? Felicity and I walked in silence, like a single word would break the solemnity of the dark, silent halls. Sarah's room was empty. I hadn't expected anything else. I ran my hand over her bedspread, my heart heavy. I'm sorry, Felicity murmured from the doorway. It was worth trying, I managed to reply in spite of the disappointment lodged in my throat. It would have been too easy for her to be here. Too perfect. Nothing was that perfect, was it? At least the room was pleasant enough, and the wide window allowed plenty of sunlight in. I was sure she'd like that. I looked out through it, imagining her doing the same thing. How was she feeling? What was she thinking about? Could she control her powers any better than before? I closed my eyes and made a wish, even though I hadn't believed in wishes for a very long time. Not since before the fire, when I was still a little girl and we were still living with the Carvers, and I didn't know there was much more to life than my mother and stepfather and sister. Nonetheless, I wished for Sarah to be happy here. I didn't know when I'd be able to return, or when she would be able to leave. It was odd, the thought that she had a destiny of her own, and that destiny could be completely different from mine. So much of my past had been wrapped up in her. Keeping her safe, keeping us both alive, then bargaining for mercy from Marcus. My sister was her own person with her own gifts and dreams. This could become her life in Hallowthorne Landing. Anything was possible. I turned away from the beautiful view, and found Felicity still standing there, waiting for me. She looked a little sad, and I knew it was on my behalf. I forced a smile, shrugging. Oh well. It was worth a try. At least we found Mom. We left the room and traced our steps to get back outside. I was glad to be out of that dark, cold place. Was it ever warm in there? Yes, I'm glad we found her, Felicity agreed. I don't know that I could stand Gregor if he were thwarted. Her eyes went wide when she realized what she'd just said, and her cheeks darkened. I shook my head. Don't worry. I understand. He's difficult enough to handle when he's not disappointed. She smiled in relief. That's an understatement. Her eyes found the two of them, still walking side by side with hardly an inch of air between them. I'm glad to see him looking so happy too. Truly. So am I. I felt her gaze fall on me. You are? I mean, and I hope I'm not overstepping my boundaries by asking, but are you glad they're together again? Oh yes. I meant it with all my heart. To see them walking that way. I could imagine them in Central Park, so many decades earlier, exploring the human world together. What if they rekindled what they once had? I considered this. What if it were Jonah and me? And there was a reason we couldn't be together for so many years. What if he thought I was dead when I wasn't? And I couldn't send word I was very much alive? How would I feel if he came back into my life? I'd want us to be together again, and I would expect the people who loved me to want me to be happy. I would be happy for them. Really, I would. They deserve this. What do you think Alanik would think about it? My attention snapped back toward her. Alanik? I don't know. He might feel a little strange, since he doesn't know Gregor, but I'm sure he'd see he doesn't have much of a say in it. She nodded, with a faraway gaze in her eyes. MMHMM. I'm sure you're right. This was interesting. I watched her, observing the slight smile which touched the corners of her mouth. The memory of her shining face and eyes came back to me, the way she'd looked when she entered Gregor's chambers back in Avalane. That breathless excitement. Where is Alanik anyway? Did you leave him back at the Hermitage? No. He had something to do. She caught me out of the corner of her eye. He's very busy, isn't he? To be honest, I'm not sure what he does with much of his time. But he's been there for me when I've needed him. Her smile widened perceptibly. He's the type. I can tell. Yes. This was very interesting. The two of you had some time to talk after he woke up then. It wasn't a trick of the light that made her face turn red. She glanced away, but it was too late. I'd caught her. I was about to press the subject, maybe even tease her a little. Was there something going on between them? I could hardly imagine Alanik having a romance, but the sight of a newcomer pushed everything else out of the way. A man walked across the courtyard, which ran along the front of the outermost fortress, acting as a sort of wide balcony over the lapping waves below. There was no mistaking him, although I'd never seen him in daylight before. Fane? I whispered in disbelief. Chapter 27. Anissa. I could hardly believe my eyes. Of all the places I would expect to run into Fane, this had to be the very last. "I'll be right back," I breathed in Felicity's general direction, already making a beeline for Fane. His eyes widened when he recognized me, but he didn't attempt to avoid my catching up to him. "What are you doing here?" I asked, caught between pleasant surprise and suspicion. What business could he have in Hallowthorne Landing? I thought he spent most of his time in that strange, in-between realm where it was always night, and the dead had been sleeping for hundreds of years. Maybe thousands. He didn't answer my question. Instead, he asked one of his own. "Where's Jonah?" He sounded as though he was accusing me of something, like it was my responsibility to keep track of him at all times. As it turned out, I knew the answer to his question. He was taking care of a security issue at another location the family has, I rattled off. Issue? What sort of issue? I honestly don't know. He didn't share that with me. I don't even think he knew at the time. He frowned, looking sterner than ever. I wondered what I had done to make him that way. Was it a matter of not liking the girl his son had chosen? I remembered the tension between the two of them over Seren's baby. Maybe that was it. He was taking out his frustration with Jonah on me. "Are the two of you still split up?" he asked. I gaped at him. "How did you know about that?" "I have ways of knowing things. I like to keep tabs on my children now that they know I'm alive." What would the Burke children think if they knew? For all the pushing away he tried to do, telling them it would make life easier and safer for them not to be associated with him, he couldn't let them go. I decided to keep his secret between the two of us. As a matter of fact, we're not split up. He asked me to marry him. His expression softened. He did he? When I nodded, he asked, "And you said? Would you like to attend the wedding?" I asked by way of reply. His smile was kind, genuine. "Nothing would make me happier, Anissa." I wanted to hug him, but I thought twice about it. He didn't seem like the hugging type. While he was in such a good mood, I thought I might as well press my luck. "You never did answer my question. Really, what brings you here?" His eyes moved back and forth, as though searching for some way out of providing an explanation. I recognized it after seeing it from Jonah so many times, and I gave him the same look I normally gave his son. He sighed. "It's important business, which I'd rather not discuss with just anyone." "I'm not just anyone," I reminded him. "You're my son's fiancé." "Not only that. I happen to know a lot about what you're going through right now. Isn't that true? Or do I need to remind you of what we found in Sorrow's Watch?" He held up one hand, turning his face away. "You don't need to." A shard of guilt sliced into my heart. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to throw that up at you the way I did." "It's all right. You make a good point. You're not an uninformed outsider." He took me by the arm and led me to the edge of the courtyard, just before the rock dropped off and met the water. "I'm here to find someone. Or at least, to find information on them." "Who?" He glanced around to be sure we were alone, before leaning a little closer. "Nivea used a necromancer and a witch to turn Valerius from one of the Fae into a vampire. She used them to change herself from shade to vampire too." "So you're looking for them," I deduced. "Are they the ones who put Vance into Valerius's body, too?" He shook his head. "No. I've already looked for them. Sadly, I was too late. They were already dead. I'd bet anything it was Nivea who had them killed. At any rate, I know they weren't involved with changing Valerius and Nivea. I know it because the necromancer in question is in prison, and has been for the last few centuries." "I see." It took a moment for me to absorb all the new information. "Do you think the two Nivea killed were the ones to move her into Alina's body, maybe?" Pain touched his eyes. It took a moment for him to reply. "Elena. I thought she died long ago. If she didn't, I don't know when the switch took place." For the second time in less than an hour, I felt like I should give someone their privacy. He was so obviously pained by the thought of his wife being alive, out there somewhere, while he... The image of Seren's face flashed across my mind. He cleared his throat. At any rate, I'm certain Nivea will try to find the necromancer and witch from so long ago. Wherever they are, that's where she'll eventually be. Do you know where to find them? Where's the necromancer imprisoned? On Shadowspain Island. He looked away, across the water. I assumed that meant the island was somewhere out there. I'm not familiar with the name. I don't think I've ever heard of it. What else was new? It seemed as though there was always something I needed to catch up on. How had I ever thought I knew everything about my world? I was so naive before meeting Jonah, even though I was wise beyond my years in so many other respects. Fane didn't seem surprised. Its primary purpose is to keep witches incarcerated, usually for crimes against other witches. The prison takes up a large part of the island, though there are homes for the family or loved ones of the incarcerated to live in while the witch serves their sentence. Samara, the witch Nivea will be looking for, lives on the island where Elazar, the necromancer, is imprisoned. You said it was witches who were incarcerated there. Yes, well, in some cases the prison's elite security measures are necessary to keep a particularly dangerous criminal safely locked up. The cells are enchanted, you see, with no chance of outsiders getting in or out. The enchantment wears off as the sentence dwindles, but Elazar has another century to go before he's freed. I narrowed my eyes as the larger picture came into focus. Something tells me you have no intention of letting another century pass. Would you? He asked with a derisive snort. What are you planning then? To help Elazar escape, in exchange for a promise that he'll get Nivea out of Alina's body. I sighed to myself. What about Seren? What about her? He raised an eyebrow in silent warning. I had to tread carefully when it came to her, I could tell. You have her now. And a baby coming. This is extremely risky. Why are you taking such a chance? He stared out across the water again, so I couldn't see his expression. The sun was sinking. It had to be late afternoon, or the equivalent thereof. I didn't know how time worked in Hallowthorn Landing. The late-day sun turned Fane's dark hair to a deep auburn. I'm doing it for my children. I can do this one last thing for them, if nothing else. They deserve to have their mother back, if it's possible. His words touched my heart. I knew what it meant to have my mother back. A glance over my shoulder showed her still walking with Gregor, this time along the water where we'd first portaled in. I had never seen either of them look so happy and peaceful. I could just imagine what it would mean to Jonah and the others to have Elena in their lives again. Do they know what you're planning? He shook his head. They have no idea, and I can't have any of them involved in this. Why not? I'm sure they would want to help bring their mother home, if possible. Philippa is busy guarding Valerius's body. She won't want to leave him. Gage always seems to be gone for one reason or another. I never know where to find him. Scott is too young, too unskilled in this sort of mission. And Jonah? He snorted. Jonah hates me because of Seren and the baby. For all I know, Gage hates me too. Besides, it's far too dangerous. I wouldn't want to involve any of them even if I could. I couldn't let his comment about Jonah slide. Jonah doesn't hate you. I'm sure of it. He processed this without comment before continuing. At any rate, if they're caught, the price for something like this could be steep. And the witches of Hallowthorn Landing would be bound to notice that many vampires arriving all at once. They would see the vampire auras and be on the alert. That confused me. My mother and I haven't had any problems, and we're vampires. Whoever brought your mother and sister had permission to do so, he explained. Your mother's aura is not a problem. It was Seren who brought them. He seemed to take this in stride, though I could tell he didn't know before now. I have to admit, I wonder why they're here at all, but I understand it's a private matter. Thank you. I wasn't about to explain what brought Sarah here, and I wondered again how her training was progressing. It would have been so much better if I could just see her. But what about me? And for that matter, what about Gregor and Felicity? Nobody seems to care that we're here. I glanced around to confirm this. There were no hordes of hooded witches rushing out from the fortresses, eager to question us. As for those two, they're Fae. There are treaties in place which allow the Fae to intermingle peacefully with witches, for the most part. I wouldn't say their presence is completely welcome, just as I'm sure a witch wouldn't be celebrated on entering Avalane, but they're tolerated. As for you, he looked me up and down with an appraising gaze. One of them must have placed a ward on you. I'm guessing the woman, since I know Gregor wouldn't be able to do it. Something to mask your vampire aura. Even though you're part Fae, you're still a vampire. Felicity, that's who he meant. I see. At least I thought I saw. There were still so many rules I was unaware of. No matter how far I went, there was always more to learn. I stared across the water with him, toward where I guessed Shadowsbane sat. Even though I knew it was probably foolish, I hated the thought of him going there alone. It was heroic of him to take on a challenge like that for the sake of his children. He deserved all the help he could get. I took a deep breath and hoped I wouldn't regret what I was about to say. I could go with you to Shadowsbane. I would like to help you. He shot me a look from the corner of his eye. You? You must be joking. What's so wrong with that idea? I asked, more than a little offended at his tone. You have no idea the level of danger you could be in if you took a chance like that. I waved a dismissive hand. Danger? Please. One day, when we have the time, we'll talk about some of the dangerous situations I was in before I ever met your family. I'm hell on a zipline, you know. I don't know if that matters, but I thought it was worth bringing up. He laughed, sounding surprised. Whether it was me or himself he was surprised with, I didn't know. Fair enough. I would appreciate the help. And the company. I couldn't help but feel a little pleased with myself, hearing his acceptance. Even so, there was something nagging at the back of my mind. Before we go, I think I should head back to the penthouse, just to see Jonah, to let him know where I'll be. Or at least, that I'll be with you. I don't want him to worry. He winced. As I said, I'm sure he doesn't hate you. And I'm sure he'd want to know what you're planning to do. It would mean a lot to him, hearing what you're willing to risk to bring Elena back if you can. He mulled this over, emotions running across his weathered face. You know him better than I do now. If you think he can accept my presence, I'll go with you. But we should hurry. I don't want to waste time.
Chapter 28. Sarah. If I'm going to be a witch, I might as well be the best witch I can be. One corner of his mouth quirked up in what looked like a reluctant smile. Even so, he held up a finger. I will. So long as you feel the same, once you know everything there is to know. Somebody needed to tell Stark what a terrible storyteller he was, because I wasn't sure I wanted to know what was on his mind with a lead-in like the one he'd just given me, before continuing down the dark tunnel. I hurried to catch up. You want to tell me everything there is to know. About what? About me. You make it sound as though that's a bad thing, like I'll regret it. I didn't say that, did I? I only want you to withhold your request until you know for sure what you're asking. It's for your own good. And you're such an expert at what that means. When last I checked, you were here because you needed my help. Am I forgetting something? No. You're not forgetting anything, I sighed. Exactly. It stands to reason then, there are things I know which you don't yet know. And maybe if you'd not drag me halfway around the world and stop and talk to me about them, I could know them. Or is it just that you prefer being a know-it-all? He chuckled as he came to a stop, then turned. I've always been a know-it-all, Emily used to tell me so. But I have to tell you, nobody's called me that since. Well, you must not know many people then. A gentle incline of his head told me I wasn't far off the mark. We're here now, at any rate. I looked around. The same blank darkness surrounded me. We're where? Allow your eyes to adjust. It might take a moment. Your vampire blood must make it a challenge to see what witches see. I dismissed the impulse to snarl at him. He couldn't resist the opportunity to mention my vampire blood, could he? Instead, I focused my energy on letting whatever was around me come into view. Images began to separate themselves from the deep black nothing. A chair. A painting which seemed to hang in midair, until the wall behind it came into view. The marble mantel beneath it. A bed with a strong, heavy wooden frame, and 4 posters that supported a thick set of emerald green drapes. A fireplace cold and dark. There were no windows. I had no sense of the outside world. Candles, flames flickering at the wicks. Wax dripped down the mantel and cooled in shapeless blobs which must have taken centuries to produce. What is this place? A bedroom clearly stuck far in the past. It reminded me of something out of photos I'd seen from the 19th century, though it could have dated further back than that. Stark's voice was low, flat. This is the place where Emily and I were born. It's home. I turned to him with a soft gasp. I thought you lived in Hallowthorne Landing. I have rooms there, but it will never be home to me. Are we in Romania? I remembered him mentioning it when he told me his sister's story. He shook his head. This specific place can't be located on a human map. We made our life in the human world, yes, more out of necessity than anything else. But this was where we were born and spent our earliest years. I wonder more often than I'd like to admit how very different life would have turned out if we'd never left. He walked to the mantel and leaned his hand against one of the few bare places where wax hadn't taken over. I don't come here often, he murmured, staring into the dark hearth. Only when I want to be close to my sister again, if only in my mind, my spirit. The depth of his pain took my breath away. It practically dripped from his words the way wax dripped from the candles. And it had hardened over the years as the wax had, and formed a shell around him. But we're no longer in Hallowthorne Landing, I confirmed. Correct. We're in the same dimension, however. This place, Hallowthorne, Shadowspain. They're all in the same dimension. Shadowspain? I frowned. What's that? It was as though he hadn't noticed he'd said it. He was too far away to pay full attention to our conversation. My question seemed to come as a surprise. You'll know more about that in due time, he promised with a knowing chuckle. I hated the sound of that soft laugh. He was still holding something back. Maybe it was for my own good. Maybe it was something I didn't want to know. He cleared up my unspoken confusion. Before you hear all about it, I want to tell you about me. Then you can decide if you trust me or not. His words landed on me like blocks of ice. I actually shivered a little, which I tried to hide. What could there be about him that was so bad? I guessed if he was as old as he said, there could be any number of secrets in his past. He stood up straight, hands at his side, appearing resolute. You said earlier you'd never heard my name before. That's right. He raised an eyebrow. What about the name? Starkers. I gasped, it wasn't possible. Starkers are just a myth. A band of secret humans who hunt vampires. There's never been any proof of their existence. Except for the vampires they killed, he murmured. Except for that. But even so. You don't have to make excuses for what you already know to be true, so don't bother. He shook his head. The group has always been secretive enough, and stayed far enough undercover to avoid being caught. I sputtered. They've been around for hundreds of years, haven't they? Supposedly. Supposedly. Hundreds of years. My mind spun with possibilities. It had been hundreds of years since Emily died. But he couldn't have. There was no way. And yet her death had changed him. Crushed him. When a person suffered pain like that, they were capable of anything. Even organizing a band of vampire killers, and giving them his name. Did he name them? Or did they pick the name out themselves? Are things beginning to make sense now? There was a note of sympathy in his question. No. They're not. I didn't want to believe it. I couldn't believe it. Not him. Perhaps it would help if you learned from my blood. What? My voice rang through the room. I didn't mean to shout, but it came out that way. 1 minute, you hate me for being a vampire. The next, you ask me to drink your blood. I don't hate you for being a vampire, he reminded me in a softer tone than I'd ever heard him use before. Have I felt conflicted because of my history and your dual nature? Yes. But I don't hate you. I never did. No matter how many times he'd told me that in the past, I hadn't believed him. But I believed him then. I don't think I want to. Drink, that is. I wrung my hands. There was a time when the turmoil he was putting me through would start a dangerous tingle in my fingertips. A tingle which soon turned to a crackling sound. He had taught me how to handle it. You should. You'll be able to see my memories. I'll open them for you. He took a step toward me. Then another. I would have run if I knew where I was running to. I was that conflicted. What if I saw something that changed my feelings for him? Something so terrible, I couldn't look at him the same way again. He meant too much to me. Stark, please. Don't make me do this. I wished I could move my feet, but they seemed glued to the floor as he closed the distance between us and placed his hands on either side of my face. My heart took off. His eyes stared straight into mine. Sarah. I would never offer this if it wasn't important. Why is it so important? I breathed. He was so close. His face seemed to swim in front of me, like I was about to swoon. I willed my heart to slow down a bit before I did just that. But it was all so perfect, or it would have been if I wasn't staring down the prospect of learning things I didn't want to know about him. It just is. I want you to know everything before you make up your mind about me. His breath was warm on my face, as warm as the hands still touching me. They slid down to my shoulders before he pulled me closer. When his lips brushed against mine, I had the sense of the inevitable finally coming to pass as I let myself sink into his arms. Chapter 29. Sarah. What was I supposed to do after a kiss like that? I'd thought I was conflicted before. The entire world was upside down by the time he pulled away. My eyes opened slowly, as though part of me wanted to hold on to this moment forever. He gazed down at me with new warmth, and a slight smile touched the corners of what I knew was his warm, firm, inviting mouth. I wanted him to kiss me again, forever even, but there were more pressing issues at hand. Will you? He whispered, stroking my arms. You're sure you want this? Yes. He held out his wrist. I do. If he was ready to trust me with whatever I was about to find, I had to trust him too. All right. Quick, before I lose my nerve. Let's do this. In a way, it was the most intimate act we could share. I was about to look into his memories and drink the blood which gave him life. The weight of what I was about to do wasn't lost on me, as I took his wrist in both hands and pushed back the sleeve. I could easily make out the blue veins running just under his skin, and my thirst stirred. I didn't want to think of him as a meal. I wasn't drinking because I was hungry, but every knee-jerk instinct rushed to the forefront of my thoughts and urged me to drink deep. My fangs descended and I pierced his skin with them. He hissed softly, but that didn't matter when the first drops of blood touched my tongue. Instantly, images flashed behind my closed eyelids. The more I drank, the clearer they were. Dozens of humans in deep burgundy robes, hoods pulled over their heads, marching out of the woods and into a clearing. In the distance, a full moon rose over the roof of a castle, lighting the turrets and casting long shadows over the tops of bare, lifeless trees. I could just make out the shapes of their faces, those hooded figures, the places where their eyes should be, but there was nothing definable. I was struck by the sudden knowledge they wanted it that way. Less of a chance of being described and tracked down for what they were about to do. I followed as they circled around a pair of wide-eyed, trembling vampires, a man and a woman with their fangs bared against the advancing threat. But they were outnumbered, and they knew it. They wouldn't go down without a fight. Their clothing was old-fashioned, the sort I would expect to see in a painting from centuries earlier: short pants and knee-high stockings, buckled shoes, the woman's shirt brushing the ground as she pressed her back to that of the man with her. Their eyes darted back and forth, as if looking for an opening in the circle of robed bodies. The torches those hooded figures carried lit the circle, but only enough to make shadows dance along their robes and add to their threatening appearance. The male vampire lunged, hoping to throw a few of his would-be attackers off balance. It didn't work. Instead, high-pitched laughter filled the night air, followed by jeers, both male and female voices, I realized. I couldn't have explained why this surprised me. A few of them thrust their torches into the center of the circle, taunting the frightened pair, and I gasped in horror as the female vampire's skirt caught fire. She screamed, beating at the flames with both hands, and was fast enough to smother them. What I saw next made me wish she hadn't been successful. The hooded figures descended on them, pulling the pair apart and holding them separate from each other. He called out to her, trying to comfort her while she wept and thrashed and snarled curses in a language foreign to my ears. Still, I could tell from the way he spoke and the look of love on his face he was trying in vain to make her final moments easier. My stomach turned when one of the hooded figures kicked him behind the knees, making him drop to the ground, then touched the lit torch to his clothing. The sounds of his mates' tortured shrieks as they held her in place and forced her to watch him burn to death seared my brain along with the smell of roasting flesh. Her knees went out, and she sagged in the arms of those who held her up, wailing and screaming long after her mate stopped flailing on the ground. Only when a flash of silver shone against her throat, in the form of a blade wielded by one of her torturers, did she go silent forever. The scene changed before I had the chance to catch my breath. Another group of robbed figures, those same burgundy robes, the same hoods but different bodies in them. I knew this because of the change in scenery. We were on a hill outside a major city, and electric lights glowed in the distance. A train whistle floated along on the warm night air. Hundreds of years had passed. "You thought you could get away," one of the menacing hooded men called out, waving a long silver knife in the face of a bound and gagged vampire. The male vampire, a man, no, a boy, though he was probably much older than his youthful face allowed, glared in open rage. "You thought we'd leave you alone to conduct your filthy business. You're an abomination. You don't deserve to walk the earth." He pressed the side of the knife against the vampire's cheek, and the screams from behind the gag were gut-wrenching. I heard his flesh sizzling under the toxic metal, and when the torturer lifted the blade away, the sight of the burn made me close my eyes. But there was no escaping the moans of pain coming from the vampire. "Give him another one," a woman cried out. Her voice was frenzied with a lust for killing. A young male voice called out, "Yeah. One to match on the other cheek." The torturer complied. This time, the sound of satisfied laughter drowned out the agonized screaming. "We've already killed your so-called family," the torturer announced. "You're the only one left, and you know it. We're doing you a favor, you filthy soulless thing. You should be thanking me for putting an end to your miserable existence." Another few touches of the blade to the vampire's throat, a hissing, sizzling sound accompanied each point of contact, along with those triumphant cheers. I looked around wildly, sure I had to be imagining all of this. It was a terrible dream or a joke. There was no way this could have happened. And yet the night air was fresh on my face, and the dewy grass was damp under my feet. I could smell smoke drifting our way from the distance, the smoke from coal fires burning all throughout the city below us. And the smell, once again, of burning skin and muscle. It was all too vivid to be a dream. This had happened. This was a vivid memory in Stark's mind, and I was in Stark's mind watching it all. The vampire threw his head back and screamed behind his gag, and moonlight illuminated his full face. I hadn't been able to see all of it, until now. Horror washed over me. I knew him. I knew him. The torturer raised his arm, and the moonlight glinted off that terrible blade before it descended, and a roar of celebration rose up over the group. I couldn't take any more. I pulled back from Stark's wrist, sicker than I'd ever felt in my life. I staggered backward, hands raised in front of my eyes, as if that would help erase what I had just seen. I could barely breathe, like something was sitting on my chest. I fell into the chair by the hearth, gasping as though I had run a marathon. "Now you know," he said, sounding defeated. "Why?" I gasped. "Why what? Why did we do it?" I nodded hard, unable to look at him. How could he? "I already told you the entire story behind my hatred for vampires." "So you organized this group to kill them for you?" I spat. I didn't know how to feel about him at that moment. "I was only with them in the first couple centuries," he explained. "I witnessed that last murder, the last in my presence at any rate, but I had nothing to do with organizing it or the killings of the vampire's family. The Starkers," he flinched as he said it, "had already been operating without me for a long time. It was accidental that I stumbled upon their activities that night." "I knew that man," I whispered, holding my head in my hands. I could still see him, terrified and ravaged by pain, probably wishing it would all be over. "Ferdinand. He was a friend of my father's. I used to play with his children when I was a little girl. And then they went away. Nobody ever told me why or where they'd gone. I hadn't thought about any of them, him, his wife, their 3 daughters and 2 sons, in decades. It all came screaming back at me after watching his murder. And they had already killed his family. The man with the blade said so." My stomach churned. I wanted to weep, to scream, to claw at him and ask how he dared decide who got to live and who had to die. How he had put that sort of power into the hands of humans, stupid humans who couldn't hope to understand that vampires thought and felt and loved the same way they did. I did everything I could to keep the roiling emotions inside, rather than letting Stark see how deeply conflicted he'd left me. Oh, how I wished he had never made me watch his memories. I still had deep, crazy, improbable feelings for him, but they were tainted by the knowledge he had enabled the killing of so many. I had to stop the Starkers. They would kill me if they had the chance, wouldn't they? And my family. For all I knew, they had come close to doing so back when I was young. The Great Fire had changed a lot of things. They may have backed away from my clan afterward, gone somewhere else. I'd never heard of them, and I wasn't sure anyone in our clan had. They clearly lived outside the treaties between humans and vampires. You have to understand, Sarah. I have nothing to do with them anymore. They still use my name, but I'm not part of them. I looked at him, and could see the truth written clearly on his face. And the anxiety. The desperation. He needed me to believe him. I know. It was all I could say. I didn't trust myself with anything else. I felt the same for him as I did before, and I almost wished I didn't. It would have been so much easier. Do you know where they are now? I asked. You saw where they were. They haven't left. Yes, I saw. They hadn't gone far from the Carver mansion to kill Ferdinand. The city we'd been near was New York. It made sense they'd want to stay there, seeing as how 2 powerful clans called it home. What took you away from the group? I wanted him to say he'd had a change of heart, but I knew that wasn't it. If he still hated vampires, that wasn't it. My imprisonment on Shadowspain Island, he replied instead. I've never heard of it, I admitted, though the dead tone of his voice when he spoke of it told me what I needed to know. Consider yourself lucky, he replied with a grim smile. It's a prison for witches. The Witches' Senate knew I had started the Starkers, perhaps the name gave it away. His smile was self-deprecating. At any rate, even though there's never been any love lost between the species, once the vampires knew the Starkers were started by a witch, they used it as an excuse to kill any witch they found. They demanded my punishment to stop the killings. Therefore, I couldn't be allowed my freedom. I'd inadvertently led to the death of untold numbers of creatures like myself. He tried to mask it, but I heard the pain in his voice. The guilt. He carried not only Emila's death on his conscience, but the deaths of the other witches. When they sent me to the prison, I was a wanted man, he continued. The vampires wanted me dead. They still do, I'm sure. Obviously, I had to end my relationship with the Starkers. As I said, I only stumbled upon that last scene, that last killing you witnessed. And I realized something that night. While I didn't experience a change of heart on Shadowsbane, I did lose my taste for the hunt. And when I saw what my original intent had devolved into over the passage of time, the torture, the taunting, the violence of it, I could no longer stomach it. I couldn't align myself with them. That much was a relief. He didn't want to be part of them anymore. A good thing, since I was determined to bring them down. Everything had happened so quickly. I hadn't known for sure the Starkers were real until less than an hour earlier, but I was no less sure this was my destiny. Or at least part of it. There could be a positive side to my elemental powers after all. I went to him, full of new confidence. So much so I kissed him, harder than we'd kissed earlier. I still wasn't sure what it meant, kissing a man who'd brought about so much death, but it felt right to my heart. The feelings between us ran too deep to dissolve in the face of his past. We were both breathless by the time the kiss ended, and Stark curled his hand around the back of my neck as he touched his forehead to mine. I closed my eyes, content to be in the moment. But the moment couldn't last forever. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I know." I paused, the memory of Ferdinand's pain still fresh. "I have to become as powerful an elemental witch as possible." "I know," he replied. "And I'll help you."
Chapter 30. Anissa. It was all so different on the roof of the Burke high-rise. The sensation of wind whipping through my hair and past my ears was a familiar one, and completely foreign in comparison to the tranquility in Hallowthorne Landing. But it would always feel more like home than anywhere else, even Avalain. "I'll go in to get him," I said, motioning for Fane to wait. He nodded as though he understood, and had in fact been expecting me to offer just that. After all, there was no telling who I'd find inside. He couldn't simply walk in the way I could. I made my way down the stairs from the roof to the penthouse level, and in through the front door. It was cracked, I noticed. Something must have happened while I was gone. "Jonah?" I called out, almost afraid of what I'd find. "You're finally back." He came running from his room, scooping me up in a big hug. "Please don't go running off on me like that. Please." There was desperation in his voice. "I looked for you and couldn't find you anywhere, and I was so afraid I'd lost you. Don't run off when there's so much happening around us. I can't lose you." "I'm sorry." I wrapped my arms around his neck and buried my face there for a sweet, too short moment. I didn't plan on being so long. Believe me, I wouldn't have left you for that long without telling you so. Which is actually why I'm back right now. He pulled back, putting me on my feet. "You're going somewhere? Already?" I traced the sharp curve of his jaw with my fingertips, and wondered if there would ever be a time when it would be just us. I wouldn't if it wasn't important, and not just to me. He kissed my forehead, his lips lingering there. "Where are you going, then?" "Come with me. You'll understand." I took his hand, but he didn't budge. Like he was rooted to the floor. "Wait. There's something I want to talk to you about, and I can't wait until the next issue or the next emergency. Right now. I want to settle something." "All right." I wasn't sure how to interpret his intensity. He seemed ready to jump out of his skin. I waited with my heart in my throat. His sternness gave way to a tender smile as he lowered himself to one knee. My brain could hardly keep up with what was happening, as he pulled a small box from his pocket and held it up to me. I wanted to make it official. Oh wow. I didn't know what else to say. I was too busy trying not to faint, to come up with anything more eloquent than that. His eyes shone as he smiled up at me. "Anissa, I want you to know, no matter where we are, no matter how many miles separate us, no matter where life takes us, I am always on your side. I'm always going to fight for you, no matter what that means. No matter what it takes. You come first, forever. And I will always love you the way I love you right this minute." I love you too, I choked out over the tears clogging my throat. Will you marry me? He opened the box to reveal a beautiful antique sapphire and diamond ring. The craftsmanship of the white gold band was exquisite, just like the sparkling center sapphire and the diamonds surrounding it. I could tell it was an heirloom, and one which undoubtedly meant a lot to him. And he was giving it to me. More than that, he was giving me his heart, his protection, his love. There was only one thing I could say. Yes? The metal was cool as he slid it over my finger, and then I was in his arms again. The sensation of everything being right with the world was a sweet one as he kissed me, and my tears dampened his cheeks. He was smiling when the kiss ended. I couldn't wait. I'm glad you didn't. No matter where I go, I'll have this and I'll feel stronger. I grinned. And now you can't go back on it. He laughed. I wouldn't for anything. I'm glad you're saying that because there's still something I want to show you. I hated to bring an end to what was a perfect moment, probably the most perfect I'd ever known, but there was still someone waiting for us on the roof. There would always be something else we had to face together. He didn't protest as I took his hand and led him out of the penthouse and up the stairs to the roof. But he did drop my hand when he saw who was waiting up there for us. Jonah. Fane stood with hands clasped behind his back, nearly melting into the darkness around him. He was good at that, blending into the shadows. Fane. What are you doing here? He looked down at me, frowning. You brought him? You're with him for some reason? We can explain. I fought to keep the edge of strain out of my voice. I wanted so much for the two of them to get along, and a lot of that would have to do with how Jonah treated his father. If he saw me as consorting with the enemy, it would drive a wedge between us. I couldn't have that. He held my gaze for a beat before nodding. Not up here though. Let's go inside. I don't feel like shouting over the wind. I took that as a small win. He was willing to invite Fane into the penthouse. Only when the three of us were there did Fane notice my hand. His eyes widened with recognition, then he smiled. So it's official. The pride in his voice warmed my heart. It is, Jonah confirmed. Congratulations. You've chosen well. He surprised me by holding his hand out to his son, who surprised me by shaking it. Fane smiled down at me. I'm very proud. Thank you for letting me have this moment. I didn't know what to say, I was so touched. He had me at a total loss for words. Jonah, however, was not at a loss. All right. As much as I hate to break this up, what's it all about? Why are you here? I turned to Fane. It was his story to tell. I planned to go to Shadowsbane Island to find the witch and necromancer who turned Nivea and Valerius into vampires, so I can engage their assistance in getting Nivea out of your mother's body. I took Jonah's hand, instinctively knowing the announcement would rock him. It would rock me to my core. He took it better than I would have, only flinching slightly before pointing out, we don't know for sure whether she's still in there. You're right, Fane acknowledged, but she's the mother of my children. I have to be sure. It was my turn to flinch at his choice of words. I knew what Jonah was thinking before he said it. What about the mother of your other child? Where does this leave Seren? Fane took it well, like he'd expected as much. Seren is part of my current life. I'm not turning my back on her by trying to free your mother, as I've never turned my back on Elena. I may have moved on, I thought she was dead after all, but she still means a tremendous lot to me. If she's still in there, I can't allow Nivea to hold her hostage any longer. Jonah nodded slowly, thoughtfully. I watched his face for any sign of what he might be thinking. I'd expected him to jump at the chance to free Elena. Jonah nodded. I wish I could help you with this, but I can't. My eyes went wide as he turned to me, confusion crossed his face. He was surprised by my reaction, but what he asked next clarified his stance for me. Did you tell him about everything that's happened lately? With the clans, with Lucian? Of course. Lucian. Jonah couldn't leave right now. No, I didn't. There are always so many things happening. I shot Fane a look of apology. It slipped my mind, as ridiculous as I know that sounds. What slipped your mind? He turned from me to Jonah, who suddenly appeared uncomfortable, as he had to explain to his father the chances we had taken. We used spiritwalkers to control Marcus, he admitted. I was going to have him kill Lucian at a special meeting of the League. You were what? Fane hissed, shocked beyond belief. We never got that far, Jonah continued over his father's reaction. Because Vance, or rather Valerius, did it for us. He pulled out a bone dagger and killed Lucian with it. The bone dagger. I had forgotten all about that too. I could feel its presence tucked into my boot. The murder weapon. I held my tongue rather than confess I'd taken it and still had it. Fane went pale. I had never seen him so shaken. Lucian's dead? The weight of his words wasn't lost on me. I wondered what it would be like to spend so much of my life hating and cursing the man who'd done everything in his power to ruin me, only to find out somebody else had killed him. To know he was gone just like that. I'd be shaken too. I saw him turn to dust, Jonah confirmed with a grim smile. And it's just like Valerius to use Vance's body to do it, Fane observed. The ultimate twist. I can hardly believe it. Jonah reached into his back pocket and pulled out another ring. I wondered how many rings he normally carried around with him. This one was very old, a gold band with a signet. He extended it toward Fane. Philippa gave me this. She found it in Lucian's dungeon. Its gauges? Fane examined it. Yes. I remember. It had blood on it when she found it. Fane looked at Jonah. In the dungeon. Right. That's where Gage was. That's who beat the hell out of him. Lucian. Fane snarled. I'm not sorry he's gone. Where's Gage now? Jonah stiffened. I don't know exactly. He had something to take care of. And just like Fane had done earlier, he glanced around the room. He was avoiding telling the truth. What was Gage really up to? Whatever it was, Jonah couldn't say. I wouldn't press him for answers, at least not at this very minute. Fane shook his head with an impatient scowl. What does all of this have to do with why you can't come with us to help free your mother? Without Lucian to lead the League, someone has to. I'm interim leader. I had Vance, or Valerius rather, and Genevieve and Marcus imprisoned after Lucian's murder. If I leave now, who's to say who will be in charge or what side they'll be on? They may decide to free those three before they go to trial. If Vance goes free, anything could happen. Besides, you know how Philippa feels about him. She'd be livid if I let him go, even indirectly. Fane nodded. So be it. You have to stay. I understand. But I'm going, I announced. Jonah turned to me, his eyes wide as saucers. You're what? Chapter 31. Anissa. I don't think so. Jonah folded his arms. Absolutely not. Yes. I am. You have no business putting yourself in that level of danger. This isn't your mother we're talking about. No, but I thought we were engaged. Doesn't that mean I have some connection to this family? Am I not allowed to care because we aren't related by blood? I turned to Fane. We'd better get going if we want to get this done. Fane looked unsure as to whether this was still a good idea. I was about to ask if he had suddenly adopted Jonah's point of view, before I remembered how tenuous their relationship was, and how I might be getting in the way of their patching things up. But that wasn't my fault. Jonah was the one trying to tell me what to do, when I had been fine with taking care of myself before we met. Are you sure this is the best idea? He asked, glancing at Jonah. Yes. I am. We ought to get moving. Anissa. Don't do this. I ignored Jonah, following Fane out the door and up the stairs. The ring was still new to my finger, and a reminder of all we had just said to each other about love and being connected, Even so, it didn't give him the right to order me around. I made it a point to stare straight ahead as we went to the roof. Jonah followed on my heels. Give this a little more thought, he urged. I understand why you're concerned, I assured him as we stepped outside. I really do. But this is important to me. I want to help Fane. I've already made up my mind. You don't know what you're about to get into, he protested. Stay. This is too much, it's too dangerous. Just stay. Stay where? That didn't come from Jonah. Or Fane. The three of us turned, surprised to find Scott walking toward us from the stairwell. I was on my way out of the elevator when I saw you three coming up here. What's going on? What's too dangerous? And where the hell is Sarah? I gulped, glancing at Jonah and Fane. Fane spoke first. I'm going to track down a way to free your mother's body from Nivea, in hopes of bringing her back. And I'm going to help him, I added. Jonah merely glared my way. You're going to bring Mom back? Then I'm going to, Scott declared. Fane stepped forward. Scott, I don't know about this. It doesn't seem like a wise idea. Yes, I am, he insisted. He was just as stubborn as his brother. And while we're at it, is there any chance we can track down Sarah? I haven't seen her in weeks, and I refuse to believe nobody knows where she is. The last comment was aimed at me. I know this because his eyes bore into me. I know where she is, Fane replied. A cold feeling spread through my stomach, until I remembered Fane didn't know why she was there. He couldn't possibly give her secrets away. My heart clenched when Scott's face lit up. You do? Where? Hallowthorne Landing. I saw her there myself. You did? I asked, as surprised as Scott. Fane hadn't mentioned that. Is that where we're going? Scott asked. We're stopping there first, we have to before we can get to Shadowspain Island, but we're not staying there. Scott frowned. We don't have to stay, but I do want to see her. I absolutely have to. Wait a minute. Everybody, hold on. Jonah stepped into the center of our makeshift triangle. This is all moving much too fast. Scott, you want to just pick up and travel to another dimension? All to see Sarah for a few minutes, if you get a chance to see her at all. Don't get into this with me right now, Jonah, he warned. I marveled at the fact I'd never seen him so determined. It was touching, the way he cared about my sister, but it was crucial he not find out why she'd gone for training. And he would inevitably ask why she was there, and not at the penthouse. Jonah only shook his head. It was clear he knew this was an unwinnable argument and turned his attention to Fane. There's something important I need now that Lucien's gone. The enchantment he had placed on headquarters is decaying without him. Fane's brows knitted together. Right. I hadn't considered that. I'm going to need a witch to place a new enchantment, one I can trust, he added almost as an afterthought. Fane nodded. All right. I'll get word to Seren. Jonah's frown was as deep as I had ever seen it, deep enough to make my heart sink for both him and his father. Fane noticed too, naturally. It's a good idea, maybe the best we could hope for right now. She would never betray us. Jonah shrugged blithely. If you're sure. There's one thing I would ask of you, now that we're talking about her. Fane took a step toward Jonah and lowered his voice, though not so much I couldn't hear. Please. While I'm gone. If you could only take care of Seren, it would mean a lot to me. I flinched, my gaze immediately cutting to Jonah's stony face. You can't be serious, he replied in a flat, emotionless voice. It didn't seem to faze Fane, who pushed on. If she doesn't want to be in Duskwood all by herself, could you please give her a place to stay? She shouldn't be alone right now, not with the baby coming. Anger flashed in Jonah's eyes. Fane added, the child is a fact just as you were a fact before you were born. I'm asking you to do what I would have asked someone to do for your mother, if I couldn't be there with her. It would be better for her to be around others, and it will be easier for me to do what I have to do, if I know she's safe. Doesn't she have anybody of her own kind to hang around with? Jonah asked. I couldn't believe him. How could he be so deliberately cold and unfeeling? Sometimes it was like there were two sides to his personality. It hadn't been more than an hour since he'd proposed and kissed me, as I wept with joy. Fane's anger rose to the surface. I guessed he had his limits. Since you mention it, you may as well know she isn't as easily accepted by her own kind now that they know she's carrying the child of a vampire. My heart ached for him and for her. I couldn't help thinking of my mother along with them. She'd had a hard time with me too, and our clan had been unforgiving of my half-breed status right up to the day I left for good. It was with this in mind, I took Jonah by the arm and pulled him aside behind one of the walls of the roof entrance. I know you're still angry with Fane over Seren and the baby. Obviously. Obviously, he agreed. Just keep this in mind, I'm a half-breed too, and I know what it's like to grow up being shunned for who I am when really it wasn't my fault. I couldn't choose my parentage any more than this baby can. I pulled him close, staring up into his eyes like I could will him into understanding. And this baby is still your sibling. Half-sibling, he corrected. Just like Sarah is my half-sibling, but I don't love her any less. And that never stopped me from trying to do the right thing by her, because she's my blood and I love her. You have to do the right thing. I know you have it in you. I placed a hand over his chest. You have it in here. Please, don't let your feelings about what Fane did color the way you think about the baby. It's not his or her fault. And it'll need a big brother like you to protect them. I searched for some spark of understanding in his eyes, but they were guarded. He insisted on holding back his feelings. I wished I could convince him to make it easier on himself, but I couldn't make him do anything any more than he could make me. I love you, I whispered. It was the only complete truth I knew. He was impossible and still unpredictable, but I loved him. He sighed as he took my face in his hands. I love you too. When we kissed, I could almost pretend it was just the two of us up here on the roof, without his father and brother waiting on me, so we could begin the next journey.
Chapter 32. Olonic. I withdrew into the shadows, careful to keep my eyes on the four of them. None of them had seen me or sensed me hovering nearby, listening in as they made their plans. I had only hoped to find Anissa there. I hadn't expected additional company. I should have known better, on second thought. She was rarely alone. No matter. I had work to do and fast. If Jonah wanted a new enchantment placed on the building serving as League headquarters, there was no time to waste. I needed to get there and get my work done while I still could, before there was any way to track what I planned to do or worse, stop me. Another portal, and within moments, I went from standing on the rooftop overlooking Manhattan to standing in front of the cathedral. There was a definitely change to the energy surrounding the place, and it had to do with Lucien's absence and the disintegration of the enchantment. Jonah was right to be concerned, and I hoped for his sake a fresh enchantment could be placed and soon. There was too much at stake to be left to chance. Even so, I hoped it took just a little more time before that happened. I couldn't afford to leave anything to chance either, and I had already made arrangements. It was merely a matter of seeing my hastily constructed plan through to fruition. Another helpful aspect of the turmoil left in the wake of Lucien's death was the lack of security. Was everyone that shaken up? I suppose so. Lucien had been in power for decades and had probably ruled with an iron fist. Without his orders, the guards had no idea who was supposed to be on duty, and they were too stupid to take responsibility for themselves. Jonah, meanwhile, had too many pressing concerns to be as involved as he could have been. This all worked in my favor, as I walked in through the main entrance with no problem. The air was still, the place silent. Even my soft footfalls against the stone floor echoed slightly, rising up through the air and bouncing off the columns which supported the arched ceiling many feet above my head. I took another look around to be sure I was alone. And I was. Finding the dungeon wasn't a challenge. I followed the sounds of pacing feet far below the cathedral's main level, where services once took place. Those people, settlers in the area when it had been nothing but unclaimed woodland, were long since gone. I wondered what they would think about what had become of their magnificent monument. Who was pacing in the cells? Genevieve most likely. Or Marcus. Both of them wondering what had gone wrong, how they had found themselves locked away. If they possessed even a shred of self-awareness, they had to know this sort of situation was nothing less than what they deserved. If anything, they deserved much worse for the many crimes they'd committed. I wasn't interested in them. I wanted the third member of their party. He sat cross-legged on the floor, staring straight ahead at the bars when I approached. His blank expression didn't change when I came into view and stood before him. If his eyes had been closed, I would have guessed he was sleeping. He had done it, or rather the being inside him had done it. Valerius. I didn't know whether to condemn or congratulate him for it. No one could argue the fact Lucian had needed to die before he caused any further irreparable damage. But that wasn't enough to make me forget the business between Valerius and myself, business he was unaware of. At least, I believed he was unaware of what I intended to do. Before he had the chance to say a word, to raise the attention of anyone else, I sent a spirit walker into him. His already blank expression went slack as he lost control of his body. At my command, he stood and walked across the cell until he stood in front of me. I looked around. It took no time for me to find what I'd hoped would be out in the open. The keys to the cells, strung on a rusted ring hanging from the wall. Yes, security had suffered in Lucian's absence. I took the ring from the wall and tested each key in turn, until I found the one which opened the door. Help. A sharp, desperate whisper from another cell. A female voice. Genevieve. I couldn't help but remember the way she'd freed me, but her intentions had been far from pure. She'd only wanted to use me. I owed her nothing. Instead of giving her the assistance she begged for, I led Vance's body from the cell and left him standing in the corridor, while I bundled up a few blankets in the rough shape of a body and left them on the bunk. It would, I hoped, buy me a little time before anyone noticed he was missing. I closed and locked the cell before leaving the keys where I'd found them too. Nothing could appear visibly out of place. Vance's body waited for me, still under my control. I led him up the stairs. I couldn't portal until we got outside and knew it would be risky, walking him through the cathedral as I was, but we may as well have been the only two living beings in existence as we made our way through the great hall and out the tall double doors. There was only one more thing to take care of before we left the area. His vampire aura would have to be hidden if I had any hope of transporting him through Shade's realm undetected. It was nothing for me to place a ward on him, blocking his aura. Even so, getting him into seclusion as soon as possible was a priority. I could only extend my abilities so far before suffering a breakdown as I had during the League meeting. A portal took us from the grounds surrounding the cathedral into Shade's realm. Though there was little solace for me there, it was still the closest thing to home I'd ever known, and my soul felt a sense of calm on entering. Be that as it may, there was no time to relax and enjoy the peace. I took his arm and coursed to the tower where my mother had spent so many years. There wasn't much time. I had to get him there before any of my brethren saw us. He put up no fight, of course, though I felt Valerius fighting against the Spirit Walker. His spirit was strong, powerful. Regardless, it was a waste of effort. We reached the tower, coursing up to the little room Tabitha had made her own, and only when the door was closed behind us did I feel a remote sense of satisfaction. I had already come this far. Only a little farther to go. The cell was as I had left it before portaling to the high-rise. If Valerius was surprised to see it, there was no way of knowing. I wondered what my mother would think if she knew I'd put a silver-lined cell into her former home, and if she knew what I intended to do with it. For one brief moment I questioned myself. Had I gone too far? Keeping Valerius or Vance shackled inside a cell. It was the only way I could be sure to keep him safely locked up until I came into possession of Valerius's body. There was no other way. And at least at Shade's realm, no one could start randomly looking for him here. All that was left was convincing Philippa to release the body she'd been guarding. The real Valerius. His body. I needed him in order to place his soul back into his own body before taking his power. Reminding myself of the ultimate goal braced me. I was taking the correct action. I would take my place where I belonged with the help of Valerius's power. I shackled Vance's body inside the cell, knowing the silver in the bars would prevent him from escaping. He looked as slack-faced as expected, only aware in his mind. I wondered briefly if Valerius understood what was happening to him, what was really happening, before I turned my back on him. The most dangerous part of my mission was done. I could breathe freely with that out of the way. What next? My thoughts immediately went to Aveline and Felicity. She had been in the back of my mind ever since we'd parted ways. Was this what it was like to fall in love? Being unable to get a person out of one's thoughts even when there were much more pressing issues at hand. If so, how did anyone get anything accomplished? I set off for the portal which led from the human world to Aveline. There had to be a way for me to get in to see her, or to bring her out to see me. I couldn't rest until I was with her again.
Chapter 33. Sarah. If you're absolutely certain about this, I can introduce you to a powerful elemental witch. Stark's eyes searched my face, as though he were searching for some clue as to how serious I was. She's perhaps the most powerful one in existence. A thrill ran through me at the thought of meeting someone with that sort of power, and learning to develop my own powers with their help. I've already told you how sincere I am about this. I know, but you may decide at some point that you've made a mistake or you've gone too far. There's no going back once you get started. I need you to understand this. A witch of this much power won't take lightly the impression that her time has been wasted in training someone who isn't fully committed. I tilted my head to one side, studying him. Is your opinion of me really so low? Do you think I would change my mind on a whim? He shook his head but smiled wryly. Doesn't this seem like sort of a whim to you? One moment, you told me you wanted to abandon your power and go back to being nothing more than a vampire. Now, you want to not only develop your power, but you want to be as strong as possible. Do you really blame me for my hesitation? He had me there. I suppose not. You just have to believe me. I mean this with all my heart. All right. He said it, with the conviction of a man on his way to the gallows. I'll take you to Elowen, then. Even her name carried an air of mystery and magic. Much more so than plain Sarah, at any rate. Who is she? And where? One thing at a time, he reminded me, and now he sounded like a parent attempting to calm an excited child. I met her when I was imprisoned on Shadowspain Island. Her brother Elazar is imprisoned there. A necromancer with, I'd guess, another 100 years on his sentence. What did he do? Practiced dark magic, involving the summoning of souls and their transference to other bodies. Or something of that nature. Very nasty stuff, that. As his sister, she lives on the island to be near him. We'll find her there. I couldn't imagine having that level of kinship with a creature as dark as Elazar sounded, enough to warrant living on a prison island just to be close to them. Then again, Anissa had done untold numbers of things on my behalf when I was imprisoned for breaking our laws. You'll be there with me? You won't leave me. It was suddenly of the utmost importance he be by my side. You're not afraid, are you? There was a slightly teasing quality in his voice. I didn't take the bait. I'm only afraid of losing you somehow. I can't leave you behind. If that's the price for learning from Elowen, I'm not sure I can pay it. Stark's eyes softened just before he took me in his arms, and I allowed myself to sink into his embrace, even though my heart was heavy. I hadn't lied when I said I couldn't leave him, but I couldn't tell him how determined I was to dismantle his little group of murderous humans either. That hidden truth would always be between us, no matter how close we were. "When can we go?" I asked, my head nuzzled against his shoulder.
You're in a hurry.
"I am," I said, pulling back just enough to gaze into his eyes. He needed to see how determined I was. "This is important to me. I don't see any reason to wait." "Do you?" "Not if you're in a hurry, no." He sounded almost resigned. "I suppose we can leave from here, and I could go back to Hallowthorne Landing to pick up your things once I know you're settled at Shadowspain." "Great. Let's go." Having a goal in mind energized me. There was a purpose to my powers. They weren't a curse. They weren't something to be ashamed of. They would bring an end to something terrible. I only wished I had known much sooner about the Starkers. I might have embraced my powers then, rather than spending so much time trying to suppress them. Stark created a portal of swirling light, all red and purple, and took my hand before leading me through. I was still not quite used to traveling this way, though it wasn't nearly as scary an experience as I'd had the first time. I knew what to expect. Though there was no anticipating what I saw when we first stepped through, and I had my first look at Shadowspain Island. It was like something out of a nightmare. I even wondered vaguely, somewhere in the back of my mind, if this was the place where bad dreams were born. Hallowthorne Landing had frightened me when my mother and I first arrived. What I saw that first day was nothing compared to the prison island. "People live here?" I called out over the ear-splitting crashing of the waves against jagged rocks, which stretched along the coastline as far as the eye could see. They seemed to form a barrier between the island and the sea. Stark nodded, pointing to the cottages which peppered the island. They were quite plain, with none being larger than what I guessed could house a family of 4. Even then, they would be cramped. In the daylight, without the wind and crashing waves, the little homes might have seemed charming with their thatched roofs and latticed windows which called back to a time long since past. As lightning split the clouds and touched the surface of the churning water, however, the tiny houses appeared sad and desolate, uninviting even in the face of a storm. "It must be nicer when the weather's better," I reasoned, tucking my hair behind my ears when the wind whipped it up in a cloud around my head. That was a waste of time, since the wind only picked it right back up again. "It's never better," he replied with a grim look. I should have known. "Come on. Elowin's this way." We started toward the little village, if that was what it was. I let him lead the way while my gaze kept shifting up toward the castle sitting on the island's far end, high above where we currently battled our way through the wind, perched on top of a mountain. For a moment, just the blink of an eye, I was sure it would tumble over and be swallowed up in the waves. Its stone walls seemed to climb up to the sky, turret after turret almost overlapping one another. A tall, thick stone wall ran around the outside, one I could imagine soldiers patrolling along the top of, watching out for threats from below. A winding road wound its way up from the village, over a narrow shelf of solid rock, then through an iron gate in the wall. I could visualize the castle once being the center of all activity on the island, and the villagers living around it, paying rents and celebrating whenever the bells rang out with good news. The bells wouldn't ring with good news then, would they? No, there wouldn't be good news on an island such as this. I shivered, rubbing my arms as I followed Stark. Once we reached the outlying buildings, the force of the wind died down as we were no longer unprotected against it. There were candles burning in a few of the cottages, making me wonder who lived there, and who they were waiting for inside the prison. How did we manage to portal straight onto the island? I asked the back of Stark's head. Aren't there any enchantments to prevent people from jumping on or off? You mean to keep them from escaping? Yes. He nodded. Yes, but not the way you think. It's the cells which are enchanted, and the enchantments wear off as the sentence comes to a close. They prevent the prisoners from leaving, prevent visitors from entering prisoners' cells. They even prevent the passing through of any items a prisoner didn't bring with them on their sentencing, and they're not allowed to bring much, believe me. He shuddered at the memory. I could hardly imagine him living in that castle. It was probably cold and damp, dreary, sad. How could anybody leave and live even a semblance of a normal life? The family, friends, loved ones, whatever you want to call them, are allowed to live in these cottages for as long as they want, he explained. The sidewalk, or what there was of it, widened and allowed us to walk side by side. I was able to catch a glimpse of his brooding expression. He didn't enjoy being here. I could hardly blame him. But he'd promised to stay with me, which meant I couldn't be the only one who felt the way I did. I quickly realized we weren't heading to one of the cottages. We were walking along the road, leading up to the castle. A feeling of cold dread settled over me. We're going up there? Of course. What did you think? I shrugged. I don't know. I guess I didn't think. I don't know where Elowen lives, he explained. But I know she'll be visiting her brother. She did every day. This is the surest way to find her. I see. I squared my shoulders and decided to brave it out. I had asked for this, after all. I'd practically demanded it. The stones comprising the wide pathway were slippery with the misty rain which fell in sheets, soaking into my robes. What a miserable place. And we were going to stay here during my training. It was actually a relief to pass through the raised iron gate. Who raised it, I didn't know. Maybe it raised itself when two outsiders who meant no harm approached. I was so unfamiliar with what witches were capable of. The sensation of eyes following us made my skin crawl, but the sensation faded once we were inside the wall. A quick walk through the stone courtyard lined by lit torches which somehow survived against the wind and rain, and we were inside an entry, which reminded me of the fortress back on Halathorn Landing, with its lack of light and the feeling of almost oppressive bleakness. Come on. Stark must have sensed my hesitation. He took my hand in his, and led me straight up a wide set of stairs and through a narrow corridor. He had been here before, then, to the cell of this prisoner. Unless his cell and the one we were about to visit were near each other. Are you all right? Being here, I mean? I shuddered when my arm brushed against a thick web. The corners and doorways were full of them. He snorted. Ironically, I feel safer here than I do anywhere else. There are no vampires to threaten me here. We came to a stop at a particular cell, the first one we'd passed, which wasn't empty. I felt a sort of tingle running through me when I stood too close to the metal bars, as if the enchantment wouldn't let me come too close. I took a step back. The man inside the cell let out a humorless chuckle. You'll learn. These were the only two words he offered in greeting. He was tall, lanky, dressed in black. A foreboding figure. He made me uneasy, though he didn't make a move or speak a threatening word. Perhaps that was why. I couldn't understand why he looked at me the way he did. Like he was examining me. His dark, probing eyes crackled with intelligence as he stood at attention, hands folded in front of him. Sarah, this is Elazar. Oh. That explained it. The necromancer. No wonder he was so unsettling. I nodded in greeting, not knowing what to say. What did a person say to someone like him? He was handsome enough, not nearly as handsome as Stark, but not ugly or deformed. It was those eyes. And the way his face didn't move as he observed me. Footsteps approached from the direction opposite the one we'd come in. Two female figures glided down the corridor. At least, the long robes they wore made it appear as though they were gliding over the dirty stone floor. The one who led the way was small, with sharp, narrowed eyes and long brown hair which trailed down her back in lustrous waves. Samara, Stark said, greeting her with familiarity. She barely made eye contact with him, before going to the bars of Elazar's cell, staring longingly at the prisoner. So, she was in love with him. It was written on her face. It's the same every day. The other woman had spoken. I turned, as did Stark, toward the other woman. She was tall, willowy, with nearly black hair and deep dark eyes. Like those of Elazar. And it hit me that this must be his sister. She smiled at Stark, a little too warmly, I thought. Sarah, this is Elowen, Stark said. She hardly noticed me. She was too busy sliding her hands over his shoulders before winding her arms around his neck, and hugging him for far too long. Who the hell did she think she was? Who was she, anyway? For all I knew, they had a past. It was clear from the way she held him, it wasn't in the past for her. It was very much a present thing. When she finally let him up for air, her hands lingered on his arms for absolutely no reason as she stared deep into his eyes. My palms began to tingle. Oh no, not this again. I focused the way Stark had taught me, envisioning the light in my core and begging the impulses to concentrate themselves there instead of shooting from my fingertips. I could barely keep myself under control. It was like I had never trained at all. Are you all right? Stark asked, finally noticing when I tucked my hands under my arms. I nodded. Just a little chilly. Sarah. Elowen pronounced my name as though she were examining a brand new species. I hated the sound of her voice. I've brought Sarah here because she needs your help, Stark explained. You know I would do anything to help you, Stark. Just like that, she became a doting lover. For all I knew, that was what they used to be. How could he do this to me? Didn't he know it would be painful, forcing me to spend time with someone who used to mean so much to him? When he clearly still meant so much to her? She drank him in with her eyes, as he explained in a murmur the nature of my situation. Samara and Elazar might as well have been in their own world, miles away from mine. I stood alone, hands still tucked under my arms, wishing more than anything I had never told Stark to bring me. Being trained wasn't worth it, if I had to face humiliation every day. And it was humiliating, no question. Sparks threatened to shoot from my fingers at any second. Elowen managed to pry her eyes from Stark long enough to take me in again. You're in need of training then, she decided. I came close to congratulating her for being such a genius. But I refused to make a fool of myself, for Stark or anybody. That's right. I'll do what I can. She smiled at Stark, an almost simpering smile. He was oblivious. Typical of a man. I'll take Sarah to one of the cottages, he said. But we'll be back once we've had the chance to rest for a little while. I'll be here, but you knew that or else you wouldn't have come here first. Oh, the smug familiarity in her voice. She thought she knew him so well. Maybe she did. Maybe I'd never had a chance to begin with, and had only been fooling myself. I was nothing compared to this tall, beautiful, powerful, self-possessed witch. I managed to wait until we were alone in one of the dark, tiny little cottages closest to the castle, before turning on him. I barely had time to look around or take in my surroundings, before it all came rushing out. Were you going to tell me about your past with her? I slid the hood of my robe from over my head, then let the wet garment fall to the floor. I didn't care if it got dirty at that moment. I only cared about one thing. Stark started a fire with a sweep of his hand, and his expression in the light from the flames was tense, and a little confused. What? What past? Oh, Stark. Spare me. I saw the way she stared at you. The way she touched you. Like you belonged to her. To his credit, he managed to hold back a laugh. Please. There was never anything between us. Are you going to let that get in the way of what needs to be done now? He picked my robes up from the floor and hung them over the back of a chair, close to the fire. Steam rose up from the fabric. Never anything. You're sure about that? I asked, suspicious. Even if there was, it wouldn't matter now. Evasive answer. I've already told you there was nothing, he said, growing exasperated as he removed his own robes and hung them up to dry by the fire. I refuse to have an argument with you over this, when there isn't anything to argue about. Why does she act as though there was a past then? He shrugged. Why don't you ask her? Because I certainly don't know. Anything between us is all in Elowen's imagination. I've never had feelings for her, not for a minute. You can believe that. And I did believe him. I believed he meant it. I didn't, however, believe Elowen would be particularly kind to me, once she knew there was something happening with Stark. In fact, thinking back on the look in her eyes and the way she'd let her hands linger on his arms, I wondered if she'd want to teach me at all. After all, I was her competition.
Chapter 34. Anissa. Scott scrutinized Hallowthorne Landing with as much interest as I had when I'd first arrived. It was definitely a world apart from the one he knew. It occurred to me, he hadn't done nearly as much traveling between worlds and dimensions as I had. He'd been removed from so much of what we'd done since our first meeting. I wasn't interested in looking around. I wanted to find my parents, if they were still here. I didn't think Gregor would leave with anything resembling haste. He was too happy to be with Mom again. Sure enough, the two of them sat near the water, on a bench by a pair of fishing boats which bobbed up and down in time with the gentle waves. Mom's face lit up when she saw me. No, I guess it was already lit up from the inside. She was happy too. I was so glad to have brought the two of them back together. The first thing she noticed was my ring. Just like a mother. He moves quickly, doesn't he? She laughed gently as she examined the antique setting. It's very beautiful. Exactly what you deserve. Gregor came over to admire it too, smiling and giving his approval in a gruff voice. As close as I would get to approval from him. I'm glad you're here, Mom said. I was about to go to Sarah's room to leave her a note, letting her know I'll be staying in Abilene for a while. Really? I glanced at my father, who looked like he was about to burst with glee. She nodded, also brimming over with gladness. Her eyes shone like they were lit from within. I only have to go back to Shade's realm to collect a few things first. Don't you need a Lonic to create a portal into Shade's realm? She shook her head. Will you be creating a portal of your own? Another head shake. I don't need a portal, and I don't have the skills to create one, so it's a good thing I don't need one. There's an entrance near a cave. I can enter through there from the human world and course to the tower, then course back and return to the human world. I know where the entrance to Abilene is, near the League headquarters. That's right. I remembered the cave. That was the way Jonah took me into Sanctuary the first time, so long ago. Felt like ages ago. I'll be waiting for her there at the entrance to Abilene, Gregor promised, then shot Mom a dissatisfied expression. I would much rather go to Shade's realm with her. And I've already told you, that would be too dangerous. I agree, I added, remembering the trouble we'd already been through. The Shades are very particular about who they allow into their realm. It's best she goes alone. He shrugged, though it was grudging. I'll take your word for it. And that was the closest we would get to him agreeing with us. I knew I'd have to take what I could get. Mom stroked my hair with her usual gentle touch. I would never get tired of feeling that. I can't wait to arrange your wedding, she said, her voice soft with wonder. I never thought I would get the chance to say that, much less to look forward to doing it. My little girl, getting married. Not so little anymore, I reminded her with a smile. You'll always be little to your parents, Gregor reminded me, appearing just as thrilled as Mom did. I couldn't ask for more. I gave Mom one more tight hug, holding her as close as I could. There was so much more for us to do together. I could hardly wait. Fane and Scott approached us. Fane cleared his throat. Are you ready to move on? The impatience in his voice was obvious. Wait a minute. I haven't seen Sarah yet. I told you, I don't want to go anywhere without seeing her first. I need to know she's all right. Scott was adamant. I was surprised he'd been silent all this time. Mom peered at him over my shoulder. While she didn't know him, she spoke with gentle understanding. She's been very busy with her training, even I've barely had the chance to see her. Training? Scott asked, more confused than ever. I winced. He had no idea, but Mom didn't know that. Rather than waiting for her to explain, he asked another question. You're just going to leave her alone here, and go to Abilene? I trust Stark. He'll take care of her. I winced again as Scott's emotions wrote themselves all over his face. Who's Stark? He asked in a cold voice. Her teacher. Mom was still unaware of exactly what she was saying, of who Scott was to Sarah, or rather who he'd been to her. Who he still thought he was. For all I knew, things were still the same between them, but there was no way of telling until I spoke to my sister. Much of her life had changed. Regardless, there'd been something in Mom's voice, maybe in the way she hesitated a beat before speaking, that told me she was aware of something different between Sarah and this Stark person. Something complicated. Only I would have noticed the slight hesitation. Maybe Gregor too, but he didn't know what had already passed between Sarah and Scott. Why does she need a teacher? Scott asked, raising his voice. Why is she even in this area? It's for witches, isn't it? Why would she be training here? Training for what? What could they teach her? Scott, I know this is a lot to take in all at once, I said, hoping to get through to him before he really blew his stack. It's a long story, but I'm sure Sarah will tell you all about it someday. He wasn't satisfied by a long shot, but Fane's hand on his shoulder was a silent reminder there were other things to be concerned about. Like the reason we'd left the high-rise in the first place. He remained silent, though it was obvious he was stewing. Felicity, who I'd forgotten was even there, she was good at fading into the background and being discreet, stepped up. Are you ready? She asked Mom, and I guessed she was going to create the portal which would take her back to the human world. Mom nodded, and gave me another hug before stepping into the swirling light. She paused to smile one more time at Gregor before she did, and he appeared as though he were the happiest man alive. We'd better go too, Felicity reminded him, tugging his sleeve. We exchanged a single private look, both of us grinning over Gregor's obvious excitement, the way a single smile from my mother could turn him into a fluttery, love-struck boy all over again. I gave him a brief hug, and said goodbye to Felicity before the two of them stepped through another portal, on their way to Avalane. All I could do was silently wish my parents luck and happiness, as I knew they wished the same for me. Chapter 35. Anissa. Now are we ready to go? Fane asked, more impatient than ever. I gave him credit for waiting as long as he had. You mean you didn't enjoy spending time with your future in-laws? I asked, grinning. That is quite a stretch, Fane replied with a grin of his own. At least he was willing to joke with me. I'm glad the two of you are having such a good time, Scott fumed. With my parents away, he felt free to go back to being angry. I felt sorry for him, but I also had very little patience for his attitude. Clearly, I wasn't alone. Come with me. Both of you. Fane put an arm around his youngest son's shoulder, and led us both to the same bench where my parents had been sitting together when we arrived. He sat Scott down and waited until I was seated before he said, Scott. We need to talk about this. About what? Scott was obviously in no mood to play along. You know what I'm talking about. Sarah. You've been on edge ever since we met up back at the high-rise, and all over this girl. Perhaps it would be wise to take a step back, regroup and wait things out. You can't force her into anything, especially when she's busy with something we know nothing about. I appreciated his wisdom and knew he was right. Things had changed, far more than either of them were aware, and I wished I was at liberty to explain exactly what had happened to my sister. I couldn't betray her like that. I could only hold my tongue and wait for Scott to reply. When he did, it was with characteristic impatience. Who do you think you are? He snarled. Some sort of advice specialist? Don't make me laugh. You're hardly a sterling example of parenting, Fane. Now isn't the time to step up and make up for lost time. The way he spat out his father's name, new name, chilled me to my core. Scott? I tried to warn, but he was having none of it. The last thing we needed was for him to alienate his father even further. He barreled on. For example, your little girlfriend. You know, the one who's pregnant with a baby she shouldn't be having. A hybrid baby that will only complicate all our lives. A baby who might cost Seren her life, seeing as how she might not make it through the delivery. Meanwhile, our mother's body is out there. She might even still be in there for all we know, and you're busy with a witch. But you're going to give me advice? I held my breath, waiting to see how Fane would take this. If I was him, I'd throw Scott into the water and leave him there. Fane's hands curled into fists, but only for a second before relaxing again. More of a reflex than an actual intention. You have a choice to make, son. He sounded every inch the domineering father. I could imagine him ruling his clan, keeping everything in line while keeping his children in line too. You can either be a man and handle your feelings like one, or you can be a child and fall apart over this. It's up to you. If you're not man enough to carry on, I'll go with Anissa and find your mother. You can go home. As I said, it's your choice. His words were simple to the point, but there was so much more behind them. And the way he spoke, with such cold, calculated, barely under the surface rage, it even made me want to fall in line and obey him. I could only imagine what it would be like to hear him speak to me like that. Scott was clearly pouting, though he did everything he could to hide it. What other choice did he have but to agree with his father and move on? Anything else would be tantamount to admitting he couldn't handle his emotions. Fine. I'll deal with the Sarah situation when we get home. I didn't much like hearing my sister referred to as a situation, but I let it go. Fane smiled slightly. That's good to hear. I'll create the portal, and we'll be on our way to Shadowsbane. Hold on for just 1 minute. Scott stood facing his father. He wasn't as large as the older man, but he drew himself up to his full height nonetheless and stared at him. There's something you never told us, and I would like to know before we go any further. We're about to do something which, if you'll pardon me, sounds extremely crazy. And I'd like to know for my own education, before we go, in case I don't get to ask you again for any reason. What is it? Let's make it quick. Scott took his father's impatience in stride. Who are you now? You went from being a vampire on the run to being Fane. This mystical creature who can create portals. Since when can you create portals? What changed? How did it happen? And what else can you do? They were all good questions, ones which I wouldn't mind having the answers to. It was downright unsettling, not knowing what had transpired to change Fane into who he'd become. How did something like that happen? Fane frowned, acted as though he wanted to dismiss his son's questions but didn't. Instead, he sighed, staring out over the moonlight water. It sparkled like diamonds, and I touched the ring Jonah had given me without thinking about it. In the interest of keeping this brief, I'll give you the shorthand version, Fane decided, still looking away from us. I understand why it's important for you to know, so I'll tell you, but then we must go. Fair enough, Scott agreed. I stayed silent. It wasn't my place to speak up. He took a deep breath, and when he spoke, it sounded like the memory pained him. Like he had never spoken it aloud before, and was out of practice. After I lost Elena, I lived on my own. I did what I had to do to survive. I'm not proud of those desperate, lonely days, but I lived through them. And what I wasn't aware of at the time was the fact the cave I hid out in was just outside a witch's realm. He sighed and continued. A lot of time passed, but I couldn't begin to know exactly how much. Days blended into each other. I was in such a haze of pain back then. When the attack started, I almost welcomed it. I wasn't sure I wanted to live anymore at that point. A group of men, all of them wanting nothing more than to kill me. I could see the murder in their eyes. I fought as hard as I could, for what felt like forever. Fane's face mirrored how difficult those times had to have been. Only they never stopped coming at me, he said in a tight, strained voice. I couldn't understand how they kept multiplying. They were hurting me, with silver mostly, and though burn after burn covered my body, still I fought on. I didn't know until later the group's leader was a warlock. An illusionist. His men, the ones attacking me, weren't real. They were part of his illusion. But nonetheless, they could kill me. An army of his own creation. In my frenzy, I killed that warlock along with the rest of my attackers. I fed on him. I raised my brows because of the way he said that, but he was so caught up in his story, he didn't notice my reaction. He chuckled mirthlessly. Naturally, when I did, the rest of them disappeared as though they'd never existed. My wounds still existed, of course, since the damage they'd inflicted was real. There was something else on top of that, the fact I'd fed on the warlock without knowing he was a warlock at the time. I'm not sure I would have if I'd known. His blood did things to me. Things? Scott prompted. I went crazy, or so it seemed. I began creating random creatures, like the ones who had attacked me. I threw portals, when I'd never been able to do anything like that before. I was in a living nightmare. Worse than hell, even. Alone. No one to turn to. No idea why everything had suddenly turned upside down, until a witch came along. His voice softened. Of course, I thought she was just another one of the phantom creatures I'd been creating and killing, so I attacked her. She managed to fight back long enough to explain she meant me no harm. She was there to help me, if I was willing to accept her help. As long as I didn't kill her. Naturally, I agreed. What choice did I have? She was offering to free me of my torture. So she said a few words I didn't understand, waved her hands with her eyes closed. I was unfamiliar with all of it at the time. All I knew was, whatever she did freed me. I no longer created those attackers. I was no longer throwing portals at random. I felt peace for the first time in longer than I could remember. It was Seren, Scott concluded. It was Seren. She saved me. He turned to his son. She taught me to control the powers the illusionist's blood had given me, including the ability to throw portals. Without her, I might have lost my mind for good. I might have let those attackers I was creating kill me. Who knows? There's no telling. I know she saved my life, and that's all I need to know. There was nothing I could say. Even Scott seemed mollified. He remained silent, as did I. Fane observed our reaction and seemed satisfied with it. All right. Now that you know, it's time for us to get to Shadowspain.
Chapter 36. Felicity. It was good to be home, to smell the fresh air and feel the presence of so much lush beauty around me. Only when I traveled outside of Avalane could I fully appreciate its beauty. Gregor took a deep breath and smiled broadly. He was happy too, for reasons far different from my own. I couldn't help but smile when I saw him this way. He was like a different man. Yes, he still strode with purpose, with his head held high, arms swinging like a man determined to get where he was going. That would never change. But there was a lightness to him that hadn't been there before. A joyfulness. A spring in his step. He was a man in love. I followed behind as quickly as I could, both of us heading for the entrance connecting Avalane with the human world. What do you plan to do now? I asked. It wasn't unusual for me to ask probing questions, though I'd never asked one as personal as this. There had never been reason to. Gregor chuckled, shrugging. Whatever she wants. I have her back, and that's all that matters. This is much more than I was ever able to hope for, you understand. It would feel like, I don't know, asking for far too much if I dared try to control what happens next. All I know is, I would like her to stay here. In Avalane. Permanently. He nodded, not bothering to look over his shoulder to where I struggled to keep up with his long strides through the tall grass. I had traveled that way with Alonic, I realized, outside the thickest growth of trees where we made our home. Only I hadn't been close to an all-out run at that time. Do you think she'll want to? I asked, more out of curiosity than anything else. I had no doubt she'd be accepted among us. Not only did Gregor's word mean about as much as any law ever could among my people, but they'd all be as glad as I was to see him happy. And Tabitha was so lovely, so gentle and sweet. She would fit in perfectly. I don't know, but it's worth asking, he said with a hearty laugh. I was so unaccustomed to hearing him laugh like that. We reached the entrance, and Gregor stepped through without hesitation. I decided to follow him through, though he might have wished I wouldn't. I didn't want him to be alone at that moment. There was nothing worse than being alone. He would simply have to put up with my questions because I couldn't quell my curiosity. He paced impatiently, shaking his head, muttering to himself. I don't like this. It's taking too long. I should have gone with her. She'll be all right, I assured him. Shade's realm is her home after all. There's nowhere else she'd be safer. She's not a Shade, he reminded me sourly. She has Shade blood in her now, I countered. Her skin wasn't nearly as dark as Alanik's, but it was darker than Anis's. The difference was obvious. That doesn't mean anything to a Shade, he muttered. I'll be much happier and more satisfied when she's safe in Avalane. It wasn't easy for a man like him to be at the mercy of outside forces. He always had to be in control. It was the only way he knew how to live. I held my tongue and agreed silently that things would be much easier when she was there, safe, under his protection. One less way for him to drive me crazy. A figure approached from the distance, and the way Gregor froze in place told me he thought it might be her. It was clearly not. This was a man, a tall one with much darker skin than Tabitha's. My heart skipped a beat and my cheeks grew warm. Who's that? Gregor asked. Alanik. I nodded. I didn't trust my voice. There was humor I had never heard before in that simple sound. It seems as though he has an effect on you, doesn't it? I glared at him in panic, ready to beg him to keep his teasing to himself, but there was no time to say a word. Alanik was already upon us, having coursed his way across the landscape. Hello. His eyes glowed as warmly as ever, and my cheeks burned even warmer. Gregor cleared his throat. Alanik. I'm sorry to break in on this moment, but I wanted the chance to greet you properly. I didn't have the opportunity earlier. No, Alanik agreed in that deep rumbling voice of his. You seem to be in a rush to speak to Anissa, if I remember correctly. You nearly pulled her from the room before we had the chance to become acquainted. Gregor nodded, looking embarrassed. It was a surprise seeing you, the way you resemble your mother. I knew right away you had to be her son, but that made no sense at the time. I thought she was dead, you understand. Of course. I'm sure it was a shock. To say the least. I owe you an apology then. It was terribly rude of me. This was something new. It was rare for Gregor to admit wrongdoing, and even rarer still for him to ask for forgiveness. Tabitha had truly helped him turn over a new leaf, or more likely had helped him rediscover part of himself which he'd buried in the wake of losing her. Alanik merely smiled. Not at all. You were gracious enough not to expel me from Avalane the moment you discovered my presence, and I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Seeing them getting along so well pleased me in a way I couldn't put my finger on. Gregor wasn't my father. He was barely even a friend. Only someone I worked alongside, somebody I advised. But we had been together for a long time, and it was inevitable in the face of such a span of time that some sort of bond would form. He was the closest thing to family I'd had in a long time too. It meant a lot, watching them speak so warmly to each other. Gregor extended his hand to shake Alanik's, which Alanik accepted. I want you to know something. As Tabitha's son and Anissa's brother, you're always welcome in Avalane. I could have exploded with happiness then, and the way Gregor's eyes drifted toward mine, the way one corner of his mouth quirked up in a little smile, told me he understood. Thank you. Alanik looked at me as well. I have the feeling I'll be a frequent visitor. I hoped the chills running up and down my spine at the sound of that weren't obvious, but had the feeling they were.
Chapter 37. Alanik. When I had my power, or rather Valerius's power, nothing could stop me from taking my rightful place among my kind. And no one would dare stop me from making my life with Felicity. Looking at her, when Gregor offered an open invitation to Avalane, and her eyes lit up, left no doubt in my mind she was the one I needed to be with for the rest of my life. The only problem left was a small one, almost amusing, but no less critical: my lack of experience when it came to courting a woman. I had never done it before. Even if there had been anyone special, they would never have taken me seriously as a suitor. I had been content with my work, convincing myself there was nothing else necessary to live a fulfilling existence. I was wrong then. How could I ever have imagined that life without someone like Felicity would be worth living? Her eyes shone as she gazed up at me, and my heart was fuller than it had ever been. Full of words unspoken, words I wanted so very much to share with her. But I couldn't, not in front of Gregor. "May I have a moment of your time?" I asked, suddenly tongue-tied. I sensed his gentle amusement, so different from his attitude when I first woke up in the hermitage. Felicity hesitated, shooting a glance Gregor's way. He chuckled, waving us off. Go both of you. Have your time together. I'll be fine right here." He was still chuckling as Felicity took my hand, and I coursed away with her before there were any more interruptions. I'd never felt quite so embarrassed and elated all at once. She squeezed my hand tightly as we coursed, and I wondered what it was like for her to discover an entirely new world. Was she experiencing the same joyful, wild, wonderful excitement I was? I tried to observe what was so common for me through her eyes, flying over the landscape, the world melting away behind us as we did. It was like seeing it all again for the first time. It would be morning again in a matter of hours, but we had plenty of time. Nobody would be awake to find two strangers seated on the roof of a barn on a hill, looking out over the land. I had noticed it on the way in from Shade's realm, and immediately thought of Felicity. It wasn't quite like the sort of natural beauty that was such a vital part of her world, but it was a start. "This is remarkable." She turned in a full circle, smiling from ear to ear. If I could only keep her smiling like this every day, all day, my life would mean something. And she was right. It was remarkable. From our vantage point, rolling farmland for miles in every direction was visible to us. In the distance, a silvery stream cut through the lush green grass and sparkled in the moonlight. Even the trees looked like silver from where we sat, shimmering a little whenever a breeze stirred the leaves. Farmhouses dotted the landscape here and there, and the deep vital scent of life hung heavy around us. See, there's beauty outside of Abilene too. I'd wanted to take her to Manhattan, to show her buildings taller than the tallest trees in her realm, to see the flashing lights reflected in her eyes, but she would seem out of place there. "I suppose there is," she admitted with a chuckle. I never would have guessed. Once she was finished taking everything in, she sat beside me. I was intensely aware of her, the warmth of her body, although we weren't touching. The way her dress brushed against my skin. The enticing scent of her. When she turned to smile at me, her eyes so full of life and light and warmth and hope, there was nothing I could do but stroke the side of her face as I bent to touch my lips to hers. Even the slightest contact sent a thrill through me, and made me understand why love was so highly regarded. I'd never understood before I met her. Nobody else could have made me understand. She was smiling softly when our kiss ended. I wondered if she understood a fraction of what was happening inside my mind. Was it the same for her? Was that the sort of question a man asked a woman? I was so new, fumbling hopelessly as I attempted to affect an air of calm. "I have something to ask you," I whispered, reaching out to tuck a strand of white hair behind her ear. It was so soft. "What is it?" I took a deep breath. It was important for me to do things right. I didn't want to make the wrong move and ruin anything between us. I had to get this out of the way, although my heart nearly burst from apprehension. "May I court you?" She blinked. "Court me?" One eyebrow arched. "Yes." She had no idea how she was crushing me. She couldn't possibly. Just as she couldn't possibly know how much courage it had taken for me to ask. I could slay monsters, but asking this tiny woman to let me court her had put me in quite a state. When she laughed, a light tinkling laugh, the devastating disappointment only grew worse. She must have noticed the look on my face and drawn the correct conclusion, as her eyes widened in panic. No, please. I'm not laughing at you. It's only that I hadn't heard that expression in many years. People don't court anymore, you see. But I think it's so sweet you would ask. Her hand covered mine. Everything about you is so sweet. I thought for a moment you were appalled I'd asked, I admitted with a shaky chuckle. Does this answer your question? She leaned in and kissed me again, harder than before. I sank my hands into her hair and marveled at the feel of it, the feel of her, and she sighed. Something deep inside my soul sprang to life, knowing her feelings ran along the same route as mine. We wanted the same thing. There was nothing in the world as right as this. We continued looking out over the land, with her head against my shoulder, content to sit in silence for a while. Only there was so much I wanted to know about her. Everything, in fact. All she could share. Who are you? I murmured, unaware I'd even spoken the question aloud, until a soft giggle filled the air. I'm me. Just me. But who is that? I pressed. I want to know you. I wish I could tell you there was anything worth knowing. We all feel that way about ourselves, don't we? I suppose. My life has never felt very interesting to me. I'm an advisor to Gregor. I serve as his mage fi. How does one train for such a position? I asked. I mean, how was it decided you would be the one to serve? Were you born with abilities? She shook her head. It's a matter of bloodline. My abilities hadn't presented themselves when my mother died. She seemed to stumble over the words, and my heart clenched for her. I'm sorry. She nodded. I was very young. Too young to understand many things. I didn't understand why I'd just lost her. I didn't understand that I had to take her place. It was something to do, I suppose, my training, I mean. I went to Hallowthorne Landing and trained with a witch there. I had little time to ponder my mother's loss. A blessing. Were you very lonely there? A striking understatement. I was miserable, confused, angry most of the time. It was too early for me to train, you see. I never would have if Mother had survived her illness. I might have gone in a very different direction too, if it hadn't been for the patience of the witch consigned with my training. She could have been hard on me. She could have punished me for my insolence. Instead, she was nothing but patient. Endlessly patient. And she taught me how to exhibit that same level of understanding. I owe her everything, I suppose. My life would have turned out far differently if it hadn't been for her. Then you came back to serve Gregor. That's right. He had only just come into power after his father's passing. We had that in common. But he was older, more like a father figure than anything else. He had already learned everything he needed to know in order to lead our kingdom. But there was no way to teach him patience. I've been trying to do that for years against his stubbornness. I chuckled. My sister inherited that trait. We shared a laugh. That was rough going at first too. I went back to my old angry ways when I first arrived. I had powers Gregor could never hope to attain, yet he was the one bossing me around in that callous nature of his. I wanted more than once to show him who was really in charge. It would have been a terrible mistake, of course. We said and screamed more than a few choice words at each other back in those days. But you both came around. You seem quite close now, I pointed out. I wouldn't call us close exactly. Friendly? Maybe. Stuck with each other? Yes. She laughed, shaking her head. Things could be much worse, I suppose. Now that he's happy, he'll be easier to deal with. I didn't know what she meant, exactly. What did he have to be happy about? She continued before I had the chance to voice my question. Since then, my entire life has been devoted to my duty, you could say. I've been happy enough in my role, but I suppose that was only because I didn't know anything else existed. She glanced shyly up at me, and I smiled in understanding of what she was trying to say. I knew how she felt, since I'd been wrestling with the same revelations. I hadn't known anything like her existed. Speaking of Gregor, why were you waiting outside Avalane with him? Were you waiting for me, and he was your chaperone? I teased. She laughed. Yes, because this is the early 20th century. Of course not. I wasn't waiting for you. I'm glad you came. I had hoped you'd come, but I didn't expect you so soon. We were waiting for your mother, in fact. My mother? That was unexpected. Yes. She'll be staying in Avalane for a while. When did all of this happen? Just today, at least I believe so. Traveling between dimensions can confuse my sense of time. At any rate, they met up in Hallowthorne Landing when Gregor found out she was still alive, and they both seem very happy. I've never seen him like this, to be honest. So that was why he'd been so welcoming toward me. It explained his shift in attitude. If they were happy, I was happy for them. Amazing, really, how my own attitude had shifted. I wanted my mother to experience the same deep, boundless joy as me. Just think, Felicity continued with a saucy grin, you'll have even more of a reason to visit me now with your mother staying there. It could be a long-term situation. As far as Gregor's concerned, she never needs to leave. I slid an arm around her shoulders and pulled her a bit closer. Not close enough as far as I was concerned, but closer. You're all the reason I need to visit Avalane. Her satisfied sigh was enough for me. Even so, something she'd said didn't sit well with me. It teased at the corners of my mind until I gave voice to it. So, you were waiting at the entrance to Avalane for her to come. That's right. But, you found her in Hallowthorne Landing. Also correct. She didn't come back with you. Felicity shook her head. No. She had to go back to Shade's realm to collect her things before joining us. Cold panic gripped me. She what? She frowned, searching my face. My expression must have changed, and drastically. She went back to her home in Shade's realm to collect a few things. That was her plan. I couldn't breathe. I jumped to my feet, pulling her up with me. We have to go. What? I need to take you home, then go check on her. All I could see was Vance's body in the cell in her room. Why did she have to go back there? The one thing I had been certain she wouldn't do. Was I too late? I wouldn't know until I got there. I didn't give Felicity the chance to ask any further questions. There was no time. I coursed back to the Avalane entrance. She was breathless when we arrived, her face full of concern and confusion. I had no way of explaining my sudden change in demeanor. I'm sorry. I'll explain this all later. Gregor was still waiting in the distance, and my heart sank. She hadn't come yet. Something must have happened. I created a portal before Felicity had a chance to catch her breath, and went straight to Shade's realm. It only took moments to course to the tower, but they were the longest moments of my life. What happened up there? Would she be waiting? Horrified by what I had done? Angry with me? If anything, that would be the preferable outcome. I wouldn't allow myself to consider the alternative. No, Valerius couldn't have escaped, not with the cell lined in silver. Mother would never interfere. She was intelligent enough to know when a situation was beyond her understanding. She knew when to step aside and allow things to continue as they were. That small shred of hope was all I had to cling to as I coursed, my eyes on the tower, focused on the little window at the very top. I coursed up the stairs. The door was open. My heart clenched. I didn't have to step through to see what I'd done, what I'd allowed to happen. Mother. I fell to my knees next to her broken, drained body. My beautiful mother. Her eyes were closed, anyone might think she was sleeping. But I knew better. She was limp in my arms as I lifted her. Cold. So cold. I held her to my chest, rocking back and forth in front of the open, empty cell. Everything came back to me in a rush. Her loving smile, her understanding nature, Everything she had done to keep me safe over the years, the sacrifices she had made to ensure I would never be alone. The way Gregor's face glowed with joy when he mentioned her name. The chance she would have had a future with him, a happy future full of love. And all because I wanted power. Because I'd made the mistake of thinking I could control one of the ancients. I threw my head back and roared in unimaginable, endless grief as I rocked my mother's lifeless body.
Chapter 38. Anissa. Shadowspain Island. I wrapped my arms around myself and wished I was wearing heavier clothes. Or a raincoat. Something to protect myself from the cold mist which seemed to sink into my bones. What a depressing place. Fane nodded, a grim expression on his face, like he'd been reading my thoughts. Scott was utterly out of his depth, and I remembered again he wasn't used to traveling between worlds the way I'd grown accustomed to. I tried to smile, to buck him up a little, but it didn't work. He wasn't in the mood to be cheered. We want to go up to the castle. That's the prison. Fane took off at a quick stride, and I hurried to keep up with him. Was he in such a hurry because he wanted to find Elena, or because he wanted to get out of the nasty weather? Maybe both. I jumped when thunder seemed to split the sky open and shake the ground under my feet. We couldn't get there fast enough for me. Granted, the castle looked like something out of a scary story, the sort of place where screams would fill the halls, but it was better than listening to the sky falling around my head. I focused on keeping up with Fane, instead of dwelling on our horrible surroundings. Have you ever met this Elazar person? I asked, nearly screaming to be heard above the almost constant thunder. No, he called back over his shoulder, never slowing his pace. Nor have I met his consort, Samara. The spellcaster. He left it at that, as though his reply explained anything. I suppose Samara was our witch then, and the pair of them were who Fane needed. Once we were inside, where it was roughly as cheerless as I had imagined from outside, I shook the moisture from my hair and glanced at Scott again. He hated being here roughly as much as I did. I was sure he regretted demanding he come. After all, he'd only joined us because he wanted to see Sarah, which he hadn't managed to do. It didn't matter, his father wanted to bring his mother back, and for his sake at that. I never knew he could be so selfish. It occurred to me, I hadn't thought much about him at all, outside of his interest in my sister. Where to? I asked Fane, determined to ignore Scott's attitude. I'm not exactly sure, he admitted. We have to find Elazar, but I don't know where to start. There were two options, upstairs or down. Both meant walking over crumbling stone staircases, the corners thick with webs, and who knew what else. I shivered, and not because of my damp clothes. I feel as though going up to the next level would be a good place to start, I suggested. Why do you think so? Because it can only get worse down below, don't you think? I imagine dungeons, rodents, all sorts of nasty things. Fane chuckled. You're more than likely correct. He didn't check in with his son before moving in the direction of the staircase leading up to the second floor, and Scott didn't offer an opinion. He could have been too busy trying to maintain his footing in the near dark. The sound of footsteps coming down the hall surprised me. I touched Fane's arm just in front of my face and he stopped. We waited there, halfway up the stairs, until a figure emerged from the darkness. A woman. Tall, lithe, beautiful, with dark brown hair which tumbled over her shoulders. Her nearly black eyes seemed to jump from her pale face as she observed our trio. Fane found his voice first. We're looking for Elazar. Do you know where we can find him? The witch, how I knew she was one I couldn't explain, but it was something I was sure of, gave us a slow smile. My. Looking for Elazar. My brother is popular today. Your brother? Fane asked, a cross between surprise and disbelief. I was unaware he had a sister. Yes, well, I've made it a point to keep from becoming as famous as my twin. Her smile was anything but warm or humorous. I told myself to keep my distance. My name is Elowen. I'm Fane. Her eyebrows shot up until I was sure they'd leave her forehead. Fane. There's a name I've heard before. He chose not to pursue this, maybe because he knew without asking how she'd known his name. Or because he was in a hurry. You said your brother is popular today. Was someone else looking for him? A woman, maybe? A beautiful vampire with dark red hair? She could have gone by the name Elena or Nivea. Fane's desperation for this to be true was clear. Elowen shook her head. I've never heard of an Elena, though I'm familiar with Nivea. Even so, I haven't heard the name in ages. So, it wasn't she who was searching for your brother? No. I'm sorry to disappoint you. She looked us over. My brother's cell is on the second floor. You were on the right path. At the end of the corridor. Thank you. Fane started up the stairs again, but a familiar voice stopped me before I could follow. It stopped Scott too. Sarah? We both turned in the direction of the open door leading to the courtyard outside the castle. The thunder must have let up for a while, otherwise we never would have heard her. What was she doing here? Scott took off at a run, not bothering to listen to Fane as he warned him to slow down. I ran after him, across the entryway and out the door right on his heels. We saw them at the same time. My sister, holding hands with a tall, dark, handsome stranger who I assumed was Stark.
Chapter 39. Jonah. Anissa and I would have a lot of talking to do when she got back. I reminded myself I couldn't tell her what to do, and if I tried, she'd be even more determined to have her way. Just as things had played out earlier, before she left with Fane. Nonetheless, we had to be on the same team. We were planning on getting married. There had to be a little bit of consultation before making major decisions on both our parts. She had spent so much time on her own, making decisions for herself. Sometimes very big ones, momentous decisions on which rode the weight of her life and her sister's. My life had gone down a similar path. I had to make decisions on behalf of the clan after my parents were gone. I hadn't been prepared to step into power so soon. I wasn't used to consulting others on important matters any more than Anissa was. It would take time for two stubborn people like us to learn to work together, but we would get there. I believed we could do anything. This was all I had to console myself with as I waited at the high-rise, feeling useless and impatient for her to get back. There were many things for me to focus attention on, but none of it seemed to matter much right then. Not as much as she did. When my phone rang, I grumbled at the distraction. Until I saw it was the phone from the downstairs lobby, calling. Yes. I answered, all business. They rarely called. They rarely had reason to call. There's someone here in the lobby who wishes to see you, sir. Thank you. I couldn't imagine who, but I wasn't about to invite them up until I knew who they were. And I wouldn't ask the front desk to find out, since that could mean learning things they didn't need to know. I hung up and took the elevator down to the lobby to see for myself. She wore robes which could easily be mistaken for a cape. Something to help her blend in with the humans she expected to encounter. But there was no missing the air of extreme grace, calm, and serenity about her, even when her back was turned. Seren, I murmured, and she turned to face me with a tentative smile. Unsure what she would find. I almost felt guilty. She was worried I would turn her away, though she'd done nothing to make me treat her so poorly. She'd never been anything but helpful. I was keenly aware of the gaze from the front desk attendant, though he did his best to hide his interest. Come with me. She followed me to the stairwell and down to the large basement room which we used for clan meetings. Except for the penthouse, where I wasn't ready to take her to yet, in case any of my siblings shows up, it was the safest and most secluded spot in the building. Once we were alone, I invited her to sit at a small table in the far corner of the room. I couldn't help but think about the baby she carried, and assumed she would want to sit. Her robes hid the evidence of her pregnancy, but even they wouldn't be able to do so for much longer. What brings you here? I asked once she was settled. Fane got message to me to visit you. He didn't explain why. You know how mysterious he can be. Yes, I knew that all too well, seeing as how he'd allowed me to believe he was dead for decades. He thought you might need me, and I might need you. There was no missing the apology in her voice. She didn't come out and say it, but she was afraid I would be angry she'd come. As it turns out, I do need your help. The protective enchantment placed on League headquarters is wearing out now that Lucien's dead. I need a new protection cast, and I don't know the witch who cast the original spell. Or if she'd be loyal to us. I see. I'm sure that can be arranged without trouble. We can go as soon as you wish. It was that easy. As always, she was happy to be of service. Once again, I couldn't help but feel guilty for my attitude toward her. He wanted something else. We discussed it before he left. I didn't know how to say it. He asked that you come to stay at the high-rise for your protection and comfort. I see no reason why that can't be arranged. Her eyes lit up, but she was still cautious. How do you feel about that? How did I feel? What a loaded question. There was no way I could put into words the conflict her very presence caused. Even if I could, I wouldn't share it with her. Not only did she not need to hear it, but I wasn't in the habit of sharing that sort of thing. Instead of answering her directly, I said, "You're free to settle in here whenever you wish." Thank you. Her hands landed on her belly, whether or not a conscious action, I didn't know. I couldn't help but remember what Anissa had pointed out, on the roof. She was a hybrid, just as Seren's unborn child was. My half-sibling. Anissa and Sarah were still close, though they weren't full siblings, and Anissa was part Phi. They'd been through more together than many full siblings faced to, and it had only made their relationship stronger. Along with that came the understanding that any child Anissa and I had someday would also be a hybrid, thanks to Anissa's Phi blood. I certainly wouldn't love my own child any less for that. In case you're wondering. I stood, turning away from her. It was never easy for me to share what was inside me, even at times with Anissa. I feel differently than I once did. I see things differently now. You and the baby are welcome here, of course. Thank you, Jonah. I can't tell you what it means to hear you say that. And it took so little to make her happy, too. Another reason for me to regret acting the way I had earlier. It's the least I can do, I replied. Perhaps there's something else I can do for you, she offered. I wouldn't like to live here with all of you without contributing something. She piqued my interest and my confusion. What would that be? I'm a witch, Jonah, she reminded me, still smiling calmly. I could be your clan's witch. I know you don't currently have one, and am not certain as to whether you ever did. Neither was I, frankly. I didn't remember ever hearing of one. You would all be stronger as a result, she pointed out. I would be on hand when you need spells, like the one you need me to cast on your headquarters. And I would be, for lack of a better description, more like part of the family. Part of the family. How would my siblings feel about that? I realized it didn't matter. I would tell them how to feel about it, and they would support my decision. They'd also support Fane's wishes, and there was no doubt as to how he'd feel about Seren being part of us. All right. I'll tell the others about it. You make a good point. The clan can only be stronger as a result of this. It was easier to keep personal feelings out of the conversation. She seemed to understand as she nodded without any further questions or explanation. And now, if you don't mind, I would like to get to headquarters so the spell can be placed before there's a chance of anything happening there. She nodded. Chapter 40. Jonah. If there's one thing I haven't yet grown accustomed to, it's coursing, Seren observed with a shaky chuckle once we arrived at headquarters. I can jump dimensions without a second thought, but coursing always leaves me a little shaky. One glance at her pale face told me the truth of what she said. Here. Rest for a moment. I helped her to a fallen tree, which sat not far from the entrance to Avalain. I had always used the tree to identify where the entrance was located, since it wasn't as obvious as a portal. For good reason, I supposed. I watched her with a critical eye. Was it a bad idea to course with a pregnant witch? I hadn't considered that. Fane would have my hide if anything happened to Seren. What a turn of events, taking care of the witch, when I had spent so much time resenting her presence in our lives. "I'll be all right," she assured me, looking around. "I haven't been here in a long time." Even then, it wasn't a lengthy visit. I seem to remember there being an entrance to another realm around here somewhere. I pointed a little way into the distance. "The entrance to Avalane is behind you." She peered over her shoulder. "Oh yes. I see it." When I frowned, she explained, "Witches and Fae have a mostly amicable relationship. The entrance is more visible to me than it would be to you." "Who is that, standing over there?" I squinted when a figure emerged from behind a tree, beside the entry point, trying to make them out. The white hair told me they were of the Fae, but did nothing to narrow down the possibilities. A man. He came a little closer. Only then did I recognize him as Gregor. "Anissa's father," I said, waving. He waved back. "I'd like to speak with him." "I'll come with you, if it wouldn't be intrusive." I offered her a hand up, and we crossed the short distance to where Gregor waited. He seemed impatient, hands clasped behind his back as he paced to and fro. "Gregor. This is Seren." The two of them acknowledged each other. "I've seen Anissa," he said with a broad smile, clapping me on the back. His obvious delight was a pleasant surprise, and I turned to Seren. "Gregor is my soon-to-be father-in-law," I explained, feeling a little sheepish all of a sudden. "I didn't know you and Anissa were to be married." She crossed her hands over her chest, clearly pleased. "Congratulations." "It's a fairly recent turn of events," I explained, then faced Gregor. "You must have seen her only a short time ago, then." "It was a short time ago, yes. Both Anissa's mother and I are very happy." "Oh. She saw Tabitha too." I was glad for that. It would have been a treat for Anissa to announce our engagement to both her parents at once. I wished I had been there. Gregor nodded. "It's Tabitha I'm waiting for right now." "Really?" So that was why he seemed as a little boy waiting to open his Christmas presents. Like he was ready to jump out of his skin at any second. "I'm looking forward to meeting her as soon as possible." "She should be here shortly," Gregor explained. "I've been waiting for quite a while. I imagine it will be any minute now. We have a few things to take care of at the moment, but let's make it a point to get together soon. I'm sure Anissa will be thrilled." We said goodbye and headed back in the direction of the old cathedral. So, Anissa's parents were going to be together again. I hoped for Gregor's sake at least it would be permanent. "I've always admired this building," Seren mused as we approached the cathedral. It dwarfed the two of us, the spires seeming to pierce the sky. A massive stained glass window sat in the center of the front-facing wall, designed in the shape of a rose. Candles burned behind that window, giving it an almost supernatural glow. It sat here for many centuries. When I think of the impermanence of some of the structures around New York, and I look at this, especially considering the primitive tools they used back then, it's awe-inspiring. I can't tell you how many changes I've witnessed even during my lifetime. This was built as a monument to God, or who the humans consider God to be, Seren pointed out. Such monuments are constructed to last forever. It's difficult to imagine there were once homes all around here, that this was the center of the town back then, where all the townspeople came to worship, where they gathered in emergency or celebration, the focal point of their life. We made our way around the outside of the cathedral, as Seren took in the size of the structure and what she'd need to do in order to protect it. As it stood at this moment, the grounds of the cathedral were barren, empty, without so much as a plant or a shrub to decorate them. As though the very ground which surrounded it had died when Lucian came into power. I knew I was merely allowing my imagination to run away with me, but I couldn't help it, especially knowing Lucian as I had. I imagined, to the humans who may happen upon it, the cathedral appears very different than it does to us, she observed. Oh, of course. Though that could also be changing with the disintegration of the enchantment. It's supposed to look to them as though it's crumbling, dangerous, overgrown. Not worth approaching. For their safety as well as yours, naturally. Naturally, I agreed. We reached the front of the cathedral again, both of us standing in the glow of the rose window. She stared up at it, a soft smile touching her lips as she admired the glass. Beautiful, she whispered. Sometimes humans can create things of real beauty. Yes, sometimes they get it right. We went inside then, and I showed her around. She examined the stones of the massive columns which supported the vaulted ceiling, the floor, and the walls. Walking up the few stairs which led to what used to be the altar, where a priest or bishop would celebrate the Mass, she looked out over the great hall. It was where Lucian used to sit during league meetings. Where I supposed I would sit if we held a meeting while I was still in command of the clans. Or perhaps I wouldn't. Perhaps I would sit on the floor with the rest of them. A wry smile touched my lips. I wouldn't be the same sort of leader Lucian was. She gazed at me from that spot up there, where candles and ancient cut-glass sconces illuminated her lovely face. Her voice carried across the wide space. I'll need a little privacy when it comes time to perform the spell. Now that I've taken everything in, I know what I'll need to fetch from Duskwood in order to provide full protection against all outside forces. That's a relief. I can do the same for the high-rise, if you wish. I hadn't considered it. Knowing she could think of things like that, things I had missed, added a layer of confidence to our working together. I would take that to my siblings too, and use it as further proof of her value to us. I can go to Duskwood now, she suggested, crossing the hall. It won't take long. That's good. I'm going to stay here. There's something I need to check on. You're a very busy person now, aren't you? She grinned, touching my arm, then walking away. I'll be back soon. I'll portal in just outside the doors. I reflected again on how valuable she was to us, and for the first time, it struck me as fortuitous Fane had gotten involved with her. I turned on my heel and headed straight for the dungeon. It wasn't lost on me that I'd been standing in the very spot where Lucian had fallen at Vance's hand. Vance was down there. His body was, at any rate, along with the others. I had to check on them, since it wasn't clear who else was doing it in my absence. The main floor had been ominously quiet. I would have to do something about that too. I didn't appreciate the lack of guards. I didn't come across any guards as I jogged down the steps either, or along the corridor which ran between two rows of cells. I heard what sounded like soft crying coming from a cell a little farther down, which I assumed was Genevieve. I wondered briefly if she expected me or anybody else to feel sorry for her, until I came to Vance's cell when nothing else mattered. Because the cell was empty. Locked and empty. I examined the lock. It hadn't been tampered with. But it took no skill at all to see there was nothing but a bundled blanket sitting on the bunk Vance should have been sleeping in. I took a step back, my mind unable to process what I was looking at. Vance was gone. Which meant Valerius was gone.
Chapter 41. Sarah. I hoped Elowyn was still inside the castle, and she'd seen me walk in with Stark's hand in mine. It would be best for her to know right away how things stood between us. I wasn't about to let her get away with thinking Stark would ever be hers. He was mine, even if all we'd done was kiss a few times. We were sharing the little cottage just outside the castle. That had to count for something. You're ready for this? You're absolutely sure? Stark stopped for a moment when we reached the courtyard, pulling me to him in an almost playful gesture. I nodded, chuckling, stretching up on my tiptoes with the intent of kissing him again. I would never get tired of kissing him. Sarah. I gasped, whirling around, still holding Stark's hand but focused on a very angry, very confused Scott. It was insane. It couldn't be real. What was he doing here? I was struck with a very real sense of worlds colliding. He was my past. Stark was my present, hopefully my future. But Scott didn't know that, and it was with a sinking heart I reminded myself of that very grim fact. Sarah. Stark dropped my hand, shaking his out, and I realized I had shocked him. I jumped back, gasping, holding my hands up as though they were weapons. They sparked and sizzled the way they used to, before my training. I was losing control again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Only I didn't know who I was apologizing to. Stark. Scott. Both of them. What the hell is this? Scott shouted. He wasn't just confused. He was angry. Furious. And it wasn't only because of the way I'd cozied up to Stark. He was staring at my hands. What, are you a witch now? I stammered, trying to find the words. Please. I can explain. You'd better explain, he growled. I thought you were a vampire. I thought I knew you. But here you are now. A stinking half-breed. He had turned into something terrible, something ugly and vicious. I didn't know him at all. Maybe I never had. I couldn't control it, the frustration and rage which boiled over at the sight of his disgust, at the sound of the words he was calling me as he snarled and snapped and accused. He lunged for me and I panicked. I couldn't help myself. I extended my hands in his direction and sent bolts of electricity straight at him. No. It was Anissa. She was behind him, warning me off. At the sound of her voice, I managed to dial back the strength of my attack just enough to halt him in his tracks. I hadn't jolted him any more than I'd jolted Stark a moment before, not that he deserved my mercy. You thought you knew me. I raged, glaring at him, still holding my hands out as a warning. You're not the only one feeling betrayed right now. Oh, so you're the victim, he asked, gaping in disbelief. I can't help who I am. And you should know better than to behave this way with me, when you know who my sister is. You know she's half-bi. She's, what did you call it? A stinking half-breed. I wanted to shock him for it, to pay him back for saying something so terrible. I couldn't believe I'd ever thought I had feelings for a pathetic, petulant man-child. Not only that, but he had a vengeful heart. He leapt to nasty, hostile behavior, and all because he was disappointed. And because of who I was. He was so hateful. At least I no longer had to feel guilty over my feelings for Stark. Scott. Fane appeared in the doorway. Who else is here? Take it easy, son. Don't do this. Scott ignored him. There might as well have not been anybody else in the world except for him and me. He lunged again, and this time his fangs were bared. So many things happened at once. I heard the cheering and hollering all around me, and realized it was the prisoners inside the castle, watching from their windows, thrilled to pieces at finally having the chance to witness something exciting. To them, it was nothing more than entertainment. They clapped and shouted their approval as Scott lunged, and I flung my hands out ready to protect myself. Stark was faster than Scott though, throwing himself in front of me. Scott pulled back in time to avoid attacking Stark. The cheering intensified when it appeared as though Stark was entering the fight. You need to stop this, Stark warned in a dangerously low voice, holding his arms out to the sides as if to protect me. Back off. Who the hell do you think you are, telling me what to do? Scott laughed. You're pathetic. Stop blocking your little girlfriend, she can defend herself. I could barely hear him over the jeering, cheering prisoners. Stark didn't budge. I'm serious. You'll regret this if you don't stop. Get out of my way, you bastard. Scott roared, and this time he attempted to shove Stark out of the way before coming at me again. He growled, fangs still bared, claws extended. He wanted to hurt me. No. He wanted to kill me. I had never known him at all. Stark stepped in again, only this time he used his powers to encase Scott in a cell of ice. Scott's eyes went wild as he looked around, pounding his fists on the icy walls. He opened his mouth in a scream, but it was a silent one from where I stood. The sound of his snarls and curses, the pounding of his fists, were all silenced by the ice. The prisoners went silent too. Even the thunder stopped crashing overhead. Silence spread across the courtyard. I could hear the sound of my heart thumping wildly, but not much more. And then? Clapping. A slow, measured clapping. I turned away from the ice cell, where Scott still raged worse than ever, and found the source. Elowen. She stood in the doorway, her eyes glued to Stark, slowly applauding his performance. My knees threatened to give out after what had happened. My head spun. Scott hated me. He wanted to kill me. He might have gotten his chance if Stark hadn't saved me. Stark, who Elowen watched with much more interest than I felt comfortable with. I wanted to tell her to stop her clapping and leave him alone, but I couldn't find the words. I could hardly catch my breath, much less speak. Stark turned to me, his dark eyes troubled, full of apologies and regrets, and yes, even pride at having saved me from Scott. His arm around my shoulders went a long way toward comforting me, but not entirely.
Chapter 42. Anissa. I couldn't believe what I had seen. What I had heard. Scott. I had no idea he was capable of something like this. The level of hatred he had shown. His bigotry. When had he turned into this snarling, hateful creature? Sarah was all right. Stark's arm was around her shoulders and she leaned against him slightly. It was Fane who worried me. I turned from Scott's icy prison to where his father stood. I had never seen Fane look defeated, but there he was. His shoulders slumped, his head lowered, disappointment written in every line of his face. It was his son in that block of ice. His son who was going to attack my sister. I was sure neither of us knew he had it in him. I was about to go to him, to ask if there was something I could do, when a murmur rose from the prisoners behind us, still watching from their cells. The sound of swishing robes joined the murmur, and I glanced around and found 6 black-cloaked, hooded figures gliding across the courtyard. All of them were tall, slim, with their hands tucked into their long sleeves and their heads angled down so their faces couldn't be seen. Who were they? I looked at Fane, whose expression told me nothing except he was on his guard. So was I. Whoever these people were, I didn't get a good feeling about them. The Witch Senate, I heard from the prisoners, their murmurs overlapping. They didn't sound happy, either. More like petrified. It was all fun and games for them until the Senate appeared. The 6 of them stopped, standing in a semicircle, facing the block of ice in which Scott was trapped. Stark and Sarah dropped back several steps to give them room. I could see from Stark's furrowed brow, and the way his arm tightened in a protective grip, he knew all too well who and what we were about to face. The Senate removed their hoods almost as one. There were 3 men and 3 women. The 6 of them had white faces, white as sheets, like they had never seen the sun. Their hair was white too, as were their eyebrows. Their eyes were tinged pink. I had never seen albinos before. I was staring at 6 of them at once. The tallest man, whose white hair stood up in sharp spikes, asked in a deep voice, "What is this? Who started this?" He glanced around, pink eyes scanning the courtyard. I suddenly, fervently wished I was anywhere else but here. The vampire, the vampire. Those damned prisoners, whispering their tales to the Senate. The air filled with accusations. The vampire had started it. One of the women raised her chin, also looking around. This time, she was surveying those of us who clearly didn't belong on the island. "And who brought the vampire here?" she asked in a high, reedy voice that sent shivers down my spine. "I did." Fane's voice was strong with conviction. "Ah, Fane," one of the men said with a smile. "We've been hoping to see you." Something told me they weren't planning to share a cup of tea and catch up. He pointed at me, and my stomach churned. "Who brought the 5 vampire in?" "That was me as well," Fane replied, head held high. Defiant, even. "And her." One of the other women pointed to my sister. "I brought her here for training with Elowen," Stark replied, holding Sarah close. Training? For what? I thought he was the one training her. Why did he have to bring her to this terrible place, where the Senate stared at her with their probing, disquieting eyes? What had he brought her to? I faced Elowen, who had been applauding Stark only minutes earlier. She didn't seem half as concerned as Stark did, but there was no mistaking the concern on her otherwise stony face. She was putting on an air of insolence, I realized. She was just as worried as any of us. But for whom? Enough. The first Senate member to speak held up a bony white hand. We will not address this here, in the courtyard. His gaze darted around, touching on the windows from which prisoners still watched with rapt attention. A call to chambers is needed in this instance. A call to chambers? Like a trial? I took a step closer to Fane, suddenly terrified of what this could mean for him. For all of us, really. Interrogations will be conducted, then sentencing and banishments administered, the tall, deep-voiced witch continued. You will all appear in our chambers tonight, and all of you will be prepared to divulge your purposes for being here on Shadowspain Island. You will report at midnight. Interrogations? Sentencing? Banishments? I turned toward my sister, whose wide, terrified eyes met mine before looking up at a pale-faced Stark. I thought about Jonah, waiting for me to come back to him. I might never get the chance. What had we gotten ourselves into?
I hope you've enjoyed this Rye Brewer book. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.